Hello, everybody. Good morning, or honestly, at this point, good afternoon. Starting a bit late today. It was hard getting up. I was a bit of an eepy girl this morning. It's like 96 degrees today, and it's hot. It's so hot. I don't know. What about do any of you ever have the experience of when it gets to a certain temperature, whether it's high or low, whether it's too cold, whether it's too hot, you just your ability to function just kind of shuts down? Not quite like entirely, but to the point where you're functionally not doing anything productive that day. That is what happens to me when it gets too far in either direction, honestly, hot or cold. We have a lot to go through again today as well, but I feel like we could probably have some fun today. I have a couple long videos I have lined up, including one from a really good journalist that I actually asked if I could play the full video, the full 45-minute documentary on stream, and he said yeah. So if we have some time, we'll jump into that as well. But I suppose we should start off with what's in the stream title, eh? So, France. France has collapsed. Well, collapsed as in their government has voted in favor of the no confidence vote, as well as in favor of censuring Prime Minister Michel Barnier. This is being reported as a alliance between the left and the far right. I think this is not good framing. I think it's actually ridiculous framing, if I'm being honest. But this isn't good for anybody. Oh my God, please stop autoplaying. This isn't good for anybody, but it's definitely worse for the left than it is for the right. I'll put it that simply. So first, let's have a look at what happened. There is some good news that goes along with this. So it's not time to doom just yet if you're in France, but let's have a look at what actually happened.
We've now got some breaking news overseas. The French Prime Minister Michel Barnier has in the past few minutes been ousted in a no-confidence vote, deepening the country's political crisis. Europe Bureau Chief Mazoe Ford joins us now from London. Mazoe, take us through it. What's happened?
Good morning, Emma. Yes, after a debate for several hours in the French Parliament this afternoon in Paris, there has been that no confidence vote. There were 331 MPs who expressed no confidence in Prime Minister Michel Barnier and his government, and that is out of a total of 574. So that government has now
how many out of 574? Sorry, I missed that. I was coughing. 331 out of 574. Wow. Well, I mean, obviously that is a majority, but like, Jesus Christ, France, come on, get your shit together.
Who expressed no confidence in Prime Minister Michel Barnier and his government, and that is out of a total of 574. So that government has now been toppled. Now, this all came about, the vote was held because the Prime Minister announced that he was going to use special powers to push through a social security budget, and that was deeply unpopular. A lot of the other parties in the French Parliament were not in support of that, and they...
So, as America, we're going to do this when they cut Social Security, right? You know, pass a deeply unpopular bill without really much care for how much support it holds. We can topple the government. Is that what I'm learning from this? Obviously not, but would be nice.
Wanted to express their vote of no confidence, so they pushed through that vote today. And this is the first Prime Minister, the first government forced out by a no confidence vote in France in more than 60 years.
Mazoe, so what's next?
That's actually a shocking statistic. Really, like the country that protests as much as France did hasn't kicked out a prime minister in like 60 years this way. It's interesting. Hey, certified garbage, welcome to the stream. How are you doing this evening? Oh wait, no, I talked to you earlier today. I knew you were going to be here today. My brain is just super duper out of it. Again, that's what happens when it's this hot and you have sleep this terrible. The British have entered the stream. God damn, it's always with you, the British. You are also a legend, though, Bad Gaz. I'm doing all right. It's very hot. I'm on fire. I basically just passed out after stream yesterday and woke up in the middle of the night and had to like toss and turn myself back to sleep. So I'm pretty exhausted, but I'm feeling great too, because even though France has fallen, and honestly, as bad as this is for France, I do have to say there's a little bit of joy in the American in me, knowing that we had lost to the French in fighting and failing to prevent the fascist takeover of the United States, but at least the French also lost now. Now we didn't lose to the French. That's a win, right, guys? Did we talk about the assassin in NYC? No, I just started. We haven't even got there yet. Usually I've been taking off some Jesus Christ, what is the word? News about other countries before we jump to America lately. Spoiler outs, fair enough. It's freezing here. Sorry to hear about night. Hopefully you have a better night tonight. I definitely will, because there won't be stream tomorrow. Downside of waking up 2 hours late when you take Vyvanse in the mornings is now I won't be able to sleep for 2 hours past when I normally would. And that means I'm going to have the same issue tomorrow. And can't do it. If I mess up stream time too many days in a row, then that just becomes the new stream time. Freeze her for future generations. I mean, you can do that, but I'm not sure future generations are going to be much smarter than past generations. I wish we could like freeze me and send me back in time. Probably with like a lot of vaccines as well, just so that everyone doesn't die the moment they open the cryogenic tube in the past.
Well, President Emmanuel Macron is going to have to accept the resignation now from the Prime Minister and his government, but he's likely to ask Michel Barnier and the government to stay on in caretaker mode for the...
Speaking of, like, Macron, you know this is all his fault, right? The fact that we had this vote of no confidence in Michel Barnier is directly related to Macron essentially calling that, was it a referendum vote or, the early election? What exactly was it that he called? It was either an early election or a referendum vote on support for his government, which essentially led to the rallying of the National Rally on the right, as well as the New Popular Front on the left, which brought us here. Old man with skimpy legs. True. Low-key, Macron's wife is such a babe. Yeah, I don't know what she looks like, and I'm not going to look it up, but probably. My old sleep schedule was 2 p.m. I fixed it finally. I wake up at 11 a.m. Man, you guys don't understand how much of a difference your sleep has on not only your mood state, your functionability, your productivity, your general just feeling in your body, your physical sensation of how healthy you feel. Your sleep goes into every single one of these, all of them. So definitely try and get a regular sleep schedule going. Back in time, interesting though. If you could go back in time, to which era would you go to? I would go back to medieval times. And well, I suppose you guys probably have a higher degree in freedom and where and when in time you could go back to. It's kind of like the Doctor Who paradox, whereas if you're, I don't know, brown, black, a woman, or really just anything other than the predominant hegemonic ethnic group of the time period, you're kind of gonna have a hard time. Where if you're a white dude, you could go back essentially as far as you want and not have too much of an issue. You might have an issue depending on where in the world you're traveling back in time too, but you'll still have much more of the world available to you. Whereas me, how far can back in time can I go before they start burning me as a witch? Genuinely, that's a real question, because by my math, it's not even 200 years. Anyway, so good news that comes out of this, however. Again, France has fallen. This is not great. The right is going to gain power. But are they? Are they actually? Because at the same time, we had this.
Also in France, the defense is making its case today in the trial of French far-right leader Marine Le Pen. The prosecution's demanding a jail sentence and a ban on her running for president in 2027. That's over charges she created fake jobs to use European Union Parliament money in France.
How funny would it be? I mean, not funny for France, but funny in the like schadenfreude of fuck Marie Le Pen specifically, if her party did gain power, but she can't hold any of it. I would be at least amusing. Come back in time with me, you can have refuge in our castle. Refuge? My guy, I won't live in a castle unless, I mean, really, I wouldn't want to live in a castle anyway. Those things are not nice, but I would like a lot more than refuge, you know? Come on. Honestly, witchcraft was mostly a scapegoat and didn't affect most people. Well, I mean, I'm the exact type of person that would have the scapegoat you to get used against them. Do you think I'd have any more ability to shut the fuck up 200 years ago than I do now? No. Imagine the new French president is a giant pen. I mean, it'd be better than Le Pen.
Sitban joins
Probably
me
better
now.
than Barnier and Macron as well, if I'm being honest. Also, president or prime minister? I always forget which one of these is the one that holds more power in France. It's the prime minister, right? Not the president. They switch in every goddamn European country. Hold more power. Hey, chatty. So in France, it's actually the president is the highest power, not the prime minister. Cool. Makes sense to my American brain, but again, you can't assume this. Turkey goes back and forth even. I mean, they're not EU, but still.
Now, from the trial, Shirley Le Pen's lawyer is giving his final arguments today. What has he said so far?
Well, he said his closing arguments will be extremely long because he has a lot to say and that the consequences of what happens in this trial are enormous. So he started about talking about the fact that Marine Le Pen could be declared ineligible. That's what the prosecution asked for. He didn't focus for now on the fine, 300,000, on the potential prison sentence. Prosecution.
They're seeking 5 years in prison for her. 5 years in prison and an ineligibility sentence against her. The 300,000 pound is like nothing for someone like Le Pen, but yeah.
Asked for 5 years, 3 suspended. No, he focused on the fact that she could be declared, Marine Le Pen, ineligible. And he said, well, that's completely disproportionate and even a discrimination. He said,
bullshit. You can't discriminate against Nazis. Batgaz, I mean, you guys shouldn't have left Europe. So, like, look where that got you. The average GDP, like household income wise, outside of London is not looking great, and it hasn't gone up since you left the EU. I can't lie, her being allowed in politics in the first place after her father is just insane. True, it genuinely is. Even just like the 5-year prison sentence would be enough for me, let alone her being banned from holding office. But I really do hope that France's judicial system is, I don't know, how bad is it there? How useful is France's judicial system? Judicial ethics. That's a good question to start off first. I want public polling on how much trust there is. With a name like Marine, you know she got gills. I wish I had gills. Okay, so levels of trust in France's justice system. So this is from 2022, but let's have a look. I mean, it's higher than ours, so I suppose you can take it.
That, well, basically other parties did exactly the same at the same time, especially opposition parties who weren't large enough to have groups at the European Parliament. So what did...
Oh, it's not fair that you want to put me in prison for embezzlement. All the other people were doing it too. Skill issue, they didn't get caught.
Marine Le Pen do? What did her party do? They do not dispute the facts that they used funds given by the European Parliament for parliamentary assistance in the European Parliament, and they used those same people in France in party headquarters. They say the National Rally says that they believed at the time that this was perfectly legitimate, that everyone was doing exactly the same thing. Well, her lawyer today says that since they disclosed this from the beginning, she should be able to run in 2027. And he said the prosecution has extended the charges against her so they would go beyond a law that was passed in 2016. And that law says that becoming ineligible, well, that's automatic when you're accused of being embezzled and when you're found guilty. And he says this is a strategy from the prosecution. That's basically the line followed by the party.
Shirley, this trial has been going on for close to 2 months now. We're almost at the end of it. I mean, what's the feel?
So from what I can see here, her argument for her defense is essentially this is lawfare. It's the same argument that you hear by every other fascist, at least in this year. This is 50. I don't know much enough to place like a prediction on whether she'll be found guilty or not. I really, really do hope that she is. And even though the government of France collapsed, even if the right gains power, it would be very funny if she could have no part in it. And if that is the level of, well, I'll take a win where I can get it that we're at, then that's where we're at, and I'll take that win when I can get it. France had political collapse and also faces financial collapse. We're about to look into that actually in a moment. I wonder if the EU will bail them out as they did Greece, if they can, but yeah, they absolutely will. France will get bailed out by the EU if they need to. Fun fact, the CIA hates the French security agency. I mean, the CIA hates all of our allied security agencies. They kind of hate all our enemy security agencies as well. So who knows? Holy shit, I'm early to the stream this time. You're not actually early, I'm actually late, but close enough. I'll take that as well. Now, again, I just do want to say, I mean, 5 years in prison for embezzlement here would be nice. If we can start putting these goddamn Nazis in prison, I'll be happy. I will not complain. Now, let's talk about the economic fallout from this. Frankly speaking, French hates Americans in general. The French hate the Americans in general. Frankly speaking, most of the world hate the Americans in general.
In his industrial components business, Nicholas Martin was certain he would recruit an extra staff member, but that was before France's political crisis.
We found someone who's very dynamic and has a great attitude. We asked ourselves the question of what happens tomorrow. Do we reconsider hiring or do we go ahead anyway?
Recruitment and investment risk being put on hold because as an employer of 22 people, he doesn't know who will lead the country in the coming days. Will he pay more taxes, or on the other hand...
Gaz, I mean, to be fair, we did a lot for them, but we also constantly hate on the French. I mean, I have actually no personal issue against the French at all, but I still can't go a single stream without talking shit about the French just because they're French.
Doesn't know who will lead the country in the coming days. Will he pay more taxes, or on the other hand, make less employer contributions? It's a difficult situation.
It all hinges on who's elected. Everything we do is put up in the air. And for an industrialist, it's terrible. We don't know what direction we can go in the long term. When you invest in machinery, you need certainty, not a question mark over the investment 3 months later.
A number of sectors could face difficulties. The construction industry had just obtained an interest-free loan for detached houses. This would be abandoned in the event of a no-confidence motion.
Oof, yeah, that's going to suck. That one will hurt there. French battleships have 5 speeds, 1 forward and 4 reverse. The French were the first Euros to point out that America was trying to vassalize them, so the angst makes sense. You know what? That does track. France sounds like the US right now with the lame duck period, and I still haven't got my passport. True. France is weird in that, in the same year, they have gone back and forth in going between lame duck, these people don't matter, dead country, to based France making effort making America look like little bitch boys within the same year. It's kind of remarkable, actually.
It was a lifeline, and since October, our members have been saying, this is it. There's a very strong political signal. We're going to get help, and above all, we're going to rebuild everything that's been lost.
It's a worry
Good
among
luck with
farmers too. They've been negotiating with the government for months to reduce...
Oh, the Irish are cool. The Irish are always cool. Hey, Texture Plunky.
...controls and simplify standards. They may have to start from scratch.
With the snap of a finger, all the work that has been done for agriculture could be lost. We're completely helpless.
Commerce is indirectly affected too, as there's a risk that consumers will curb spending.
They almost certainly will. But again, even these like international news agencies aren't taking into their predictions on the future economics of even somewhere like Europe, which would probably benefit from Trump's economic plans more than most other countries would. It's still going to hurt a lot of people. What happens in America, in Europe, our tariffs, our general like policy on how we behave with, in terms rather, with Russia, with China, with Iran, with Israel. I mean, if you look at the last 6 months, it's already been having an effect in Europe. It's just going to get worse. Increasing global politics looks like the 1920s. It does really feel like the 20s again lately.
Need to have a clearer view of the economic policy to be implemented.
Sometimes it feels like the 30s.
Until they do, they will probably prefer to build up their savings.
Well, it felt more like the late 30s pre-election, and now it feels more like the late 20s. We're just waiting for the Great Depression to start, you know?
And what if at the end, the winners are the richest corporations? Companies with profits in excess of €1 billion euros.
You mean that's exactly what's going to happen? Not what if. God, even like French media, and not to say that I had any higher expectations of French media, but
corporations, companies with profits in excess of €1 billion were to be subject to extra taxes. If the Prime Minister falls, the project will be abandoned.
Oh, look, rich people don't want to pay taxes. I wonder what got some of the left to work with Le Pen National Rally and the far right in order to get this passed. Where should I move? Taiwan, Spain, or Germany? Definitely not Taiwan, definitely not Germany. Maybe Spain, New Zealand, Australia. Is this supposed to be the roaring 20s of this century? Well, it is the roaring 20s of this century if you're already wealthy. If you're in the upper class, if you're in the bourgeoisie, then yeah, it's definitely the roaring 20s. It's about to be the roaring 30s for them too in a second. Hang on, Sousa. 20s were the year where the clan filth numbers were the highest in very different degree, masses of morons, and oh, that's true. Also, don't move to Germany as they're currently removing immigrants en masse. I mean, for many reasons, don't move to Germany, but yeah. On a slightly unrelated note, actually very unrelated note, you guys want to see something cool? And also, I want to see something cool, so.
They appear suddenly, and they just keep coming. Circular sinkholes, some 20 meters deep and 40 meters wide.
That's a big fucking hole to just suddenly appear in the ground. We get these in America too sometimes, but like it's always interesting seeing them.
Trap for humans and animals. Here in the central Anatolian region of Konya, they're appearing ever closer to villages and farms.
You're just like asleep at night and suddenly the ground starts rumbling and your entire house is in a hole. Yeah.
Including
I think that was on the news today, actually. I think someone in America died from that today.
Farm. In summer, the earth of one of his beet fields suddenly opened up, 100 meters from his home.
My beets! My cabbages!
That day, I truly believed the apocalypse had arrived. While the muezzin was calling to prayer, there was a thumping noise from below. We didn't understand where it was coming from. Then I saw the ground open up, and a fountain of water
I know you guys need the English bit, but like my brain keeps wanting to hear him speak the Turkish. I'm just like, oh, just please stop with the voiceover.
Water shot up into the air.
I mean,
Experts
Texture Plunky, what do you even do in that? How do you even get to work? Getting out of this hole without help looks like it's impossible. You'd have to be already like a really good boulderer and rock climber at the same time with pretty decent both upper and lower body strength to manage to climb your way out of it. Yes, sorry, I'll never be to work unless you come with, I don't know, like a 30-foot ladder to get me out of here.
From the University of Konya have come to examine and measure the hole. They can hardly
Examine and
keep
measure
up
the hole.
with their work.
I'm a child.
There are now over 2,500 holes in this area alone.
Holy shit.
For geologist Fethullah Arik, sinkholes like this are
I'm
nothing
sorry,
new for the
I'm
region.
sorry. Just unfollow right now.
We've been observing a massive drop in the groundwater level here ever since the early 2000s. It's caused by drought, climate change, and excessive
I
irrigation.
mean, you guys also have to consider the fact that this is happening in like the middle of nowhere. And most often it does happen in the middle of nowhere, at least when we're talking about Turkey. So a lot of these people do probably think God did something here. This is villages, you know? Hole theory. There is a few. That's true.
In the fields. Back then, the level would sink by a meter at most.
Fuck that.
Now, it's several meters.
Hey, Los Federales.
Fault lines often act as conduits for groundwater. When they dry up over the years or sink into deeper layers of the
sentient juice
earth,
slave.
it can trigger sinkholes.
This is the best place to build a house, actually. It's not. Didn't a couple years ago, not a couple years ago, maybe like a decade ago, Florida was having issues with sinkholes near school buildings? There was one news article that just stuck in my mind somewhere that just kind of resurfaced while watching this, of a school that was being renovated and then half of it fell into the sinkhole and then they had to restart the renovation. Actually, no jokes at all. Vsauce has a couple great videos on holes. I believe that. An act of God, he's angry with us, must sing hymns and kills chickens to appease him. True.
Arik has been researching progressive soil erosion for many years.
Only the areas marked in white are safe from major subsidence.
Christ, that's
In the
most
colored
of the
regions,
country is, that's at least half of the country is unsafe.
it could occur at any time. That's half the country.
Ah, there we go.
For farmer Fatih Sik, the danger is far from over. He's discovered the next subsidence on his cattle run. With a lack of space, he's had to sell some of his animals.
What should I do? Start all over again somewhere else? I can't afford it.
Sinkholes that happened
Where
in
should I-
Guatemala. All right, I'll have a look. Let's have a look, see what Guatemalan sinkholes are looking
I
like.
go anyway. Where's it still safe?
People affected like Fatih Sik haven't been offered any state assistance.
Christ, yeah, no, that's not looking good at all.
So far, all the authorities have done is put up warning notices and fence off the holes. Critics accuse them of failing to provide effective water management. If Sik and other farmers want to irrigate their fields, they've no alternative to groundwater.
I mean, to be fair, this is Turkey where like the government tells you to do something because it's like required, but no one will make you do it and no one will help you do it. And if you don't do it, you're not going to get in any trouble. So, yeah. So this is Guatemala, by the way, 7 months ago.
Been standing on solid ground one moment, only to find yourself dropping into
this is the movie 2012, but
the depths of the earth the next. This was in an instant.
all right, we can skip the movie
The year
intro,
was
thank you.
2010, and Guatemala City was about to witness a disaster of
Yeah, I was
unprecedented
going to say, like, wait, no, that's the movie 2012. That's not Guatemala.
proportions. It was the 30th of May when the ground beneath Zona 2 trembled, and a monstrous sinkhole emerged.
That's
As
Guatemala.
the people of Guatemala City looked on in horror, An area spanning approximately 66 feet in diameter collapsed.
That's still pretty
into
horrific.
darkness.
I mean, it's bigger than this building. Yeah, this whole building would be in the hole, actually. And so would most of these. They'd be straight right in the hole.
Devouring everything in its path. The sinkhole, a staggering 295 feet.
Sinkholes are the effects of continental plates shifting. Also mining, there's very little you could do to protect against them or do after they appear. Well, I mean, yeah, that's why these are so interesting, right? These are one of the few, like, natural disasters that you can't really prepare for. And it's mostly just fuck you in particular when they happen.
Deep. Seemed like a portal to the underworld itself,
feet deep,
swallowing a 3-story factory and probably taking a security guard with it, as reported by the daily newspaper La Hora. But subsequently, it was revealed that the authorities were unable to verify the security guard's death.
If not for that security guard actually based, if the sinkholes are appearing under, like, businesses, especially factories, and just whoop, dropping them all in there, I'm kind of okay with that one. Just a little bit more than usual.
Maybe 4 blocks from where we're staying at, and this is the sinkhole that happened about 8 months ago, 2010. Wow.
Yeah, what do you do with this after? How do you deal with this after the hole is opened when it's this big? Obviously, you have to try and close it, right? So where do you get all the stuff to fill this hole with? If it's this big. It's a 300-foot, 66 feet in diameter, 300 deep, 66 diameter hole. What is the volume space? Can somebody, like, math that? Volume for a cylinder, 66 feet in diameter, 295 feet deep. Imagine backwards skyscraper into the ground into the sinkhole. Yeah, it would be. So yeah, that's not height that I want. I want volume. Can't do volume without height. So that would be 295. Why, Google, why do you have to be this way? Okay, the volume answer for how big the inside of this is a number that's larger than I understand. This is too math for me, but that's how much shit you need to fill in that hole. Yeah, no way to fill that in, ever. I mean, like, America could do it. Guatemala certainly can't. Certainly can't do it, like, I mean, I get the idea, but what is this in terms of sand or mud? You have to be basically a superpower to do anything about that. Yeah. So, little just cool.
Opposition
cool
party.
Fun fact. Not that that has any real cause from human action. Aside from, I mean, mining does affect it, but it's not like we can't evidentiate that most of these happen because someone is mining nearby. Sinkholes have, always been around. Quickly moving on, because there's some fun stuff I want to cover. Let's have a look at Korea again. This is the... I want to keep calling it a coup, but it wasn't. It was just a budding military dictatorship that came from a declaration of martial law by a deeply unpopular president from South Korea yesterday. This was because he was not going to win the next election. He was already deeply unpopular and got, blown out in the previous election. This was an attempt to just seize power. It failed, and now it seems like South Koreans just kind of want him out now. That's called scientific notation. You just move the decimal place over 6 times. But, like, I understand that, sentient Jew slave, but when you do that, how does that translate into weight? I mean, volume and weight are not the same thing, but how do I use that number to account for how much sand or mud I need to fill in that hole? That's just the amount of space that's in the hole. Then you have to go and, like, math the amount of space mud or sand takes up, and it's a whole thing.
In South Korea
Can't be fucked doing it.
Impeachment proceedings against the president after he briefly imposed martial law, which effectively means military rule. Yoon Suk-yeol was forced
Cubic
to
feet,
lift
thank you. Math was never my strong suit. I've always been more English and history, and I can do math when it's science math, not upper science math, but, you know, basic sciences math, some basic chemistry math. But like when it gets to that level, at that point, I don't care enough. How much sand you need to fill that in mathematically is a ridiculous amount. Well, that's the question I was really curious about, because I knew it would be a ridiculous amount.
Just hours later, though, after resistance from lawmakers who unanimously voted to reject his decision.
Everything's already a fucking shopping mall.
A candlelight vigil outside the parliament in Seoul before starting a march against the president. They are also demanding Yoon's resignation.
There we go.
We can get the view from Seoul now by speaking to Junha Park, a correspondent at Korea.
I don't understand the Korean situation. Did the president declare martial law because he was under the impression that the government was against him and that's why he was losing? No. He declared martial law because he was under the impression that voters didn't like him, which they didn't. They had an election, was their midterm election that his party didn't do well in. But it's not like this was, he didn't have the backing of his own party against him. The vote to end martial law was 190 to 0. Nobody voted in favor of continuing martial law. This was a personal power grab from a guy who just didn't want to give up power. It's the same thing everywhere, you know? It's the same way that most fascist countries develop over time historically, is a military coup where someone who doesn't want to give up power and isn't popular takes power by force. Glad it failed miserably. Yeah, why is it so lost on people that simply abstaining from an activity here, playing along with a politician who is on and off the rocker, vacuums downward? No, you're exactly right. It's not even the fact that, like, he lost. They made him do it. South Korea, in the middle of the night, it was like 3 a.m. You had 190 of these people sneaking into the parliament building because the military was blocking the entrances to it. They were barricading parliament from the inside so they couldn't come in and arrest them. Every single one of these politicians that voted to end martial law could have been easily arrested that night. That's what martial law means, you know? And there were threats made that indicated that they would be. It reminded me of January 6th. That's too simplistic. And honestly, January 6th was done by a bunch of idiots on the ground. It was manufactured by the same type of sentiment, but it's not. Think about January 6th if Donald Trump was able to control the Pentagon at the time and could just call in the Pentagon to do it. The videos are cool as hell of the situation in Korea, like the visuals. This is also true. I mean, so is the videos that are coming out of Georgia. People that are actually fighting to defend their democracy. It seems pretty cool to us in the West when we're just watching everyone be subsumed by it, not even putting up a fight, watching the media bending the knee. Not even, like, I mean, half of the media was already complicit to begin with, but...
That's the South Korean
We saw
news.
a lady yesterday had a gun pointed at her by a soldier, and she grabbed the end of the gun and pushed it away and just continued on. We saw a video of a guy who tried, like, a military police were trying to take his phone away. And this guy goes full taekwondo, grab your arm, flip you around, throw you back out the other end, like, fuck off, you're not touching my phone. That's how you behave when people are trying to take your liberty, your freedom, your rights from you.
Analysis website. Thanks so much for joining us. After what happened yesterday, how likely is it that the president will now be impeached?
But actually, sorry, before we move on to this, because I am curious to see how likely it is for him to be impeached. Los Federales, you mentioned January 6th. Stick around, because we're going to watch a documentary on the subject today.
Well, there's a lot of fury on the ground. Thanks for having me. There's a lot of fury on the ground from lawmakers, from the public, on what the decision of President Yoon was to make sure that he declares martial law at 10:30 p.m. last night. It's still up in the air as to what he's actually planned out. The PPP, the People Power Party.
The PPP, the People Power Party. Jesus Christ, what a! It's just like a fun thing to say. And I know a lot of political parties just sound kind of cringe from their name, but the People Power Party really does sound a bit try-hard to me. Makes me sad about living in the U.S. now. Don't be sad. You don't have to, like, sit there and take it either. You can do what they're doing. The Korean commandos are sort of guards. Korea's fucked. South Korea, I've said before, is essentially a dead country at this point. There is 2 countries I will give the dead country declaration to, and one is South Korea, and sorry, Batgaz, but the other is the UK until I'm proven otherwise. I've always been wondering about this as I've gotten older. Was the media really this biased all along, and I just haven't been paying attention, or did it actually change? When did that change happen? The media didn't used to be this biased, at least the news media in America back before I was born wasn't as bad. It was always very biased, but I mean, people had trust in those institutions, right? I don't know. I suppose it depends on your outlook of it. They were always hiding things from you, and they were always biased, but they weren't always openly conciliatory with fascism, with fascists, with Nazis. They weren't openly complicit in the destruction of democratic institutions. Yeah, a lot of people forget how bad January 6th was. Only 2 people died? That's not true. Several cops died, and several cops killed themselves. January 6th was really fucking bad. You'll see in a minute. You'll see in a bit. Let's just get through some of the international stuff before we jump through into the US. And wait. What are we getting blamed for now? I'm saying that you live in a dead country until I'm proven otherwise, just based on the fact that your country's only getting worse over time and never getting better, and it was already too far, gone to necessarily consider it getting better already. You need to fully remove the people in your government, as well as the people who have life appointments in your government, before I'll consider granting life back to the UK. Though South Korea, they're too far gone. They're literally fighting each other in the streets because the men and the women hate each other that much.
Ruling power party, and also
except here,
the
clearly.
Prime Minister and the Chief of Staff all three have met.
And yeah, Polivar is the same shit in Canada.
With President Yoon. The Defense Minister has tendered his resignation, as have the full cabinet of the South Korean cabinet as well, and it's quite certain that the South Korean president right now, there is quite a lot of momentum that he will be impeached very soon. Good.
I really, really, really hope they do. Britain dead. There will always be in England. I mean, I'm sure there'll always be the island, but when I say dead country, I just mean your political system is not going to get any better, and it's only ever going to function for those that are already in power, not for you, and you have no hope of fixing it. Certified garbage, I don't necessarily agree. I don't think we need riots, but we do definitely need to be out there protesting a whole lot more. Us doing riots right now is just going to have them use the military against the enemy from within quicker. And yes, several people died at the Capitol. I promise you, certified garbage is much worse than you think it is. But let's continue with the defense of democracy as our theme for the day. I think it's 6. I'll look it up while we watch this. Defiant Georgia protest turns to well, this is day 6 of these protests. So we've seen a few. Actually, I thought this was the second video. Sorry. I want to play the second one too first. So this is just a general overview of what's happened yesterday. But this is the one I really wanted to throw in.
Protests continued for a 6th.
The framing of this fucking article from the BBC. Georgians risk serious injury in jail in fresh pro-EU protests. Well, I mean, yes, that's what happens when your democracy, your liberty, and your rights are at risk. Secondly, risking injury in jail in fresh pro-EU protests is such a weak narrativization of Georgia is literally trying to take this country, and people have been out in the streets for 6 days now fighting for their fucking country.
In Tbilisi
this
has
is
become
the end of Georgia if they
quiet.
stop.
Protesters gather near the Parliament building over the government's decision to freeze EU membership talks. It's been almost a week of protests, nightly protests in Tbilisi. People are still getting doused by water. That's despite the near freezing temperatures. It's only around +2 degrees, but tension seems to be only heating up. Georgia's Prime Minister Irakli Kabahidze has accused opposition parties of trying to organize a revolution like Ukraine's more than a decade ago in Kiev.
I'm sorry, guys. I know we're on this, but I can't let this go. January 6th wasn't that bad. This is what it looked like. I mean, first of all,
breach of the Capitol.
No, deaths that day I think is 0 or 1 actually. There was Ashley Babbitt. After that day, there was about 4 more deaths from Jan 6th. Yeah, that day it was just 1. But like, I understand that deaths-wise it wasn't that bad, but this is definitely that bad, you know? Only 5 people died within 36 hours of it. 174 people, many people injured, including 174 police officers. Yeah, Ashley Babbitt was the right-winger who got shot after the people, like the guards in the Capitol were pointing the gun at her and said, "You need to stop." And she didn't stop, and then they shot her. What do you think is gonna happen when you break into the Capitol and they're pointing a gun at you saying, "Don't come any further," and you go further? But yeah, I mean, it was bad. It was really bad.
Kiev's Maidan Square.
So the attempt
okay,
to
wait a minute. The Maidan Square
Georgia
thing is, this is just straight up Russian state media points. One more time here.
Trying to organize
yes, there were guns.
A revolution like Ukraine's more than a decade ago in Kiev's Maidan Square.
So the
straight up Russian talking point here.
Maidan in Georgia is already over. I would call everybody.
They're just making it known, you know, that the protesters are correct.
The 6th night saw a much earlier escalation of violence. Police cleared the square and began shooting volleys of tear gas grenades. The clashes happen in waves, with protesters shooting fireworks and retreating when police...
I mean, Anthony, your point makes sense here, and it is true, but in this case, it didn't really matter because there weren't that many deaths directly associated with the event. It was more just the death of democracy, and yeah.
Police fired tear gas.
I love how, like, these people are using fireworks
in the very center
to protest
of Tbilisi, where it's impossible to be without a mask because this whole area gets tear gassed every 5 minutes. As you can see, everyone around me is wearing heavy-duty gas masks.
Those who didn't...
American media be like, what foreign country is supplying these protesters with gas masks? I'm kidding. We do need to definitely learn from these people, and we have legal fireworks in America. Fireworks can be used as a weapon. I'm not saying fire them at a crowd, people, and use them safely. But using fireworks in a protest is effective in that it creates good visual. Not everywhere. Yeah, you gotta be smart about how you do this. But in some cases, it is not only effective in propaganda, it's effective in... optically through the media, and it's also just pretty awesome.
Don't last long here. But some protesters have found a way to neutralize the gas by dropping it into cans of water.
I'm trying to catch them flying, so I go really up front to the tear gas capsules. And you just have to push it down with your hand and try to shake it off.
As the political crisis deepens, demonstrators say they will not leave until there's change.
People have kids, people have jobs, but even despite that, they are here every night till 5 a.m. I have gotten...
So good to see them wearing the flag of St. George. I don't actually know what that flag represents. I mean, I looked it up and it seems like, you know, the British like it, and it was something to do with... the Mediterranean. 1190 for their ships entering the Mediterranean to benefit from the protection of the Genos fleet. That's too history for me. Orthodoxy, I see. I'm more in favor of seeing the EU flag. That one video of the guy standing in front of all of the police alone, just waving the EU flag with the smoke going off. I mean, that was straight up out of a movie. I can't even buy a water gun here in Canada. Probably the same here in Australia. I know you need an actual gun license to have a gel blaster, which was a toy gun that people were using. A couple kids used them to rob a store, and now you require an actual gun license to get them. Same with paintball guns here. Unlike the usual where I always am today, I had to go to work for the first time, for my first day, basically. So it's like 9 p.m. and I'm only having my first toke. Well, I mean, if you do smoke, it's probably better to not smoke until like after you've gotten your shit done for the day. So there you go.
Gas in my lungs, and I have lost my vision for a while, but we do what we can.
Tbilisi is at a stalemate. The opposition...
It's not at a stalemate. Stop narrativizing in favor of the Russians, Al Jazeera. Come on. This is not at a stalemate. It is the government is ignoring what everyone here is demanding, and then they're just gonna continue to go on as is. They're not going to do anything about it until they're forced to, which is the same for, you know, most authoritarian systems of government, is they won't make any changes until they're forced to. Now, also, yes, I hope your new job is good and that you enjoy it, Texture Plunky. On the topic of Russia, let's have a look at these two posts. So one, remember that hypersonic missile that Russia was glazing? Well, first off, it wasn't hypersonic, but 4 Russian officials told the Moscow Times that the Oreshnik strike and its ensuing media coverage were carefully crafted with the involvement of officials, military personnel, and intelligence agencies, Kremlin PR experts. All 4 sources spoke on the condition of anonymity. They were brainstorming sessions about how to respond and put the Americans and the British in their place for allowing Zelensky's use of long-term weapons, as in they're feeling the pain of these weapons and they needed to respond to it. And everyone stopped giving a shit about the nuclear threats because they didn't do anything about it. Obviously, if they were going to follow through on those threats, they would have done so by now. As I said yesterday, we have crossed more of Russia's red lines than Israel crossed of Joe Biden's. They're not doing shit. They would have done it by now. And also, yes, bulletproof bullet, hypersonic missiles, buzzword nonsense. True, but it was in an effort to scare Berlin and other Europeans into submission, said one Russian official. The result was military propaganda campaign designed to exaggerate the capabilities of Russian military-industrial complex and the might of their new weapon. Oh, look, what I've been saying for literal months. All they do is exaggerate, and it's all a psyop. This is the only way they can get what they want on this. Or really on anything that has a relation to international politics. It's just a psyop, it's lie, it's demand, it's pretend. So it is what it is. I need you guys to understand that this does not by any means mean that there is no action that Russia could take that would be harmful to us. Obviously they could. It's just they bluff all the time, and they are pretending their power level is much higher than it is. That's all I want you to understand. It's not that they're not dangerous. It's not that war isn't, you know, a bad thing. It's not that we shouldn't be careful. It's that they're lying about their power level, and we can safely assume that a lot of the times that they're bluffing, they're just fucking bluffing. They don't follow through on any fucking threat. That missile, while basically being an ICBM, is more expensive than the missiles that they already don't have enough of. Yep. And again, what was the last nuclear test that they did prior to launching that missile? Let me see if I can find one. Left a giant crater in the ground. They're not particularly, you know, fear-worthy, in my opinion. We over here being warned to be ready for Russian cyber attacks and what that might mean for the public. You should be worried about that. That's the one thing they really can do, is their cyber warfare capability is kind of all they have.
Yeah,
it was hype, and I take it as true since Russian military people said it quietly. Well, I mean, that's Russian state media reporting it too, so you have to take that with a grain of salt, but also it was pretty clear. We already knew that that missile was, as Bulletproof Bullets said, more expensive than the ones they already don't have enough of. It was already as soon as it happened, if you had been following this, it was a psyop. Speaking of psyops, let's continue with the psyoping of the American public. Guess who's back in Moscow? It's Tucker Carlson. Apparently, he interviewed Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. I mean, last time he was here, he got made fun of by Putin for an hour and then pretended to understand how, like, currency works when you're doing exchange rates in relation to supermarket prices. It's a joke. This guy's a clown. The fact that we sent him back here, they're not making it, you know, difficult to see that they just kind of own us. They're making it pretty clear that they don't care that we know, and they want to rub it in a bit. They flex like a roided guy who's mostly full of water. True. Russian has to be careful with the cyber attacks, because if they ever did a big one, they'd get one back. If they went too far, NATO would go right after them. Well, I mean, they do literally all the time do cyber attacks. They haven't stopped. We need to start considering the bot networks cyber attacks, by the way. I don't know why we don't.
In the week since we left Russia, Moscow.
Oh, he interviewed Alexander Dugin too, as well. I haven't seen that. I actually haven't seen him interviewing Lavrov yet either.
Where we are now, in February, after interviewing Vladimir Putin, we've watched from the United States as the Biden administration has driven the U.S. ever closer to a nuclear conflict with Russia, the country that possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal. It has accelerated ever since, and it's reached its apogee so far in the weeks after Trump's election. He's now the president-elect. In that time, just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration, American military personnel launched missiles into mainland Russia and killed at least a dozen Russian soldiers.
Yes.
So we are, unbeknownst to most Americans, in a hot war with Russia, an undeclared war. War you did not.
I don't remember that when Dugina got blown up. Hold on, let me look that up. I'll probably remember if I see it. Tucker does have a very punchable face. Yeah, I found the interview. I think.
Not vote for and that most Americans don't want, but that is ongoing. And because of that war, because of the fact that the U.S. military is killing Russians in Russia right now, we are closer to nuclear war than at any time in history. Far closer than we were during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
No, we're not. We are not closer than we were during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I disagree with that entirely. We are absolutely closer to nuclear war than we have been throughout most of history, but that's been true since really decades now. We haven't. No, I don't think we're any closer than I don't think we're as close as the Cuban Missile Crisis. I think the Cuban Missile Crisis was actually like we were about to go to nuclear war. I think there's no chance of Russia and America engaging in nuclear conflict over this at all. I think there's zero chance of that happening. Imagine your career culminating in becoming misinfo prostitute for Russia. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard for one, but a lot of people. Because it became known that Duggins was nicknamed Putin's brain. I see. Hey, Popshevsky. Things would have to spiral really bad for us to get there, yeah. Yeah, don't worry. You don't need to be afraid of America and Russia having a nuclear war.
That would mean the elimination of Russia, the United States, and most of the rest of the world. We felt there must be someone behind the scenes in Washington working to make sure that this conflict doesn't become a nuclear holocaust. But we found out that no, in fact, there is no
nuclear holocaust. Of course, just nuclear war framing isn't enough. They have to make it sound as bad as it could possibly be to scare the living shit out of you.
But Tony Blinken, the current Secretary of State, cut off all contact between the U.S. and Russian governments. There is no back channel. There is no conversation.
We don't need conversations or back channels with people that lie. Literally every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie or a demand, one or the other. Why do we need back channels with these people?
hasn't been for more than 2 years. That's shocking. Meanwhile, most Americans have no access to any perspective other than that granted to them by NBC News and the New York Times.
Yeah, that's so true. You have no access to a perspective that's different than NBC. Hey guys, when's the last time NBC told you that you should not be afraid of, I don't know, attacking Russia pretty overtly? Even as Europe. Different view. Everything that comes out of this guy's mouth is a lie. Everything. I mean, even Vladimir Putin was making fun of him the last time he was in Russia. Putin was talking about how, don't feel bad, Tucker. I know you tried to join the CIA and you failed and you weren't good enough, but that's okay. You have a good job now. Like, even they don't take these people seriously. 2 major Hollywood films dramatized real near-nuke events that single USSR submarines which lost contact with Russia nearly launched missiles. Yes, I remember those instances as well. We also, we got very, very close on multiple occasions. I think at one point, the only reason we didn't go to nuclear war is because a Russian, a Soviet soldier literally just ignored their job. They just didn't do their job because they didn't believe that it was real. They had no access to information that there wasn't a missile coming towards them. They just didn't believe it. And so they didn't press the respond button. And that's why we didn't get nuclear war. So we've been much closer than we are now. That is the new strat with the news. Make it as emotional as possible so that you remember it. Well, it's been the strat for a while, Sweaty Gopher. It's not particularly new. It's fear mongering. Yes, but emotional connection to a topic has always been part of it. It's not just fear, it's anger, it's hatred, it's disgust. They want you to feel these things because not only do you remember it, but you're more likely to believe it. And then there's also sorts of proof of shills like Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, Tim Pool. I mean, literally they were arrested, indicted for this. An accident is more likely than a purposeful launch. True. Can you talk more about Tulsi? I liked her. Why do you think she's a Russian agent or whatever? She's a veteran. I mean, they were literally glazing her on Russian state media. I showed that a little while ago, but sure, we can get into that. Let's just finish this in a second. Let me pull up some clips on Tulsi.
Close to for more than 2 years. That's shocking. Meanwhile, most Americans have no access to any perspective other than that granted to them by NBC News and the New York Times. They don't know how close we are. They don't know the Russian perspective. We've been trying for over a year to get that perspective.
Wait, actually, I forgot. In Certified Garbage, I posted a lot of the Tulsi links that I did on a stream I think it was last week, into the Discord. It's in the literature recommendations or in Visora's sources. Yeah, have a look there so we don't have to go back into it now because I do have a lot of other stuff I want to talk about.
Out to American news consumers. We've also tried for over a year to get an interview with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine.
Yeah, Zelensky told him to fuck off. Zelensky was like, nope, I'm not talking to you.
From a bunch of different angles. You've spoken to a lot of different people around him, had dinner with them. We've been in talks continuously, and those efforts have been thwarted by the U.S. government. The American embassy in Kiev, which our tax dollars pay for, told the Zelensky government, no, you may not do the interview. You can talk to CNN. You can't talk to us. So
this is such a dishonest fucker. This man should just... I mean, to be fair, everyone's kind of new in my Discord. It's in the sidebar, mate. It says Visora's sources. Just click in it and scroll up. It'll be there.
Unable to speak to him. So we came back to Moscow yesterday to interview the foreign minister.
Than talking to a fucking clown. He's literally the president of a country that's fighting a war that is... on a very, very tight time limit. Talking to a clown is not all that high up on his list of to-do. Or rather, list of important things to do. Opposition. Moving on to Syria. I'm just getting right through this shit. I want to talk about America today, but there's so much going on everywhere in the world. So, the rebels, actually, let's have a look at the map first, and then we'll get into some of the videos. Love that. So nothing for about the last 3 hours. The rebels have essentially surrounded Hama. Hama will fall by tomorrow. This is going actually really well. When this all started back up again, what I said was, if they can manage to take Damascus within 2 weeks, maybe at most a month, this could end well. And if this takes much longer, it won't be a good thing. It will lead to more ISIS radicalization, more just general instability in the area, gives more chances for fallout from, I don't know, Israel's bombing Iranian proxy like Kurdish groups in the region here. Turkey's bombing the Kurds instead of helping with, the rebellion. They're backing the Assadist regime. The longer this goes on, the higher the chances of a problem occurring here. How is it gay, though, out of all the things you can do? Oh, yeah, no, Lenin. Oh, my God. The discourse on that is so fucking stupid. Let's just finish with Syria, and then I promise I'll do that next. So,
forces are still gaining ground in Syria.
Hama will fall by tomorrow.
The rebels are reportedly at the gates of Hama in
Tulsi Gabbard should be victimized by the no-fly list.
Central Syria, the latest stop in their lightning offensive that began in the north last week.
The area in green under rebel control, and it includes much of Aleppo and Idlib provinces, and you can see Hama is just a bit further south there.
Well, CNN's Ben Wiedemann is following developments and joins us live now. Ben, as well as being one of Syria's largest cities, Hama is also strategically important. What does it signify that the rebels have advanced this far?
Well, certainly what it means is that the Syrian army, which
well, I think that's kind of what they're doing, Xenon. In that, oopsie, that's not what I meant to type. In that, Homs is next, right? So if they take Hama tomorrow, they're just following the road down all the way to Damascus. If they manage to take Hama, them taking Homs might be more difficult unless they start getting some support from their eastern flank, where, I mean, they're trying, but we'll see how far they can actually get, because prior to, I don't know, the last few days, it seemed like the Turkish airstrikes on the SDF forces weren't all that bad, but now, like, the Turkish aligned rebel groups are outright on the ground fighting with the SDF forces again. Not just the airstrikes, which is, they're fighting each other instead of fighting Assad, and that makes it more difficult. A risk is if they get bogged down in Hama, reinforcements could fortify Homs. Yeah, so they need to get through here quick and make their way down to Homs, but they already have reinforcements here. Like, the Assad regime has already done that, and we'll see it in a second. All I can say is when all these wars conclude, the world will be a very different place. You're assuming wars conclude. We've been in a forever war type state for a while now.
A counteroffensive a few days ago clearly remains on the defensive, that they're really having a hard time holding ground as these rebel forces spearheaded by Hayat Tahrir Al-Sham, formerly known as Jabhat al-Nusra, are moving ever forward. They basically now control a large stretch of what's known as the M5 highway, which is the major north-south highway.
God, all of this could be over like today if Turkey just helped the rebels so they could get the Syrian refugees that everyone in their country loves to complain about home. But no, it doesn't benefit the leadership. Even in states of panic by the general population, even when it hurts your political odds, they will still work against the greater benefit of a country as the leadership if they have an option that benefits them personally more so. Every time.
From the north to Damascus in the south. And now, of course, they seem to be at the gates, the northern gates of Hama itself. Now, this is...
I feel like a CNN narrativization there is enough. Oh, by the way, for Tulsi Gabbard, do you guys want some of these sources that I have in here? Like I know I put them in the Discord and you can go have a look there, but I mean, former CIA case officer, etc. Now, back on Syria, though. This idea of a counteroffensive by the Assadist regime
Syrian government forces have launched
is a fucking joke.
Counterattack against Islamist-led rebels around the key Syrian city of Hama. This comes nearly a week after President Bashar al-Assad's forces suffered a string of significant losses. The insurgents have...
DW is German news, right?
already captured large stretches of territory in the north, including Syria's second largest city, Aleppo.
Yes.
Tens of thousands of people
Public
are
state
fleeing
media. This is German public state-owned international broadcaster. Right. Well, you can tell what the German government's position on Syria is when they're calling the rebel groups Islamist. And by the way, they are, but the narrativization here makes a huge difference. And I mean, it seems like Germany seems to be pro-Assad.
Fighting as the UN warns of a major humanitarian crisis.
Again, as if anyone cares.
Exodus of civilians,
when the UN warns about major humanitarian crises.
With the Islamist-led rebels advancing and government forces backed by Russia intensifying their airstrikes, ordinary people are caught in the crossfire. The UN is raising the alarm over the impact of hostilities on the Syrian population.
Our office has documented a number of extremely concerning incidents resulting in multiple civilian casualties, including a high number of women and children, stemming from attacks by both Hayat Tahrir al-Shams, or HTS, and by pro-government forces.
Yeah,
particular concern
obviously this is... there's no good side in the Syrian civil war, except saying, fuck Assad. It's not like the rebels are all good guys. We're talking about former ISIS, former al-Nusra, al-Qaeda members. It's just they seem to be sane. They're talking about establishing government after the revolution, which, you know, usually you don't tend to get that from revolutionaries. And, I mean, you know, they're not trying to kill civilians. In fact, we have lots of evidence that they're going out of their way to not only try and not hurt civilians, but stop other rebel groups that they're working with from doing so as well. Even the super anti-Kurdish factions of these rebel groups have just been like, all right, fuck it. The Kurds have a place in Syria. This is great. We'll work together, stop attacking those people, which is responsible. I don't know, maybe it'd be cool if we could just have a Kurdish safe zone in Syria, where, like, if these rebels win, they take over, they form their government, the Kurds are safe. Maybe the Syrians in Turkey could come here, yeah, but also Rojava could just move and be Syria. They could just be in Syria, be a center of Kurdish power outside of the three countries that they exist in now that hate them. And maybe could be a good thing. And it doesn't matter which one you pick. The only one that matters is if you pick fascists, you get the cone of shame.
Is the fate of Syria's Kurdish minority. Among the rebels are Turkish-backed insurgent forces who have been fighting.
Assad is 59, so compared to American politicians, he's a scrappy youngin'. He's got a pip in his step, pop in his step. He's got spring in his step. Man is like 25 compared to the average American politician.
Kurdish groups in northern Syria. Despite assurances by the rebels that Kurdish civilians will not be harmed, witnesses report being targeted by pro-Turkish gunmen.
Yeah, that's the Turkish rebel groups, though. Like I said, it's not the vast majority of the rebels. It's the rebels that are fighting against the rebels while also being rebels. It's so stupid.
We were attacked by armed militias. They displaced us against our will. They started to threaten people, saying they would kill and behead them, so we left. They were saying that they
leaving
will
is probably the right choice to make there.
They were telling us terrible things.
Meanwhile, fierce fighting is underway close to the key city of Hama. The Syrian government has launched a counteroffensive to push back the rebels.
No, they haven't.
The battlefield is
Not a
crowded
real one.
in northern Syria, with numerous state-sponsored and non-state actors all involved in the renewed fighting. It's a reminder of the messy global politics at play in Syria's long-running civil war.
I love the narrativization. Counter offensive. Where is this counteroffensive? What is it? One airstrike in Hama. We got some violent clashes north of the city. And then what? A couple more airstrikes down in like rebel-controlled territory. That's your counteroffensive? Government forces cut off internet networks. Yeah, that's your counteroffensive. Nowhere on this map am I seeing a strong coalition of like pro-Assadist forces doing any sort of offensive on the western flank, the eastern flank, nothing. It's just Turkey is the counteroffensive. I think you actually want a leader of age who has lived a life of experience and education. You can have a young leader, you can have an old leader. Age doesn't make the difference here. It's the qualities that make a good ruler are pretty consistent in once you're essentially, I don't know, like 13, you could have all of these qualities, and if you do, you're probably not going to lose them all that much over time. That's empathy, a lack of a desire to rule. You don't want a ruler who wants to rule. Obviously, when we're talking about elected politicians, there is a gray area there, but even then, like I'd much prefer to just find somebody who's like, oh, I don't really want to, and then they get pressured into running and win that way. They tend to be a bit better. Mentally stable. You want to pick somebody who knows how to take care of themselves, who shows good hygiene, who shows good time management skills. This stuff is teachable to a kid. And honestly, back in the day, we used to, prior to at least my lifetime, kids did learn time management and were a lot more functional than your average like 13, 14-year-old is today. As long as you fit all of those criteria, you're probably fine as a ruler. Intelligence does matter. The ability to listen does also really matter, but all of those really just go into the idea of stability, emotional regulation, non-reactionary ideology, like the ability to do introspection, critical thinking. All of these go into that stability factor.
And we can talk more about the global politics.
Biden is less mentally declined than Trump is, Batgaz, in my personal opinion. Not to say that he doesn't, like, he definitely has dementia and is mentally declined, but Trump is worse. You just notice it more with Biden because he already has a speech impediment, and Trump was a TV star, so he's better at hiding it. And also, Trump is ridiculous and insane and does just random nonsense all the time. And so a lot of the stuff that would get called out as sundowning, dementia, gets just pushed to the side as, oh, it's Trump being Trump, whereas everything that would count counts for Biden, so you notice it more.
Politics at play in Syria's war. I'm joined now by Aaron Stein. He's the president of the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Aaron, good to have you on DW. Now, Russia and Iran were vital in helping Damascus previously regain control of most of the country. Will they be able to help Assad again this time around?
I mean, they're certainly trying.
It feels like we're at the very beginning of when the Russians and the Iranians intervened in the Syrian civil war. And they initially intervened because they wanted to prevent the collapse of the Syrian regime. It was only after they stabilized...
Again, they wanted to keep Assad in power.
...the front lines that they went on offense to try and take back some territory, which they were ultimately successful in doing.
So are we forgetting about the ISIS factor here? God damn, these people are so not worth listening to. I don't know how, like, I don't know how streamers like Hassan sit there and watch mainstream media for their full videos, sometimes the 20, 30-minute ones. It's brain damage to me because every word, I could sit here and pause every 10 seconds and tell you what's going on between the lines here, but like, most of you are probably going to forget it, first of all. And secondly, it changes day by day anyway. But the alternative is sit here and listen to the narrativizing and the sometimes outright lying, and then you end up thinking something that's incorrect. It's difficult. He doesn't, but he's been doing it for a decade, I suppose. The length of time doing this would help. More practice is what the answer is, Lennon.
Expect in the next couple, let's say 72 to 96 hours, an increase in Russian airstrikes, perhaps reports of Iraqi militias that are under the control or at least the sway of Iran moving into the conflict to try.
I'm trying to think about this like COVID. And by that, I mean, I'm trying to think about all of the news that we have to look at prior to Trump actually being president as an inoculation, because it's going to be so much worse when he's actually the president. And so kind of got to get used to it now while it's somewhat, you know, listenable. I saw Trump IRL. He was covered by video cameras, 2 out of 10. I mean, that's usually the case. Why is the fact that anyone cares what Trump has to say when every decision that's come out from the Trump administration so far has either been Project 2025 or Elon Musk is ridiculous. Well, it's not going to end mine. I mean, they're going to play some weird music on this. So, just again, more, you know, Kurds having to flee because Turkey decided to help Assad, as I said they would. It was 2016. The year the world shifted. I still think the moment that Donald Trump first uttered the words fake news, the world changed. We've spent 3 days on the road traveling. Oh, cool. We can hear them. It's not music. Love that.
طلعونا غصب عنا صار يهدوا العالم بدهم يقتلون يذبحون طلعنا درجنا سرجنا بشرعنا جودين هذيك تشكني ويرد شيرتنا نونتنا تشتكتنا أمبر إير دارو دعيشنا موت نزوتر ترسيب ريدو ماخورين جيجي برتر.
I mean, look, the region's fucked, guys. Between Lebanon and Gaza and the West Bank, which are all currently still experiencing large amounts of Israeli-led violence. Syria now, Iran in like 6 months. I feel like fake news wasn't that bad. Colbert and Stewart have been saying it for years. It wasn't necessarily just the term, in my opinion, because you're right, Colbert and Stewart had been saying it for years, bulletproof bullet. It was more just, that was the first time a politician just outright denied reality to the mainstream media, like in front of everybody. Like it was the, at least in my memory, at least in my lifetime, it was the first time that they just didn't even pretend, didn't lie, just outright, I mean, they lied obviously, but didn't try and lie to make it, they didn't try and spin it. They just said, no, that's fake, with nothing on top of that, providing no evidence, providing nothing, you know, to back that claim. It was just weird, and I feel like a lot of people lost it after that. And Kurds have been bullied for decades, true. I really do think, you know, maybe if they manage to end this war pretty quickly, maybe if the Kurdish sentiment among the rebel groups last, maybe they could actually create a center of power in Syria that is welcoming of all the Kurds. And like I said, hopefully then they'll fucking leave all the countries that bully them and they can go live in Syria happily. I feel like he wasn't out of line. The news had become such propaganda. I do not agree with any for-profit news agency. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Neither do I. I don't like them. They're all doing propaganda, but propaganda is it's kind of an easy out, because propaganda doesn't necessarily mean anything. It can be good or bad. It's a tool. It's a neutral term. And in the case of like calling it propaganda when you're just talking about things Donald Trump said and does in the media in the US, where they only ever focused on the like lightest, most civil, least inflammatory parts of it, like I really don't feel like that's a fair categorization of the event. But I also don't exactly remember the moment, so who knows. Kurds have been fighting for that plot of land for like literal millennia, and well, I hope they get it. So NATO in general is talking about hybrid warfare these days. At least America might be flat out like done with helping Ukraine, which by the way we are, might be flat out done with working against Russia, but NATO as a whole has not given up just yet. The focus on hybrid warfare, I think, is great, as in it means they're taking this cyber warfare, the bot accounts, the misinformation spreading, all of the AI, all of this is now part of cyber warfare. It's hybrid warfare. They're really thinking about, holy shit, we might be going to war, and I like that they're taking it seriously. By propaganda, I mean flat out misinformation display to the public. When did they ever like outright lie about Trump? Can you give me an example, Bulletproof Bullet? Like outright, flat out misinformation about Donald Trump to sway public opinion in that case. Mistrust he caused in the news was well-deserved. Well, I mean, it was well-deserved in that they didn't call him out enough, and they weren't calling out anyone else prior to him. It was just his presence in it and the lack of accountability that was held over him just shone a light on how much they were already doing this, in my personal opinion. Like, I don't think they went and did anything particularly bad. I don't think they outright lied even when talking about Donald Trump in his defense. If they lied, it would be in his defense. And this just kind of it showed the rest of America that, like, they're always kind of full of shit. Got to remember that they are only for-profit news, so they do love covering Trump. And it's true. We should be avoiding war, not preparing for it. We should be preparing for the war as well, though. Like Lenin, there is no avoiding this war with Russia aside from conceding. We can either be conciliatory or prep for war. And we might not even have to go to war. Like, we could just, NATO could probably keep this up without America involved, but I do like that they're preparing for it. I'm not talking about Trump in this regard. I'm talking about the general lack of integrity in the news. Oh yeah, in that case, I agree entirely. If the news media wasn't a bunch of slimy, money-grubbing liars, Trump wouldn't have been able to exploit that. This is 100% true, and I don't disagree with it at all. I just meant, like, in the case of Trump, I may have misunderstood what you said there. But yeah, like, all of these people are fucking liars.
Ministers are meeting in Brussels to discuss how they can better fend off hybrid attacks against the alliance. Secretary General Mark Rutte says the bloc wants to improve intelligence sharing and protection of critical infrastructure. He said Russia and China have been behind such attacks in the past.
A military maneuver in the Baltic Sea. NATO is stepping up patrols here and investing more in new technologies to better protect the critical infrastructure in waters that carry 15% of global shipping traffic. Sabotage of that infrastructure, as well as other forms of hybrid attacks, have become a pressing issue for the alliance.
I personally don't like the word hybrid because attacks are attacks, and we have to deal with attacks as they come, whether that's on cyber, whether that's...
Okay, but that's a stupid fucking thing to say. I mean, obviously we have to have categorization for what's happening. I like watching DW and France 24, usually very good analysis. I, so far, hate DW. I think that they are full of shit and they have horrible narratives. I think that really bad analysis from DW. France 24 I've liked so far, but DW depends on the subject.
On the undersea infrastructure or others?
Estonia has been talking about this already more than a year. We arrested more than 10 persons at the end of the last year in Estonia, and who were guided and financed by the Russian secret services.
Some NATO members have been pressing the alliance to take a tougher stance on the matter, with officials saying that Russia is showing an increased appetite for taking such risks. The alliance has a strategy in place for how to deal with hybrid warfare, but it dates back to 2015. During their meeting in Brussels, ministers are expected to call for an update.
NATO allies will
I forgot. I promised to talk about the is it gay to have sex with your wife discourse next. I was like lining up other things about this to go into. I suppose we'll have to switch topics around as usual again.
To stand together, to face these threats through a range of measures, including greater intelligence sharing and better protection of our critical infrastructure.
But NATO members are divided on how much to share about suspected acts of sabotage and what is the best way to address them.
Now let's go straight to Brussels and speak to Alexander von Namen, Bureau Chief there, who filed this report. Alexander, NATO foreign ministers are expected to come up with a new strategy to counter these so-called hybrid attacks. What could...
They were pretty, full into the narrativizing when we were covering Syria, though. It wasn't narrativizing in the way that, like, an American journalist would, but it was definitely in the words that they use. They are being very specific in those. Always protect if a war is coming, yourself and your family. I mean, yeah, you should do that in general. Always protect yourself and your family. But you should just try and avoid conflict like this when possible. But that doesn't mean that when you have a country like Russia, when you have a country that is aggressive and is instigatory, you can't just be conciliatory. They will never stop doing that. And you have to, at that point, ready yourself to stand up to the bully. And sometimes that involves war. And sometimes that involves a fight. Sometimes just standing up to the bully makes them back the fuck off. I know that they're not exactly pro-Assad. Like, I know that they're not pro-Assad, but they're definitely very full into the Western narrative on Islamophobia. I mean, it's Germany. They're Islamophobic. We can admit that, right? It seems like running into a burning fire. We should try and avoid the war, but we're also preparing our military, which seems like we're instigating. Well, like, America is backing out of this, Lenin, right? We're fully, I mean, like, here. We're done.
Last week, Biden administration requested to attach to upcoming CR additional aid to Ukraine, $24 billion. Do you planning to do that? What is your position?
I'm not planning to do that. There are developments by the hour in Ukraine. I think, as we predicted, and as I said to all of you weeks before the election, if Donald Trump is elected, it will change the dynamic of the Russia war on Ukraine. And we're seeing that happen. So it is not the place of Joe Biden to make that decision now. We have a newly elected president, and we're going to wait and take the new commander-in-chief's direction on all of that. So I don't expect any Ukraine funding to come up now. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Basically, we're no longer funding Ukraine. They're fully conciliatory to Russia. If we leave it as is, Lenin, then Russia takes Ukraine. Should we allow that? Is it instigating the war to just prepare to fight back? What else can we do now other than there's two options, and it's either give up or fight back. Russia is the one instigating, 100%. I agree with you, Backgaz, there. But like, there's been a lot of discourse on this in that when we're talking about self-defense, is it warmongering? I've been called a warmonger because I'm in favor of using whatever level of like strength, military, warfare tactics is reasonable and required in the defense of your country and your freedoms when they're literally at risk by an antagonistic, expansionist country. I mean, if it's going to happen, I'm happy I don't have to go to die in a ditch in Poland because Trump gets out of NATO. Well, I mean, true. You're just going to go die in a ditch in like the mountains of Iran or in Mexico instead. Apparently not allowing Russia to annex sovereign countries is warmongering. I mean, that was my answer when someone said it to me. Like, it was actually a funny thing to hear. Like, what? Are you kidding? But yeah. Also, Texture Plunky. Yep, that's the porn app guy. And your mom's not stupid. Certified garbage. A lot of people don't like the idea of having a weapon. A lot of people are afraid of having a weapon on themselves. Try and get your mom to get some, like, at least some mace, some bear spray, something, if you can. I mean, ideally buy a gun and learn how to use it, but it's an attempt to minimize the other side. Exactly. I feel like we need to be serious here and understand that there is no other option aside from the two that I've laid out, and that's either allow Russia to annex sovereign countries, or sovereign parts of sovereign countries, rather, or get ready to fight back. It's Jover for Ukraine, not one step further. I don't think that it's one step further just yet. Me laughing Canadian, yeah, same here. I would love to have some guns in Australia, but they make it a pain in the ass.
Could that look like?
Well, the NATO strategy that is currently in place is spectacularly outdated. This is the assessment of a NATO official, a senior NATO official, who is now in charge of drafting a new strategy. And he told us reporters here in Brussels how difficult it is for NATO to keep pace with developing technologies, and that they have a lot of challenges to meet, for instance, the ambiguity of such attacks, whether you are talking about cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, or disinformation. It's not always very easy to find enough evidence to attribute such attacks to a certain actor.
What the hell happened to the video quality there? Jesus Christ, hold on. I'm happy with the lack of guns here, to be honest. Had a few pointed at my face, not into it. I mean, been there, done that. Having a lack of guns in your country is a nice feeling. But it's not the guns that are the problem. Guns are definitely not, like, I would rather just we erase guns from existence. That would be ideal here, in my personal opinion. But it's not the guns that are the problem. It's the idiots that use them and also don't know how to use them. You know what I mean? She needs to carry one, anything, gun, knife, gas, whatever. Get her some bear spray. Get her some mace for Christmas. And, like, have your mother promise to keep it in her bag or something. That's a reasonable ask, certified garbage, I feel like, right? I feel like all of you should get your friends and your family who don't have weapons, mace and bear spray or something at the very least for Christmas. It's a good idea. I think that's what I'm going to do. We need guns to do the revolution. Aside from that, I mostly agree. I mean, yeah, I still think the revolution is going to come from the right, and we might not need the guns if we can get the country and the military on our side. I had seen a few people fire into the air on a live stream. Can you even do that? I didn't think you were allowed to.
Is Russia, China, or Iran. And then, of course, such actors, they are targeting not NATO borders. NATO is quite good at protecting its borders, but such attacks are happening within NATO territory, and they are targeting not only military sites, but also critical infrastructure, communications cable, hospitals, so or even elections. So that is why military has to work together with citizens, of course, with private companies.
This is true, by the way, and we do see them like moving in this direction, so that's good. Also, if we allow Russia to take Ukraine, do you think Russia will stop there? Of course not. We saw the same back in World War II. Like Ukraine is definitely not where they would stop here. Putin's goals are to essentially reinitiate what in his mind is the greatest era of Russian society. Whether people will argue whether it's like he wants the USSR back, which is wrong. He wants Imperial Russia back. He wants to be the emperor. That's it. Georgia is like fully next, absolutely. I mean, Georgia's almost on the border there, but my brother maced a migrant that attacked him. He's still going to court for it like 2 to 3 years later. Well, your brother's gonna win, and whether you're getting litigated in self-defense for using mace or not, it's still worth it to have the mace, because it's still better to be litigated against and win than to be attacked by anybody. Also, like, tasers can do a lot of damage. Speaking as someone who is tased by like a very light homemade fucking like old school like video camera taser, that shit can do a lot of damage. A lot of insane younger kids on psych meds. Like, okay, wait. Certified garbage. What do you mean by the psych meds here? Because the psych meds generally help these children a lot more than anything else does. Thank you for the follow, Iodine and Borderline. They're usually on their psych meds because of their parents being shitty parents, you know? But is that even a question? No, not really. You Yankees are so wild for your gun takes. It's important to have access to weapons when the other side, the fascists and the Nazis and the people who want to exterminate people like me, the enemy from within, have all the guns, then yeah, it's a bit important. And again, stop being sorry for yapping. I need you guys to stop apologizing for talking to me. This is a live stream where we like go, like, you guys are community. I like talking with you. I like hearing what you have to say. If it's not relevant and I don't want to, answer it, then I just don't answer it. Oh, he's not in any trouble. He's just being dragged in as a witness, and as the courts try and figure out what to do with the migrant, that's the issue with German courts and why the population is so angry. This is the population with liberals. The problem with liberals, rather. The answer there is to give that migrant citizenship and then, I don't know, send them to anger management classes. That's the real answer. Just not one step forward if he goes into the Baltics, insta World War III. That is definitely true. Yeah. So, as promised, even though I could continue on with foreign government stuff, let's have a look at whether or not it is gay as a man to have sex with your wife. Is that gay? Chat, I need answers. We're doing a poll real quick before we watch the video. I need to see the answers here. All right, the last option, the third one, only for procreation. I couldn't really write that out fully. It's only for the purpose of procreation. Is it not gay is the answer there. So vote, I want to say. Oh shit, hold on. Got a lot of chat to go through. all of a sudden? Where the hell did all you come from? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think the US to a mythology is that mythology. Ireland has no access to weapons, and the IRA just raided British armories, and they had guns. I mean, yeah, but also, like, Americans don't have the sauce of the Irish, so... Yeah, bro, sex is only for procreation. Okay, that's the take. Are either of them trans? No, not in this case. Trans dude here, just finished my last paper for the semester. It is an integrated argument essay for the support of gender affirming care and discussing politicization of our community. Also, I mean, I guess it depends on what hole you use and if you cuddle after. True. Speaking of trans people, we'll get to some news on the trans community in America shortly. So it looks like the answer is no. 83% of you voted no. It is not gay to have sex with your wife as a man. So let's see what our MAGA hat friend over here has to say about it.
And you're having sex and you can't reproduce. Like, the best part about having sex is reproduction.
I mean, yeah, it's still not gay if they're trans, by the way. That doesn't, like, actually matter.
Seriously. Like, I don't value sex because of an orgasm. I value sex because I know that I am going to reproduce and have another baby.
Maybe the orgasm is good enough.
I figured some of you would vote yes for the meme. This guy probably, yeah, but he's also probably just dumb. That's the thing. A lot of, like, he's probably insane. The median American voter has, like, beliefs and ideologies that are entirely incoherent with not only the rest of their own ideologies, but just kind of in general with the state of the country's, like, political leaning. These people are incoherent in their mind. He has no idea what he believes.
Pain. I mean, like...
Here.
Kidding. Sorry.
65, sorry, 75%
I mean, like,
can't read above a 6th grade level, chatty. 75%.
Seriously, though, like, the best part of... It's why as soon as we got together, like, she's off birth control. As soon as...
we got married, yeah.
As soon as we're together, it's like, no birth control, nothing, because I'm not going to have gay sex. And, like, gay sex is more than just, like, another man and a man. It's just, like, the idea of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just, like, oh,
We're
well...
so fucking cooked, guys. We are so cooked as a species that, like, this is where these people's minds are at. It's insane. First of all, yes, the, like, whole breeder thing is absolutely a kink. Trad wives are also a kink, just so you guys know. He... like every other red hat wearing man has never made a woman orgasm. That girl is absolutely looking at the host like, maybe I should have been a lesbian. But, like, I don't even think religion has, Pepian, I don't think religion really plays a role in this. I think this is just genuine brain rot.
Well, like, of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just like, oh, well, like, we just have an orgasm and that's fun or whatever. No, like, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. Like, you pump yourself full of birth control and then you have sex with your wife and, like, there's no purpose there except just pleasure.
Okay. So this is, like, retardation on a mass scale, yes? But I think there is something that was said here that we can learn from, something important. The idea of this thing is useless or pointless because it simply produces pleasure. Iodine and borderline, you got it exactly right. That sounds like a sad existence. What is, like, the point of life? It's to improve the standards of living for yourself, the people around you, the people you care about, society at large, to have fun, to feel good, to love, and to ensure that that can continue onward after you're gone. This is sickness. A mentally, like, healthy mind could not produce the thought of this thing is functionally useless. It does not matter in any way because it exists only for pleasure. That's anti-human. That's death cult mentality. I need you to understand that. Wait, did he just admit she was on birth control? Aren't they against that? Well, I mean, she's off it now and they'll forgive her, I'm sure. after they, you know, do a lot of horrible things to her, because that's the right. Kinks are cool, but this, yeah, no, this is mental illness. This is a sickness, not kinks, which are based in cool. True, thank you. My man is sick. You guys agree. Connection as well, Pepulin. Yes, connection is really important, and that also comes from this. Make Azerbaijan great again. Cheeseburger Merv, I love you. That girl absolutely should just be fucking right the hell off, and then fucking for fun as well, too. It would be great. My cousin, he's 21, he's always talking about my new Adderall. He's dumb, he thinks Adderall is fucking bad or something. I mean, again, half of America can't read above a 75% of America can't read above a 6th grade level. So your cousin's like, your 21-year-old cousin's opinions on Adderall are probably based on what he saw someone like Tim Pool say. Or even worse, Robert F. Kennedy. Just do heroin instead of Adderall. Ask your brother if he thinks that. Then you'll know if it's RFK or not. Never eat food you like. Never do things you like. Never play any games. Yeah, that's the kind of mentality this is. This is total loser shit. I'm not quite a hedonist, but indulgence is not a crime. Indulgence is not bad for you. Overindulgence is bad for you. There's a reason the over is there, you know? I live in Russia, and we recently started blocking anime resources, sites that promote LGBT, and this is understandable given the demographics problems. Andy Paper, you're insane if you think that that's understandable. But yeah, I was actually going to show this. I'm going to show this in the middle here, but I'll find it in a second. Fuck that. Sorry, not at all trying to compare asexuality to sickness. Really didn't come across that way. No, it didn't. The fact that guys like him exist in this world, when does Elon's rocket leave to colonize Mars? You know they're not doing that, right? Like, that's just a grift. It's just a grift. Yeah, I'm catching strays everywhere as well. But here, let's finish this while I
having children.
While I pull up the response to someone.
It's about having babies. Like you pump yourself full of birth control, and then you have sex with your wife, and like there's no purpose there except just pleasure. That's the only purpose.
Should people who are born like infertile, have sex?
It depends.
Insane. Literally. So first off, this man has never considered the thought of people born infertile. You can see he gets stuck, and then it depends. My guy, either stick to your guns or don't. There is no it depends for this answer based on what you just laid out. It's either a yes or a no. Like it's so easy to see that they don't believe what they say. They don't even believe what they're saying. I love the idea that it's okay to limit people's rights because the economic demographics aren't ideal. How insane. Well, like literally, this is Russia right now. Hey, Cheeseburger Merv, was it you that said you wanted to open a gay club in downtown Moscow? Because this is what happens. No, the dumbass show is not over there. This is just Russia, though. This is what we're gonna have in America in a second too. This Trump land, these guys LARP as Protestants, however you spell that. They LARP as either super Christians or like trad caths, or they LARP as the evangelical Protestants. Although the evangelicals are often not LARPing, they're just kind of that crazy. And then you got the Mormons. Yeah, so that's Russia for you. Let's see if she gives him a look again.
Infertile.
I'm curious.
Okay.
Have sex.
It depends. Listen.
Liberty Twitcher, based. Don't allow that to happen. I fully support that. Do not allow that to be the United States. Fuck that shit. I mean, all of you need to be prepared to fight for your rights and your freedom. Like we've been looking at Georgia. We've been looking at Syria. We've been looking at just even South Korea yesterday. At 3 o'clock in the morning, these people organized and saved their democracy. Get some of that shit in ya. And yeah, that smirk is, look at this fucking idiot. It's right at the depends too. So she's like, you didn't think about this, did you?
Listen, I am pro like people committing to celibacy for the rest of their life. I am pro like that. And if that was something that
death cult
they
shit.
Couldn't have babies, I believe that they should have that choice there.
Oh, but you don't believe that the choice to have sex for pleasure should exist for people who can have children? Like, if you're fertile, then you can't have sex for pleasure, but if you're infertile, then you can? Just, again, retardation.
Well, they have a choice.
Hello, Human Robot.
I'm saying, is that what you believe is correct? Infertile people, no sex for you.
I think that it's crazy. Infertile people don't think. I don't see anybody really saying that, hey, I'm infertile, so I'm going to be celibate for the rest of my life. I'm not going to touch sex. I'm not going to have sex.
You think these crazy people don't say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that would be very honorable.
No gay sex with women, guys.
Very.
Yeah. No gay sex with women. He literally, like, all of them think that they're the sane ones. First of all, part of being insane is thinking that you're sane. Kind of the difficulty there, right? Most insane people don't know that they're insane. They think everyone else is crazy. This is manufactured. This is the product of, actually, honestly, this is the product of just this site right here. But it's a manufactured sentiment. It is brain rot that's fed to you from the moment you wake up till the moment you go to bed that is teaching you these things. Nobody was thinking about how it's gay to have sex with your wife as a man 3 years ago. Nobody was. Not a single person. I know, Lennon, I just have to put it there, especially because it's on stream. I don't want to get in trouble, right? I don't want the feds raiding me and then arresting you all for making threats that we didn't actually make, but someone read it and then wanted to misconstrue it. We live in, like, a world of fascism. Remember, America is about to be a dictatorship. I live in Australia, which is a nanny state. They could put a lot of scrutiny into what's in chat and get at least me in trouble, but at the very least get chat taken down. I want more guys like this idiot in the world than old geezers like me have more chance to meet the ladies. I don't think it works that way, Backgaz. I think it results in women like his girlfriend or his wife over there becoming much more attracted to other women. 3 years ago, you'd have to go to the deep web to see ideas that this deranged. Yeah, it's slowly been a growing sentiment, but we haven't been this deranged in a while. It's okay, I respect his opinion and will have gay sex with his wife for him. True, based. I'm confused. So sex with their wife is gay? No, it's sex for the purpose of pleasure is gay, according to that man. It's like if he was having sex with his wife with the purpose of producing a child, then it's not gay. But if they're not doing it to produce the child, then it is gay. Insane. And like, speaking of insane right-wingers, we talked a little bit about this. I mean, actually, we talked more than a little bit about this last stream. We talked about the olfactory PhD paper, the woman who wrote her PhD on how smell can affect how we see the world, how we perceive the world, how we engage with it, and the way that it's written out can tell us a lot about somebody. Well, I have a perfect example of this that also goes into the idea that the right wing, especially men, are just really unwell when it comes to all of it. Do you think when they conceived their child, he was just angry as shit the whole time? Probably. But like I said, so yesterday we read this this very long olfactory ethics PhD. That woman was getting far too much hate than she deserved, but I just want you to understand. Here's the thing with girls 22 or under. They smell massively different. We're girl 28, girls to 16s. This is pedophilia. This man is a pedophile. It is, no one's talking about girls that are 16 to 23 with a creamy, buttery, slightly sweet magnetic smell. That's a pedophile. And when we were talking about the uses for olfactory ethics, the uses of this PhD that everyone on the right was calling ridiculous and stupid. This is a use of it. It's to point out that the words we use to describe things tell us a lot about a person. And this person is using words to describe the smell of women and girls to indicate that he's a pedophile. I mean, first of all, this is Twitter, so, you know, they're pretty open about being pedophiles on here now, but the olfactory ethics PhD covers Lolita, which is in which the creepy pedophile obsessively sniffs towards she may have used. Same vibes in this tweet. I've never read the book. True. It is very, very fucking creepy. The right answer always, the right always have an answer until it veers away from the rehearsed points. If you ask the right, if you're arguing with the right, first of all, you're never going to debate a right-winger out of their position, ever. It's never gonna work, Iodine. What you can do is you can make them feel like their position is stupid and have them change their own position by how fucking stupid their position is. It's really difficult to do this through debate, through argument. Whether or not like they have the answer, whether it veers away from their points or not, if you get them stuck in like they have to admit that what you are saying is correct and they are wrong, they'll just double down and say that they like it anyway. And yeah, it's fucking disturbing. All right, let's I feel like we could move on to some more funny some more funny topics. So if you guys didn't see, and yes, I will be calling this funny, I don't care how mad some of you get on it. The CEO, or now the former CEO of United Healthcare, was shot and killed in New York City today. And the general sentiment from both the left and the right is, fuck this guy, he deserved it.
Detectives, you led investigations.
Ultimate truth seekers are fucking dangerous weirdos. True. Anyone who calls himself an ultimate truth seeker is conspiracy pilled and insane.
Like this. How do you go about piecing this together with such a vague description of the suspect? Someone dressed all in black, wearing a mask, can't see his face. So now what?
So now you look at things, you got to do a video canvas. But first you have to lock down that crime scene because you have eyewitnesses who've already testified they saw it. So you go with that video, what that description they have, and you start doing almost like a leapfrog, a bit like a scent.
He's a really bad dude. Like, also, he was the one, like, so this health insurance company makes more money than all the other health insurance companies as well. So he was not only the CEO of a American health insurance company, but he was the CEO of the American health insurance company, which makes the most money. And yes, I've seen the AI model with a 90% error rate to deny care. Yeah, I've seen that. I think ProPublica wrote a bit on it a little while ago as well. We'll check it out as soon as we're caught up. Thank you for the link, Chatty.
Will only be a video
it's fucked. They hate you. That's the answer, guys. It's that they hate you. These people, the guy that got shot and killed here, he fucking hated you. That's why I think this is fine. I think it's funny. This guy would look down on you the way, like if you play City Skylines or something and you see little people walking around, that's the way these people look at you. That's the way they think about you, is you're an ant.
Also important, this man was there.
Yeah,
so
thoughts
this was
and
a target.
prayers.
They knew he was coming and it was a setup. Right now, we'll talk about motive later, but right now you have to lock down what you have. Those projectiles in the street, those shell casings, and that video, which is always important. I was chief of Manhattan detectives before I was chief of detectives. I'll tell you, there's a lot of video out there that's going to aid in this investigation. So I think it's going to go very quickly.
I mean, it's New York City. There's cameras literally everywhere. I don't know how you could ever like commit a high profile crime in New York City and not get caught for it. I suppose you'd have to have, I don't know. There's no way this happens. Like, there's cameras literally everywhere. Oh my God, the fucking Russians are back.
And you're talking about video. Phil, it sounds like we're getting photos in now, too.
Yeah, he's right.
Hello,
Robert knows exactly what's
going
on. And these are the pictures. Take a look. That is a picture, police tell us, of the suspect as he grabbed a bike and took off. This is the suspect out in front of the hotel. So you can see he's wearing dark clothes, just like witnesses said.
The fact that, like, you leave on a bike, too. Oh, by the way, you want to know what happened immediately following this today? Oh, yes, welcome to free speech. Following this happening, right around the same time, actually, 7 a.m. This was posted at 9 a.m. So, yeah, right around then. Blue Cross Blue Shield will no longer cover anesthesia for full length of certain surgeries in Connecticut, New York, and Missouri. They fucking hate you. I'm telling you right now, they fucking hate you. Speak American, damn it. Yeah, we're going to become Republicans for a hot second. Like, what are you supposed to say about this? They're so hated. that they're literally getting killed in the streets. As Chatty pointed out, United Healthcare uses an AI model with a 90% error rate to deny care, lawsuit alleges. For the largest health insurer in the US, AI's error rate is like a feature, not a bug. By the way, I keep telling you guys, this is what they want to do with AI. AI actually is just the only point of it. The only use they have for AI is to fuck you with it and nothing else. That's what they want to do. United Healthcare, the largest health insurance company, blah, 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 all according to the lawsuit filed this week in the U.S. District Court of Minnesota. So, basically, this resulted in patients being kicked out of rehab programs, care facilities far too early, forcing them to drain their life savings to obtain needed care. This just kind of sounds like American healthcare as I know it. It doesn't sound all that different than when I lived in the States, just like add AI into it. So the lawsuit lands alongside investigation by Stat News, largely backs the lawsuit claims. The investigation's findings stem from internal documents and communications, as well as interviews from former employees at Navi Health, the United Health subsidiary. I feel like at least they got a good case here. If they have internal documents and communications, as well as former employees of subsidiaries that developed the AI algorithm, this is a good case. Whether or not they'll win depends on, I don't know how free and fair our elections, not our election, that too, but our judicial system ends up being in a month or two. But according to the lawsuit, they started using NH Predict at least in November of 2019. So pre-COVID, love that. The algorithm estimates how much post-acute care a patient on Medicare Advantage plan will need after an acute injury, illness, or event like a fall or a stroke. Post-acute care can include things like therapy and skilled care for home health agencies, skilled nursing homes, inpatient rehab centers. Yeah, they fucking hate you. But as much as they hate you, I think we might just hate them back enough, or not enough, but about equally. I'm sorry, prior authorization is required for thoughts and prayers. Sending prior authorization denied claims, collections of prayers and to his family. Was his trip to the ER really emergent? According to his own company, my husband's heart attack wasn't actually an emergency until we were out 3K. It's crazy what my first thought was, and then I look at the comments and realize I'm not alone in my thoughts. I just can't find the care. Maybe if they ask for pre-approval for my care, then after the care they're required, after they care, their required deductible, I might be able to supplement some care. I can't even pretend to care. Like, no one cares. Oh, and yeah, the Anthem is doing that as well as the Blue Cross Blue Shield thing that I just covered. 5,000 laughing emojis to the United Health Group like Facebook post. We hate them too. I'm waiting for a wave of utilities getting nationalized. I wish. Bulletproof Bullet, that would be great. I think we should nationalize every utility, honestly. I mean, we should nationalize every industry, but at the very least, utilities. Healthcare is not a luxury. It should be free at the point of yes, but Americans disagree. Clearly, even American voters disagree. My child needed a tooth removed. It was $4,000. Are you fucking kidding me? $4,000? I am against private property, so I'm against private insurance. But in the current system, I just want a level of public health care that is equivalent and useful for everybody. I feel like a lack of private healthcare does lead to this. I think when you have a private healthcare system, they're much more likely to just let the private sector deal with it. It's like the existence of capital begs the existence of the capital class. The existence of private healthcare begs the shitification of public healthcare. At first, they said it would be $900, and 3 days before the procedure, they said it wasn't covered. They'll lie to you straight through their teeth. They love to do that shit. They love to say, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then they won't. Or they'll say, yes, this isn't a problem, and then wait until like the most immediate and inconvenient moment to say, oh wait, we have a little bit of a problem here. I'm over $1 million in medical debt for psych inpatient visits. Jesus Christ. I didn't even know you can get that deep in debt. It's not, well, your NHS has been like systematically fucked by your government for more than a decade, Batgaz. Your NHS has been weakened for every single day for years now. I mean, they're doing it to us in Australia as well. You need to entrench a minimum level of healthcare as a right and make it unassailable. I mean, you could put it in the Constitution. That would be a way to make it difficult for anyone to fuck with. It's just, you know, we can't do that. The life flights alone was like 350,000. Jesus Christ. That's demonic, by the way. Like, the idea of charging somebody $350,000 for literally any form of healthcare. I don't care if they're freezing you and like unfreezing you 50 years from now. That's an unreasonable amount of money, and it's demonic. It just genuinely is. I have no other words to describe that. It's demonic. Actually, hold on. I just realized I messed something up. Not that you guys care, but while you guys are here, tell me whether you prefer this or if I fix the white balance. What do you like better? Because I usually I should have done that earlier and I had forgotten over that. Either bleed out or owe us over a $250,000. I mean, that's America for you. I have some good news. Apparently, Justin Trudeau is making 200,000 Airbnbs into houses. So that's based. We should do this everywhere, by the way. We should literally just like ban Airbnb, and every single like property that's used as an Airbnb becomes a rental property. In the United States, that'd be great. Worldwide, honestly, 100% on board with that. Thank you, Ratkaz. But like, I'm just asking for a general preference. But yeah, this is really good. I mean, Trudeau, we say that like Canada's cooked, right? And Polivar is going to win. But the fact that Trudeau now has Trump to compare himself with, and if he does stuff like this, he might actually get to hold on. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Simps. It's okay. I like it better with the white light. It looks too warm with the other light. This is great. I love that. And I like the idea of us like paying more attention to smaller ignored topics. We're doing this in America too. Like, the housing crisis is not an ignored topic. Airbnbs and short-term rentals, though, haven't been getting as much attention. Take the issue and turn it into the solution. Take the issue of there are 200,000 houses that are not being used as rental properties because someone wants to use them to make a little bit more money. That's a problem. Use that to fix a problem like the housing crisis. We're talking about construction workers, doctors, teachers, and childcare workers from Bernie Sanders in America. These are all things that are not only been decreasing for the last like decade, the amount of available workers we have in these sectors in not only the world, like not only America, but really broadly a lot of the Western world. This number is just going to drop for all of these even further. Again, we're defunding the Department of Education. Doctors get more and more death threats. I'm surprised we haven't seen like a mass shooter walk into a hospital yet, or during COVID rather. Childcare workers, you might get to have an increase in your available amount of work, but no one wants to be a childcare worker because the wages are shit. Trudeau is pretty hated, but I don't know. Maybe just like by the comparison to America, maybe if Trudeau actually starts making some actual like things, maybe he learns from economic populism. Again, that message of I'm going to turn these 200,000 short-term rentals into rental properties for regular people to live in. This is a form of economic populism. This is taking money from the wealthy. This is taking the means of wealth production from the wealthy and turning it into homes for people to live in. They're still producing wealth, by the way. The houses are still commodified. It's just reducing the amount of money. Are there any of Trump's policies that I could say I agree with? Let me think about it. Let me think real hard for a second. Does Trump like the CHIPS Act? Like when we're building the factories in America for us to like build have our own manufacturing for advanced semiconductors? If he's in favor, no, then no. Then if the answer to that question is a no, then no, I can't think of any policies that Trump has put forward or that Elon Musk has put forward or that Project 2025 has put forward that I like. Well, so now I'm getting yes and no. If he does support that, then that one. But that's a Biden policy. So the crazy thing is everything people hate about the liberals, the conservatives want to do, but faster? True, exactly. That's the message you need to get across, is like, both of these people suck. Look at what happened with the shift in popularity for the Democratic Socialists in state-level elections after this. That was huge. It's still a big thing. We need to lean into that more. Canada needs to lean into the idea of, you guys are cooked. I honestly, I was going to say essentially the same things that I said pre our election, but they didn't work here. Why would they work there? Canada's always been the prettier sister, IMO. I'm a simp for the ugly cesspool I'm married to. I think Mexico's been the prettier sister, but I don't like his NASA pick. Not for any particular reason. It's just kind of shit and shitification of NASA. Trump started all that. He was pretty big on getting away from Taiwan and China, but the CHIPS Act was not his. That was the idea of getting away from Taiwan and China was partially his idea, while he also got closer to China. Trump just is so close with the CCP that he doesn't want to support Taiwan. It has nothing to do with chip manufacturing. It has nothing to do with US strategy. It's just that China owns Russia, Russia owns Elon, Elon owns Trump. And back before this election, in his last term, it was China owns Russia, Russia owns Trump. So, but we do need to get US chip manufacturing on US land. And I have said, as much as I do support the independence of Taiwan, I'm not willing to go to war with China over it as long as we can get our chip manufacturing in the US. Sucks. It's I wasn't in favor of invading or starting a war with China over them annexing and cracking down on the freedoms of Hong Kong. It's still horrible. I'll still talk about it, call them out for it. But two superpowers going to war, that's a whole other thing. But for the semiconductor chips, yeah, in that I would be in favor of defending our ability to, not return to the dark ages with a lack of technological manufacturing. He is a fan of space. That's something. He's a fan of rich people going to space to mine shit. That's about it. They hate you. You guys don't understand how much they hate you. I thought America had Silicon Valley where they produce chips. We invented the advanced semiconductor and the conductors, and then we exported our production of it to TSMC in Taiwan, which now Taiwan produces 96% of the world's advanced semiconductors, microchips, little bits of silicon with grooves cut into them the size of DNA strands. So yeah, it's a liability to us to have our production there. Biden passed the CHIPS Act. They're building the factories, and I know we do have TSMC employees training Americans in production when when the plant is built, when the facility is finished. There was a slight reduction in chips during COVID, and the world went to shit. Well, we're about to see that again because of these sanctions on germanium and gallium that we also use for chip manufacturing that China just placed on the U.S. Whether or not that directly affects us, I don't know. I mean, they can't necessarily put sanctions on Taiwan because they don't recognize the independence of Taiwan and all the chips get made in Taiwan. But I guess we just sell them the rare earth minerals we buy from China. The issue is we're going to have this problem again now that these sanctions are up. I covered them yesterday. The gallium and the germanium sanctions are going to affect a lot of things like electric vehicles. You guys have to understand rare earth minerals are in everything. They're not that rare. They make up they're required for your car, your microwave these days, a lot of the time, your phone, your smart TV, your computer. We use a lot of this shit. And it is indispensable. We do definitely need to, I hate protectionist policies, generally. I'm not in favor of them. They don't do anything useful, and they often just lead to a trade war, right? More often than not. This was the one, example in which I'm in favor of that idea. I don't know. Anyway. Let's listen to Bernie Sanders. I just want a little break into some happy, because after this, I think we could really go into some of the longer videos now.
like myself, who's going to be graduating with 3 degrees in December, I still find it hard to believe that
I know the crypto boom is on the way. You just wait until they steal all of your money and put it into crypto. Just wait until they default on the US national debt and then turn the US fucking dollar into just Trump's world financial liberty crypto. Yeah, well, I mean, they've talked about it. They're going to steal all of the wealth from all of you. You're all going to suffer. And you're all gonna, and people like Soul Blues, who I'm getting the vibe is in favor of this, is either incredibly wealthy and is gonna, you know, benefit from it, or is just gonna pretend like this is a good thing, while then get the boot just slamming down on their throat. I'm just against giving up industry. There should be always domestic production at some level. I agree. I just want to nationalize the industry. Why would you not help Taiwan but help Ukraine? You want to go to war with? Well, so that's the thing. We're not at war with Ukraine right now. Right now, we're not at war with Ukraine. It is Ukraine. Sorry, we're not at war with Russia. Ukraine is. We're funding them, and I'm in favor of funding Taiwan in that situation as well, Lennon. I'm not in favor of boots on the ground, because the difference here is China taking this does not materialize them continuing on an expansionist fucking military campaign like Russia would. Now, do I want them to do this? No. But there is a distinction, a noticeable difference in the severity of the issue when we're talking about Russia annexing Ukraine or China annexing Taiwan. China's not going to go after Japan after they get Taiwan. Russia's going to go after Georgia and then Poland at some point if they get Ukraine. Hi, 48 in motion. We will just make 1,000% tariffs. We'll be okay. Yeah. Or you'll just pretend to have 1,000% tariffs, like, after getting off the phone with Mexico's president, just, oh, you know, we don't need the tariffs anymore. Mexico has agreed to all of my conditions. They will close the border. Meanwhile, you like look at the president of Mexico. I didn't say any of this, and I remember this conversation very differently. They don't mean anything they say, except for when it benefits them. Just looking at realistically, chip shortage is going to be a mess for the U.S. Now, this is true. This is going to be a huge problem, as well as the fact that Hurricane Helene fucked over a salt mine a high quality pure quartz mine in North Carolina, which is where most of the very, very high quality quartz that are also used in chip manufacturing come from. Most of the world's supply comes from that particular mine in North Carolina, which was flooded during Helene and is it's not going to be functional for at least 6-7 more months. From now, I mean, they had some back supply and there are other producers, but this chip shortage is not something to be taken lightly here. We are in a cold war with Russia. We are not in a hot war with Russia, and that's the distinction here. We are in a cold war with China as well. China is going to go after Japan while they go after Taiwan. All the war games show that China has to hit Japan to have any other... Okay, so that's different, though. It's not about invading Japan. It's about, again, stopping us. Do you think that if they were to annex Taiwan... and let's say America lost, like let's say we fought in this hypothetically and we lost, do you think China would go after Japan next? Do you think they would annex a different country? Just generally, like there is no wrong answer to this question. I don't know the answer to this question. I'm merely just like asking to get a vibe check on the subject. You guys don't want to listen to good things, do you? You don't want to talk about bad things. Don't worry, we got plenty of bad to go through.
The American dream that generations prior to me had. What is something that you can say that could give me and some other people in my situation some hope that you'll be able to achieve that?
Well, thank you for the question. Let me just say this. It is a sad state of affairs that we now have an economic and political system that is dominated literally by billionaires. What we need to do is to rethink how we do politics in America. The media does a bad job, and we do a bad job in Congress. What really are the issues? Should, in the richest country in the history of the world, all of our people be entitled to a decent standard of living?
Why is chat fucked up all of a sudden?
You're looking at, but you should be paid at the very least, a living wage. A number of months ago, I had a hearing on my committee dealing with pensions.
Okay. I disagree with that that description of China, as it sees itself as the dominant world power. Historically, sure. Currently, no. I would like to take up that mantle again. I think they would like to be a hegemon, I don't think they want to I don't think they necessarily need to be the world power. I don't think that's the end goal. I think it's challenge US hegemony, break US hegemony, and essentially just rival us. They will never be the dominant world power without the collapse of the United States. They can't catch up to us. So I don't agree with that description, but I suppose the annexations are possible. I don't see it being likely with, I mean, the end game is always to be number one for everybody. It's just not a possible end game here for them. Like they're without taking us out, they can't be number one. And like, they might not go for Poland, Lennon. They might go for Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They might go for Belarus. They're definitely going for Georgia. They might go for Azerbaijan. They might go for Kazakhstan. There's plenty of room for Russia to, continue moving. We at least know the goal there is the former borders of Imperial Russia, at least broadly, maybe not exactly, but China could also annex fairly successfully because they'd have to, they'd go about it like Xinjiang. That's true, but it depends on the region and how much difficulty they would have doing so. China did annex Tibet, and yes, and it has annexed Hong Kong as well. But these are all like, actually, no, you know what? You're right. I take it back. You guys have changed my mind, and I was wrong. I have been proven wrong here. There is really no difference in supporting Taiwan and supporting Ukraine. So you know what? Fuck it. I support Taiwan too. We should go to war with China to protect Taiwan, even if we get the chip manufacturing. At that point, like, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to go to war with China over Taiwan. I think Ukraine is much more pressing in the risk factors it engages in, but generally, like, the points are all the same, and China is also expansionist. I mean, like, I forgot about Tibet. We got Hong Kong. We have Xinjiang. Like, they're not good either. The issue here is hegemony. It's supremacy. We need to engage with, at the very least, China at the moment on a more equal footing in the economic sphere and try and incentivize them out of the arms race. Literally, we're in an arms race with them. They're trying to develop nuclear submarines that can go against ours. In fact, we saw one last year that they built and then tested, and it immediately sunk and killed everyone on board. That they had to cover it up. But that's the thing. There is a difference, but there's really no difference. In fact, everything points to them being significantly worse than the U.S. I mean, yeah, they are worse than the U.S. Taiwan is a bit touchy because of the history as the ROC. I don't care about any of that historical land claim shit, blood and soil claims. Historically, my ancestors lived. I don't care any about that. I'm a war hawk, and this is Operation Unthinkable Level Brain Rot. Really? Like, that's the thing. I don't think that we need to do this. I think we just need to engage in, like, positive economic incentivization. China is definitely worse than the US in some things, and America is definitely worse than China in other things. That's my take on that, Soul Blues. But again, why does a country want to be a global hegemon? It wants to do this to increase its power, increase its ability to enact its political goals, and increase the standard of living for its citizens, and increases, like, the government's chances of remaining in power. A lot of this can be fixed by just, like, I don't know, incentivizing good behavior. But, like, anytime you talk about the incentivizing of good behavior, everyone loses their fucking mind, because they're like, what, being nice to somebody can change their behavior? First of all, yes, it can. Secondly, obviously we should have been doing this a long time ago, and obviously this takes a very long time. Vietnam repulsed Mao by Vietnam, and, like, all of that shit is very complicated when we're talking about, like, insane people that were there. Then there's us, then there's China. Everyone in that region was, I mean, to be fair, everyone in that time period was pretty fucking insane. Not to say that we're much better at it now. It's just about looking for good outcomes. If we just engaged diplomatically in good faith with a lot of countries that we don't, I think we would see a lot of improvement in the global political landscape. It's just everyone's doing espionage. Everyone's trying to get their own best interest to be the winning party here, which is how everything has worked for all of history. Everyone has always worked in their own best interest. We need to shift away from that, shift away from this individualist thinking. Not entirely, by the way. Individualism isn't bad, but we need more community-centric, more globalized methods of engagement with foreign countries. We can't think about political policy that could be applied in your own country for your benefit and not consider the effects that this has globally, if not directly about the country that this is going to affect, but possibly secondary and tertiary effects that could come out of this. Those countries, allied countries, what stability of the world, what piece of this stability could be thrown into whack based on these decisions, and make those decisions accordingly. Communicate with other nations based on what our goals are, what their goals are. Just in actually applying this in practice would be difficult at the beginning because it requires the building of trust between groups and states that don't trust each other and haven't for, if not decades, then centuries. Once you get past that, once you build up a rapport and some trust, it becomes much easier to have good policy implemented. However, nobody in power cares about this right now. They don't want good policy implemented. They don't care about making your life better. They care about their own power. We kind of just really need a cultural revolution around the world, but a lot of these countries could use a good old-fashioned one too. Green energy development doesn't have much bearing on China's place in the world. It's also a massive polluter. China's, I think, growing to be one of the largest exporters of green energy, within this decade, which, by the way, is unconscionable. We should have done that. America should be currently the largest exporter of solar panels, wind energy, all of that. We could have done this decades ago, man. It's fucked. We really are a joke of a country. This, people need to remember
Here is the startling reality.
All over the world, whether you're in America, whether you're in China, whether you're in France, whether you're in Russia, this is the reality for you. What we're about to hear, this is the reality for everybody everywhere. And if you start paying attention to this and you get other people to start paying attention to this, maybe we can change it and, I don't know, make a difference.
Here is the startling reality that almost nobody talks about. You talk about why people are angry out there, all right? They have a reason to be angry. And the reason is that right now, real inflation accounted for wages, real dollars, over the last 50 years. Today, that average American...
Not true, Batgaz. The parliament or government of any country is not elected to work in the best interests of its own people. It's elected to work in the best interests of its corporations, of its industry, of the bourgeoisie, the capital class.
Worker is earning less than he or she did 50 years ago. So what happened? How did that happen? Well, I'll tell you what happened.
Bernie would have won in 2016, 2020, and probably this year.
Conservative think tank. And what they looked at in terms of income and wealth inequality is that over...
China's not communist. They have market economy. Bulletproof bullet.
Over that same 50-year period, there has been a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%.
The rich are stealing $1 trillion a year from you, and you're not doing anything about it. Pay attention to that. That's your enemy. It's not another country. That's not an enemy right now. Our biggest enemy, corporations.
Corporation, kind of
$1 trillion a year they steal from you.
Looked at in terms of income and wealth inequality is that over that same 50-year period, there has been a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Now, 50 trillion is an unfathomable number. What the hell does that mean? It's beyond anyone's comprehension. But the bottom line is that what's happened is over the last 50 years, as workers have become more productive, producing more. They have not benefited from it. Almost all of that increase in wealth has gone to the people on top. So the reality of the economy today is that for the people on top, for the 1%, they have never, ever had it so good in American history.
Yep.
Top 1% never had it so good. Making money hand over fist. And it's not only income and wealth inequality. It's not only that 3 people, if you can believe this,
Three
own more
fucking
wealth
people.
than the bottom half of American society. What do you think about that? Is that what America's supposed to be?
This is true. Oh, by the way, Hans Sousa, check out this link. Vosh, a different streamer, did like a whole deep dive on Cambodia and Pol Pot and Vietnam and all that. That shit is insanity. More than I know on the subject. So they're looking to get away from oil because of the Malacca Strait. China is 100% communist. They're not communists, Bulletproof Bullet. I promise you, China is not communist because they have a market economy. That is literally like a definitional requirement to get rid of before you can be a communist. They're not even socialists. They're state capitalists is what they are. Again, like, this is my fault because we still haven't gotten to go over, like, all of the different kinds of, like, definitional political ideologies, but I understand your confusion there, but it's just state capitalism. Doge wants to cut $2 trillion from government spending. It's actually $3 trillion from government spending, and the only places that they can get that from is education, Social Security, and Medicare, as well as Veterans Affairs and just general healthcare services. So that's what you're going to end up dealing with iodine and borderline. Oh, by the way, did you guys know that Doge is essentially a direct, like, copy paste job of the Gestapo? Yeah, they intended to go communist, but current China isn't communist. So Soul Blues, I agree with you. China had the same issue that the Soviets did. They tried market socialism in an attempt to transition to communism, and then never actually did that. Yes, we did see the CEO get a cap in his ass. That was fun. I couldn't show that on stream, obviously, but Bulletproof Bullet, you are misunderstanding communism here. They're run by the Communist Party, but they're about as communist as North Korea is democratic. Having a centrally planned economy does not make you a communist. A market economy prevents you from being communist. You can't have a market economy and be a communist. Those are two, like, mutually exclusive things. Those are different political systems. Here, hold on. I was gonna move on to something else, but we can do this for a second. So between socialism and communism, right? There's a lot of different. Holy shit! There's a lot. There's a lot of different ideologies. You cannot be in this section. Oh, sorry, that's communitarianism. Sorry, not communism. There we go. Communitarianism. You can't be in this section and have a market economy. Not realistically. Now, you can, obviously, because they have fucking Trotskyism in here. But this goes against the definition. Having a market economy. No, ideal communism is, you're thinking about utopian, like, socialism, and that's entirely different as well. This is not communism. Here, let's find current China. Marxist-Leninism, Maoism, and then we have, what's the current, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. That's where they're currently at, isn't it? I disagree with you fundamentally on this subject. I don't think it's worth arguing right now, but, like, while we're here, I might as well define my personal view on what constitutes socialism in general, at the very least. And by the way, this is also, like, required definitionally for communism, but anti-capitalist self-governance is not, actually that one's not capital, but anti-capitalist worker self-management, state ownership would be communism, not in this, and a rejection of private property would be real communism, not utopian communism, by the way, because there's also utopian socialism and utopian communism, which are vastly different subjects as well. And by the way, I'm not a communist. I'm also not like, I'm more of an anarchist than I am a socialist. It's not like putting lipstick on it. See, but that's the thing. That's what you're doing, Bulletproof Bullet. You're the one putting lipstick on the pig and calling it a princess. They're literally, like, definitionally not falling into the category of regular just communism. Let's just look at regular communism. Socio-political, philosophical, economic ideology within the social movement, whose goal is the creation of a communist society, socio-economic order centered around common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange that allocates products to everybody in a society based on needs. A communist society would entail the absence of private property and social class, and ultimately money. They are not communists, definitionally. Like literally, there has never been a communist country on this planet. Bulletproof Bullet. It's still mind-boggling that we have to just debate that as a concept. There has never been communism on planet Earth instituted in a nation. Not like this, not definitionally. And by the way, this is not like, this is nothing, there's nothing extra added on to this. There's a lot that you could, but that's just the definition of communism, mate. I think there may be a disconnect between the political ideology and the philosophy as economics, and they're two separate things. Not necessarily. Like the political ideology, like Marx's like writing was all based on economics. The political ideology, it was about freedom and money. The entire basis of all socialist, anarchist, communist political ideology comes from money. The issue of money. Who's the closest country that was a communist? I don't know every single country's like details enough to like rate them on a tier list, but right now that exists in the world, the closest country to like even socialism is Cuba. In the real world. Come on, don't talk down to me like that. We're talking definitionally. In the real world, there has never been a communist country. The USSR was not communist. Lenin had some good ideas and then immediately became a class traitor. And then Trotsky like helped him kill his anarchist friends, and then Stalin became a fascist. They were barely socialist for a moment, the USSR. They were just barely socialists. China, barely socialist for a moment, instantly went towards literal fascism. It's quasi-communist totalitarianism is a like ridiculous thing to say where it's okay, some communist theory is authoritarian, yes. However, the mass like push for socialist, leftist, communist policies all rely on a lack of like anti-authoritarianism is like a key here. So that's partially why I don't consider any of these countries communist, because they don't even fit the like definition for socialism, let alone communism. You're like, we're getting into straight up wordplay here. My example of North Korea is a good one, as in no, I'm a libertarian socialist, PPG. Sorry, I didn't see your message until just now. Literally this me. Only a handful of places pushing Maoism, state control, Bangladesh militants, maybe a sporadic patches of Maoists. Maoists are insane. I'm talking about ideological ideals versus how they played out in reality. Yeah, but see, the thing is, I don't think that the people who did this had those ideals, Bulletproof Bullet. Like, okay, Mao maybe had like full belief in his ideals because he was insane. But Lenin clearly didn't, because Lenin immediately like went back on it. The fact that you cannot institute socialism nor communism without getting rid of money entirely. You need to get rid of capital, or you will always end up back at capitalism. The existence of capital begs the existence of the capital class. I think the Nazis pretended to be socialists and then immediately became fascists when they took power. They were anti-union. You can't be a socialist and be anti-union. They get a taste of power and then backtrack on everything. True. Communism is exactly what Zora said. It's a theory, not really real. Yeah. This is Xi's opinion on it. Okay, the fascist opinion on communism. Our party has always emphasized adherence to the basic principles of scientific socialism, but adapted to the particular conditions of China. This means that socialism within Chinese characteristics is socialism. No, it's not. It's not socialism. Not some other doctrine. It was Marxist-Leninism and Mao Zedong that Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought that guided the Chinese people out of the long night and established new China. It was socialism with Chinese characteristics that led to the rapid development of China. I'm sorry, but it's just a market capitalist society. A state capitalism society. You took some ideas from social, and not by you, sorry, I'm talking about Xi in this case. Xi took a couple of the ideas of socialism and kept them and got rid of everything else and is calling it Chinese socialism. That's just, it's ridiculous to think that, like, just because the base ideology had socialist or even communist ideology built in, and then they pulled out most of it and left a little bit in, it could still be considered as communism. It's semantically like an argument, but it's not only a waste of time, but I genuinely disagree with it. Once again, they intended to go communist, or say they intend to. I don't think they ever will. That's the thing. Intend to go communist can only occur when you get rid of the market. It's the same issue that the Soviet Union had. If China ever wants to go communist, they have to get rid of capital, the market. You can't have both. It's just the name. Again, the National Socialists, like Nazis, were about as socialist as North Korea is democratic. People will lie all the fucking time for their own, like, benefit. That's the thing. Speaking of lying for your own benefit, I want to have a look at this. So we've talked about QAnon a bit recently, actually, and Russia's been coming up a lot. I have a documentary we can watch on the subject, and the maker of this documentary, Jim Stewartson, in fact, I mean, he said it's not copyright and that's perfectly fine, but also I ask. It's nice to ask when you're going to play someone's 42-minute video on stream, if that's okay. Go check this person out. They have the same problem I do, in that being right makes you look like a conspiracy theorist. They took communism as a foundation, outed Mao Zedong thought. So Mao Zedong based his thought on Marxist-Leninism. And like his different views on the subject, but like that was already, sure, some Marxist thinking, some Leninist thinking. Xi Jinping constantly talks out against capitalist decadence while he literally has capitalist decadence in his country. That's the thing. You think Chinese corporations aren't the same like as American corporations? You think that they're not fucking the people just as bad? The only difference there is that it's state-run markets benefit those in power even more than just regular capitalism. They're more oligarchical than we are. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. They don't live in communism. They live in oligarchy, just like we do. It's just oligarchy with like a different coat of paint on it. They will never be you don't understand communism, and we're getting off the topic. Sorry. We'll get back on this topic next week. I'll prepare some shit on the subject so we can like get into it, but like I disagree with your viewpoint on what is communism and the free market, as well as just China in general. This is always going to happen though, and like I want you guys to all understand, everyone watching, this is the way you deal with like a lack of agreement on the left, not full-on infighting, not calling each other names, which we usually do. I disagree. This is not the right time. Let me pull up some sources and we can have an actual conversation on the subject. Hell, Bulletproof Bullet, I'm happy to have you on and we can debate on the subject at some point if you're up for that. I mean, let me know in the Discord and we can sort that out if you want to. But it is interesting division. Yeah. Usually, if something like this was to happen on the left on like Twitter, for example, I'd be calling you a fascist. You'd be calling me a fascist. I like that we can like, whoopsie, not divide. I just looked at what you wrote and then typed it out. I meant to write Discord. I like that we can disagree here and continue on. We'll talk more about this, genuinely. Let me know, and I will prepare some sources on the subject, because we've been getting a lot of people that disagree with, at the very least, my understanding of what communism and socialism is. But for now, We're switching gears. We're talking about the United States of America. Let's talk about Jan 6th and QAnon.
There's a Voltaire quote.
Actually, I have to go to the bathroom first. Batcast, I also do the same thing, and I'm always joking when I say, like, oh, like, I'm right because I'm right, and you're wrong because I'm right, and I'm always right. Like, I say that shit too, but there's a difference in saying that in a joking fashion and then actually meaning it. It's Poli-Sci 101 today. Actually, no, Poli-Sci 101 probably should have came first. All right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. Ugh. It's 100 degrees right now, and I have all the doors closed in my house except for the door to my office because the only air conditioning in the house is in my lounge room. And I just went into my bathroom, which had the door closed, and I feel like I just got transported into the middle of Florida in the middle of summer. Jesus. Okay, back to this.
If they can make you believe absurdities, they can make you commit atrocities. In a nutshell.
Bulletproof bullet, why you gotta do this to me? Look, I see what you mean and your point here. I think that you're misunderstanding what I mean by idealized definitions and by bare minimum definitions. Those definitions of communism were not ideal like communism. Those were the bare minimum for me to consider a state as communist. There's a lot that can go on top of that, but without those factors, that's not communism to me. It's not communism to Marx. It's not communism definitionally. That's it's not about ideals. The ideals come later. Yeah, this is how to deal with domestic terrorism 101. Or sorry, learn about the domestic terrorists in our country 101.
There was a new phenomenon this week, something called QAnon.
What exactly is QAnon, and why is it making headlines now?
Here we go, one, we go all. God bless America.
QAnon was a perfect storm.
Where's the subtitles?
They had set this thing up since 2017. They had created this huge radicalized set of people. Then the pandemic comes.
Americans in retreat tonight seeking isolation in the face of the coronavirus. The federal government is taking new steps forward to fight the pandemic.
As President Trump, flanked by major CEOs and his task force, announced a national emergency.
And suddenly you've got 100 million more people online.
Well, as of today, all but a handful of states have issued stay-at-home orders.
With a shitload of time on their hands.
This comes as Alabama and Missouri just joined 40 other states.
I think a good part of this video is just going to be like a reminder of, I don't know, the last 4 years-ish. Probably more than the last 4 years, but I think this will serve as a reminder of what is actually going on in the country. QAnon is just Michael Flynn.
That covers nearly 95%.
Caution. There
You'll
is
find
concern.
out, but it's
Fear
Mike
will
Flynn.
turn to panic.
Store shelves nationwide are dwindling or totally empty.
When I started this and I saw what I saw, I told people, I was like, you guys, you don't understand Will you fucking listen to me, please?
There are mounting questions now over an alleged plot to overthrow Michigan state government and kidnap the governor.
Told him exactly what was going to happen.
Look at how they're driving.
First of all, can we just talk about that for a second? You know that's like, this alone right here, this is domestic terrorism. This is using your vehicle, which by the way, again, is a several ton machine that could go very fast. It's a literal like death machine, depending on how it's used. And using it to harass the Biden-Harris van. Blocking it in. Probably trying to drive it off the road at certain points for fun. Maybe even just like pretending to do that. That shit's like really dangerous, and I would consider as domestic terrorism. It is not necessarily violent action, but it's action that indicates a desire for violence and could easily result in violence. But the main like product of that action is to produce fear. It's fear for a political reason, just with the violence as implied.
Thank you and God bless you. I'll see you in Washington, January 6th.
Where's the line between politically motivated hostility and domestic terrorism? Are these guys politically motivated like and hostile, or are they domestic terrorists? To me, they're domestic terrorists.
But it was difficult to be that crazy guy. And I have been trashed and harassed and trolled and fucking lied about because no one...
Should I have to put the violence tag on my Twitch stream, or Twitch will get mad because we're going to be watching these people being violent. And yeah, it is terrorism. I mean, even without the physical like attack, just the implication of it. I had to put like a warning logo on the stream because I already have it saying like, you know, political and sensitive topics, but we're watching footage that's going to show a lot of Jan 6 footage, and that's violence, and I don't want Twitch to get mad at me. I just got back. I don't want to get banned again.
Wants to hear this.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't realize that you were agreeing with me there. But yeah, politically motivated violence is definitionally required.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
I've been, let's see, that is a hard question, God damn it.
Yeah, for a week. I mean, I was on YouTube at the time. Fuck. My mic stand just came off.
I built a whole bunch of technology way back when the web was really first starting, and then moved on to a bunch of big entertainment projects.
One of my favorite experiences was creating alternate reality games.
We invented this weird format called alternate reality games for some of the biggest entertainment properties in the world.
There were these amazing community collaborative experiences where people would come together to solve mysteries. We did a great project.
By the way, that sounds really cool. Like, I'm not a big fan of like VR content or IR content, but in a group like that sounds fun. And I got banned for the dumbest fucking reasons.
For his album Year Zero, Dark Knight, we did a lot of work with Microsoft and the Windows team. And all along the way, we were learning what do audiences want? How do they interact with content? Microsoft and Bungie, the studio, they came to us and they said, hey, can you do an alternate reality game? You know, we said, yeah, absolutely. What's the story about? And they said, well, aliens come to Earth and blow shit up.
On Sousa, I got no idea what you're on about. Just cat thrower, just wait for a little bit. We're literally like 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the 43-minute video. At the very least, you might learn about QAnon. It's okay to be a conservative here. Like, I disagree with you, but it's okay to be here. But at least watch the video before you make your like decision. Don't go into this with your biases leading to having a preset opinion before seeing the content. It's a thing that we all need to work on, by the way. Like, just because cat thrower is a conservative doesn't mean that like you on the left get to ignore that. Don't let your pre-existing biases. Oh, about being banned from the channel. I got banned because an incel sat there and waited for me to say things that were against the rules to clip it, and got me banned.
And so we thought to ourselves, well, that sounds like War of the Worlds, right?
Broadcasting system and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury
It's
Theater
achievement
on the
unlocked,
Air
Chatty.
in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
There is a, partly apocryphal story about Orson Welles, who did a radio drama. And at one point, he announces, like a newscaster, that the Martians have attacked.
Capable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight.
Wait, no way, fucking PPG? You used to watch like Alex Jones and buy his dick pills, but I was gonna say his supplements. Oof. How do you feel about the fact that The Onion is trying to buy it now? Because that's, Elon's trying to stop it, but I like that a lot. Well, see, if PPG can go from a Alex Jones viewer to a Vizora viewer, there is hope for all of you yet.
Vanguard of an invading army.
You're
from the
fine,
planet
PPG.
Mars.
Don't worry, I don't blame you.
A bunch of people apparently turned on the radio and thought the Martians.
I know you hate him. I was more like, how funny is it to you specifically? By the way, here what he's talking about, like this Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast that they did back in the day. If you don't know the story about this, it literally, like, people actually thought the world was ending because they just turned on the radio and they missed the part in the beginning of the broadcast where he explained, okay, I'm going to be reading like a fictional story, and people lost their minds. This is essentially the proto version of what we see now every day on social media. All of us are experiencing this regularly now. Every day, you're experiencing this exact sensation.
Farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
So a bunch of people apparently turned on the radio and thought the Martians were fucking attacking.
Of course, we are deeply shocked and deeply regretful about the results of last night's broadcast.
And so we kind of like that idea, to be honest with you. We don't want to panic people, but the idea of putting them in a world where maybe aliens are...
Hey, Y2K could have actually happened. You know, we spent like a fuckload of money updating all of our... Like the US government spent an ungodly amount of money updating all of our like infrastructure because that theoretically that could have happened. We just prevented it from happening. And then everyone like in America just thinks it never happened. Not that we did something about it. But yeah, like not to say that it would have happened. I don't know if it would have happened or not, but there was, we spent a lot of money on the subject. I'll put a link in the chat in a second.
It's really fucking cool.
Half-mad fragment of what I had been, trapped on primitive hardware.
Nah, you're just
We'll take the story
uninformed.
of Halo 2. We'll create a radio drama, like Orson Welles did, of what was happening in the world of Halo in the 26th century. If you solved puzzles and got to the right place, you could find a list of GPS coordinates and times. It goes live, and just tens of thousands of people with GPS coordinates and little groups
sounds fun.
go out to all
I would
of
do
these
this too.
places and wait. And all of a sudden, at the exact time, the payphone rings. Somebody, a brave person, picks it up and answers. And there's an AI from the 26th century on the phone. And if they answer it right, it would unlock this content.
Wait, I
And so we
remember
got
this. Holy shit, wait, hold on. This just triggered the memory in my mind. I remember, I used to play Halo at the time. The content that this was, that came out of this was, I think, something to do with Halo ODST's release. Because I played Halo 3 quite a lot at the time. And I remember this now. I didn't do it, but like I remember it.
Of these people, millions and millions of Halo fans, to figure out this mystery, to have fun uncovering it.
In the months leading up to the release of The Dark Knight, more than 10 million people were immersed in a real-world
Halo
Gotham
ODST
City.
was excellent.
Dozens of websites were found that built a living, breathing city. Text messages, voice calls, and puzzles went out to mobile phones. Real-world puzzles sent players around the globe, unleashing Gotham City onto real city streets.
So one of the things that set me on this path was learning that QAnon and the people that are running QAnon were using a lot of the techniques, a lot of the ideas that we had a long time ago.
And before we go on, you can see that, by the way, the idea of having an internet search puzzle, you know, a puzzle that people view as content, for example, like the Dark Knight or Halo in this instance, got people working together, solving puzzles, looking for clues, and then out into like the streets to do action in the context of this is like a fandom thing. Now, if you take this, right, and you take these exact principles and you apply them in a malicious manner, and the outcome is political rather than a fandom-based thing, you can see how that could result in a bunch of insane people believing nonsense and out in the streets doing things about it, you know?
Message encouraging Q followers known as bakers to go and solve.
Ah, yes,
he
the
tells
bakers.
them to do their own research. Bakers authenticate that it's really Q via the trick code used in the post.
Clues in the articles led to new websites, which led to a phone number.
You want to know what the score really is? Check out documents.
But what they did was flip them to be harmful.
The Q clock was introduced. And then there was the Q map.
Yeah, like the level of schizophrenia involved in QAnon is that big, at least. And remember, this is all done to themselves. This is self-induced. There is a trigger that comes from Q, and then they do all of the rest of it. And they have dug this hole into their mental health themselves.
It contains an overview of the true history of mankind and its covert power structures.
Harvey Dent contacted players by phone and email and asked them to show their support. Citizens took to the streets, marched, protested.
You'll see, it was a psyop. It was Flynn, and we'll have it substantiated in this video. But as well as it wasn't like deep state defense agencies, CIA. None of that was this. This was all like done by the Russians for the most part, but within domestic American, like people that needed the support. This came from MAGA 3X. MAGA 3X became QAnon when Michael Flynn needed the extra support. It was done with the help of Steve Bannon. Like, just watch the video. It was not, you know, the deep state.
Rallied, screamed, and chanted.
And no, I haven't, Iodine and Borderline.
But I can say it appears the good guys are winning.
Disenfranchised idiots with too much time on their hands. Yeah, Jojo, exactly right.
Websites detailing the bleak existence of the denizens of Year Zero.
Do you mean CIA, not DIA? Sorry, I'm gonna stop pausing it in a second. From now on, I'll pause it every 5 minutes at most and I'll go through chat. But like, do you mean CIA, not DIA? Just out of, I need to understand what you mean here. Like, there's the Defense Intelligence Agency, yeah, but do you mean the CIA? Or that? Okay, so you mean the DIA. I've just never heard that one before. I've heard the CIA version of that, and honestly, it's probably true. I just was curious.
I can't put it in simpler terms, but I can say it appears the good guys are winning.
Dozens of websites detailing the bleak existence of the denizens of Year Zero, a world and time ravaged by war and global warming.
The world is
They're writing
currently
fan fiction for
experiencing a dramatic
themselves.
covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth. Between
How is this not listening to two meth enjoyers on day 3 of psychosis?
the forces of good and
A
evil.
hidden message opened the door, and participants flooded in, discovering and sharing the shattered glimpses of the
Those of us
future.
who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help.
Boom, Flynn, March Madness, Future Unlocks the Past. So a lot of these are different, like, QAnon, like, phrases. Snow White, for example, is a QAnon phrase. I remember that. No Such Agency, Operation Mockingbird, Pray, The Great Awakening, obviously. Like, this is just like, this right here is their neopronouns. That's what it is.
Help you make sense of the coming events. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power.
Hold up, what? a lot of these people probably are in some way criminals, but I love how the noose is around Bill Clinton's head here. These people were radicalized to behave insanely. Again, like what we're looking at is a dub of someone talking over just general content that these people were consuming, or probably still consuming regularly. Every single swipe on Instagram or Facebook leads to this shit.
Fellow slaves, it's time to buckle your seatbelt.
They're
It was
writing themselves fan
August
fiction.
13th, 2020.
I don't know who Trent Reznor is, but I don't know. Year zero is now a very sus word to me.
I ran into this account called Praying Actress, and it had this weird thing. It had Joe Biden's website on it. And at the top of it, it was like, oh my God, red alert, Antifa.com goes to JoeBiden.com. And I was like, what? And I sure as fuck, I typed it in, Antifa.com went to JoeBiden.com.
On a somewhat unrelated subject that just never ceases to amuse me. You guys know if you ask Siri, Bixby, or Alexa to play you Certified Lover Boy, the name of Drake's album, it redirects you to the song where they're calling Drake a pedophile. When it's Not Like Us by Kendrick. It literally does this. In fact, test run here. Hey Bixby, play Certified Lover Boy.
Here's Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar on Spotify.
It's so funny. And it's part of the lawsuit that like Drake has against Kendrick, saying that they illegally fucked with the algorithm of the Siri and all of this shit. First of all, no, that did not happen. No one's messing with those algorithms. It's just that nobody is searching the words certified lover boy without also having certified pedophile, that the algorithm just brings you to that song. It is such a burn, but honestly, the fact that like Drake as a rapper is suing another rapper for defamation is honestly funny. That shit would have got you killed in the 90s, even the 2000s. It's not fair.
For real.
Also, but this is funny as well, and that's Dark Brandon shit. Having Antifa.com lead you to JoeBiden.com is excellent. I love that.
Antifa.com went to Joe Biden.
And yes, it is bitch shit.
For real. And it was like, wow.
As we did, by the way, if you take a look in Minneapolis, when they were burning down.
The vast majority of these guys.
3 hours later, I have Trump's press conference on. Chanel Rion from OAN, from One American News, gets up.
We have great cities.
In the news conference, 3 hours later, and says,
I'd like to highlight a kind of odd situation. In the last hour or so, if you Googled Antifa.com, it would take you straight to Joe Biden's website, his official campaign website.
all they did was manage to get Antifa.com and redirect it to Joe.
Oh, sorry, no, never mind. They did this and then made it a news story. It would have been really fucking funny if Joe Biden did it. This is the problem with liberals, by the way. They don't have, like, they're not doing shit for the lulz. I want the Democrats to do more funny. Exactly. The Republicans buying Antifa.com and making it end up at JoeBiden.com is funny. But why didn't we do shit like it? Why didn't we just make Hitler.com lead you to Trump's like campaign website? It would have been funny. This is why I say Democrats are weak.
Joe Biden, right? But I was like,
yeah.
Wait, QAnon started an op and then it ended up in the White House
yeah, that'd be funnier.
briefing room 3 hours later.
Should Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, should they publicly
Please
denounce
troll the right guys.
the Antifa?
Troll them. Just, you know, don't troll the left. Don't infight with the left anymore. I don't want to hear it. Like, you can disagree with people on the left, but I don't want to see any more infighting. Troll the fuck out of the right and direct your anger towards up. Not either side. Direct anger up, trolling to the right.
As a domestic terrorist organization?
What the
They
fuck?
should. I think they're afraid to.
Wait a minute. Wait. One more time?
3 hours later.
the Antifa.
Should Joe Biden and the Democrat Party and Kamala Harris, should they publicly denounce Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization? You guys do understand that there is no such organization, right? There is no central structure to Antifa. Antifa is leftists that are pissed in whatever region that they are, that have access to black clothes, enough mental health issues to not have regard for their own safety, that go out and do shit. That's Antifa. There is no central structure to it. It's not an organization.
As a domestic terrorist organization?
They should. I think they're afraid
op
to.
After
I
op
typed
after op.
QAnon into Google, and I got a sponsored ad that took me to the Beginner's Guide to QAnon, which is a series of 6 videos.
You will need to reset everything you thought you knew about the world, about the people you trust, about history, about yourself.
Now, we're going to talk about these videos being hypnotic for a second. And I know they're hypnosis is a thing that a lot of people might be up in the air about. It can absolutely work, just not the way that you think it does. What it does is it lowers your threshold for things that you'll question. It lowers your reactionariness. It lowers your ability to do introspection and critical thinking. It just makes it more likely that you will believe something. It will make it more likely that you will not do something. You can't make somebody do something through hypnosis. You can make them want to do the thing, though. And that's what this functions as. It is called propaganda, but
these videos are designed to be hypnotic.
It does speak volumes.
Disaster, famines, and displacement. We have always accepted these things as just human nature and simply the way the world works. Something
even the imagery,
and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong.
So you can see all of the different tactics being used here, right? The words are really scary, but they're meant to evoke a feeling of fear and a desire to action. The images are all really fucking horrible, scary images, destruction. Put in little pieces, however, of nice, calming images right when the speaker is saying something somewhat positive, and the hypnotic binaural tone in the background, just keeping your brain at the same level of how would you refer? It's not, your brain is still paying attention. It's not moved off the topic, but it's paying attention in a way that's you taking in information while you're playing a game with the second screen, but you're actually taking in the information from what's coming off the second screen. Imagine you are studying for a university exam tomorrow, but you're still playing I don't know, Baldur's Gate 3 on your computer, and you have the game muted, but you're listening to and you're trying to take it in. It leaves your brain in a state kind of like that, where you're openly susceptible to adopting this information. You're okay with it. You're not. There's no block in your mind to stop that information from coming in, but you're also not fixated on it and thinking about the information in a way that might get you to question it. I need something for me after my TBI. I get very angry very fast. TBI does that. I mean, hypnosis could be used for good. This is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying go spend money on a hypnotherapist, but you can do this yourself, right? Most of hypnosis is you doing it to yourself. So Google it. You can do it. Just safety tips, and pay attention to other people trying to do this shit to you. The supermarket does this to you too, right? You know when you go to the supermarket, they're using these same tactics on you minus the fear and outrage. It's regular, it's just music to keep you somewhat at a calm heart rate, but happy enough that you're okay, well, this is nice music. You might be singing along in your head. You might be somewhat but you're not paying attention. You've eased off. Your idea of when you go into the supermarket, I'm there for this thing, is now lower on your scale of how important it is. Is it that I get in and out of here as fast as possible? That is now lowered. They move things around in the store, so you have to walk through. It's the subliminal messaging and suggesting is in everything, but that is just advertising and propaganda. This is what happens when those tools are used for evil. Those tools are currently used for bad and malice. This is what happens when they're used for evil.
Pick a pace of words, a grammatical flow that is specifically designed to undermine your critical thinking.
It is not our nature to fight and be racist.
It can be.
It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals.
To you, Iodine and Borderline, by the way, not to this. It is not in your nature to do anything. There is no innate human, like, again, I disagree with, like, people are greedy from birth and that all humans are innately anything. That those are all socially constructed, like, yeah, it's all nurture, not nature. There's a lot of nature involved, and the nature can lead you to be predisposed to certain types of thinking, but nurture has more of an effect on whether you become if you go one direction or the other. Like, again, I was like, I could have gone to the right. I dated a QAnoner right when this shit came out. I could have ended up as a right-wing trad wife, but nurture, not nature.
Flow that is specifically designed to undermine your critical thinking.
It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What
I mean, this is true. That sentence is true.
All along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that
and by the
control
way,
our news and entertainment.
This is exactly what they do, in that they take an argument that you have against them and then just flip it around against you. That was correct, by the way, that sentence of we are not innately criminals, we don't rob and steal, the only criminals are the people in power. That is a sentiment that most of you probably agree with, but they will flip it on you and point it at you rather than having it pointed at them, who are the people making this video. This is a psyop to get you to pay attention in the wrong direction and be mad about the wrong things.
Entertainment. So they use their control of the media to set black
Or sorry,
against
mad
white,
at the wrong people, mad at the
woman
right
against
things.
man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves.
Every, like, accusation from the right is a confession.
So I started a new account. I started a brand new Twitter account called TrumpFans1776. And just typed in the word praying. And the first thing that came up was an account called Praying Medic.
Certified garbage that already puts you at the, like, cream of the crop of America. Remember, 75% of the country can't read above a 6th grade level. The fact that you research what you, like, who you're gonna vote for before you vote. What was the percentage of Google searches for tariffs the day after the election? It was like 800% increase. It's not even just like doing the research, it's having enough, I don't know, care in you to want to. And again, it's where your anger is directed. They are like fanning the flames of actual anger that you deserve to hold in your body, in your mind, towards them, but they redirect it to you. And honestly, next election, I might just vote DSA, like, for state level, and we'll see. I mean, I vote New Jersey, so it's not like it's a swing state, and it's not like we're gonna have a free and fair election anyway. So I might just vote DSA anyway, and we'll see when we get closer. My dad is a retired chaplain, pastor, colonel in the USAF, and a Christian nationalist. I'm the only progressive that made it out of my fam. Thank God you made it out, Iodine Borderline. I'm really sorry that your family is, I don't know, I'm sorry that your dad's a Christian nationalist. That sucks. And both Democrats and Republicans hate you. The Republicans just hate you more. That's the difference. The Democrats are also owned by the same rich people. The Republicans just also have hate in addition to it, you know? The Democrats hate you from, like, their I'm up in my ivory tower, ugh, poor people, type of hatred. Whereas, like, Republican hate is more physical and more present.
Oh, you like this guy? Who else do you want to follow? And all I did was hit follow 100 times. As soon as I started following all those people, they immediately started following me back. So all of a sudden I had all these friends. And then they started adding me to lists, and then I started getting followers, and I started following more people.
This is how they radicalize you, by the way, especially young men. Again, why I'm in favor of the, like, idea of social media being banned for minors, well, 16 and under in Australia. I'd much rather it be 18. That's why. Because imagine you're 14 and you just join social media and you you just start following some people, and the right just keeps following you back. They're talking to you, they're adding you to lists. You don't know anything about politics. It's really easy for them to, Dems eat babies. Like, really? It's really easy for them to radicalize you this way. Republican hate is drunk thugs bailing out of cars to attack people. I mean, yeah. And also, like, the good old boys in the back of the pickup truck with their AR-15s looking for migrants at the southern border.
It wasn't mysterious at all.
Which is not even a joke. That's a thing that's happening.
Put me at the front door of the indoctrination system.
Recognize your true enemy and embrace a new future that we all owe to the brave patriots who risk their lives to achieve this victory against the greatest force of evil the world has ever known.
The flashing images of Donald Trump of, you know, your real enemy, we will fight. It's like fucking hyping you. Literally, this is just brainwashing, right? You could like think about like a Marvel movie. Hydra has like have you locked up into like a chair. You're just sitting there tied up with your eyes just wide open. If any of you've ever watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm sure you'll get the reference there. And you're just looking at this until you comply. That's the plan.
May God bless America.
Even if you can't parrot it back, they'll remind you of the points midway through too.
You know, part of the reason why I think QAnon is such a mystery to people is because no one wants to look at it.
It's horrible.
Nobody goes there and finds out what people talk about.
And then there's the reptilians as well, which have kind of warred with the elongated skull peoples, but a lot of the time
schizophrenia.
Work together because, of course, they're both
social media induced psychosis is what this is.
Enslavers. They're both nefarious groups.
They believe all sorts of shit, crazy shit, UFO shit, and lizards, and all kinds of 5Gs killing your babies, and it's fucking nuts.
Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta, attends weird occult dinner parties where blood, semen, and breast milk are used in ritualistic ceremonies.
The elitist group. By the way, Pizzagate was the like prototype of this. Pizzagate happened, and then this happened. They learned from that one, and then added it into this one. Spirit cooking. Clinton campaign chairman practices bizarre occult rituals, menstrual blood, semen, and breast milk.
It consists of politicians and hidden hands which ultimately have control over the world.
By the way, the point of all of this was for you to stop paying attention to Epstein. That was why. They're doing child sex parties was just because Epstein, because also the Clintons were implicated in this as well. So they knew that you had that in your mind, and they could just pull Clinton out of it and leave everyone else out of it. That was the point of this, by the way. The original, first PSYOP goal here. I thought Pizzagate was mid-QAnon. Nope, Pizzagate was proto-QAnon.
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush. I have seen Madeleine
No, they're not.
Albright.
They're not all old
I
people.
have seen Henry Kissinger.
I've seen young people.
Compound.
I dated young people that believe, I've dated person, but there's plenty of young people that believe this shit. Adrenochrome. We make jokes about it now. I remember watching the debate when Joe Biden said we beat Medicaid. I made a joke of someone didn't get someone got the long-acting adrenochrome because he picked up towards the end, I think. The fact that that we're still talking about them taking brain chemicals out of babies with syringes to put into their own bodies and expand their lifespan. This is both crazy and insane, right? But it's also stupid and irrelevant. It's all meant to distract you, but it's all meant to also make you insane. The idea of this entire campaign is, we're watching it. It's to radicalize you. It's to turn you into those people that are talking about Hillary Clinton as a lizard and that there's UFO space monsters. That's what this does.
It's produced in the human body when adrenaline
oxidizes. When the adrenochrome turns to a K-hole.
Adrenochrome has been being used since ancient times as a way to get high. During rituals, Satanists induce terror in their victims, increasing the amount of adrenochrome produced in the victim's blood. At the peak moment
Satanic
of terror,
panic, we're going back to the 90s.
They drink their blood, receive
1900s rather.
800,000 kids disappeared, raped, and sucked of their juices in basements. Horseshit. Are you crazy? What?
One must accordingly choose a victim which contains the greatest and purest force of energy. A male
Like,
child.
fuck the mainstream media, but as if 800,000 children could go missing and that, like, you wouldn't hear about it outside of, like, these fucking idiots. Like, as if you wouldn't know 800,000 children are missing long before you come across this video.
Child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most sought after for the rich.
So the visuals are traumatic, they're violent. You know, they tend to be these very lush, kind of, you know, spooky effects. And then they kind of crash in these violent images. Little babies in cages, shit like that.
Being forced into sexual exploitation.
They package the information into a wider map based on so-called proofs.
Wait, I wanted to see that map. No! Yeah.
They package...
Okay. Sinking of the Lusitania, Adolf Hitler, Reichstag fire, the Pentagon, Nazi Germany. So what, the Pentagon was working with Nazi Germany, according to this, being funded by Swiss banks that are also funding the Holocaust. I can't even follow this. It is paranoia word salad. That's probably the best description you're gonna get of this. I mean, to be able to follow this, you already need to be in psychosis.
The information into...
Henry Kissinger goes into the Illuminati card game. Okay, that's not where I thought you would be pointing Kissinger, but then Kissinger, the card game is under Watergate, then Nixon, then the King sacrifice of JFK, Dwight Eisenhower's secret space probe. What the fuck, guys?
A wider map based on so-called proofs. The best proof is when Donald Trump himself...
I think they're Scientology.
So Q drops...
Well, I mean, Swiss banks money launder for everybody, but they weren't money laundering from the US Pentagon to Nazi Germany. The American government, right, was not helping the Germans. The American people generally were actually in favor of a lot of the Nazi ideals up until we entered the war. We were not funneling money for the Nazis to do the Holocaust throughout, like that to be able to trace that to anything after, it just proves that this is a bullshit anyway. If we engaged in that kind of action, it would probably be at the very, 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 very beginning, and then back right out of it as soon as they lose their fucking shit. Plus, also, like, we got pulled into the war with Japan, but we were pretty sure we were gonna get pulled into the war anyway. We were trying to avoid it, but like funding the war from the side that attacked us, it doesn't make any sense. The Japanese attacked us because they thought that we were a risk to their like oil production and oil shipping routes. They wanted control of the Pacific Ocean. They wanted like no challengers there. That's why they hit Pearl Harbor. Would they have done that if we were on their side? We know that the Japanese and the Nazis shared information. Would that information not have passed to be like, oh, hey, by the way, this is our ally in the war while we're fighting? Like, come on. 2 absurd irrational numbers, 1 illegal immigrants count, 2 missing children and adults within a modern society gone with a trace, patently nonsensical stuff. Any adult knows is provably wrong. True. And also, like, yeah, they'll definitely be counting like undocumented immigrants in this, the one time where their lives actually matter to these people. So, based on so-called proofs, the best proof is when Donald Trump himself tweets or says something that can be correlated to Q.
Are bits of text and images that
banks are all fucking evil, guys.
Some connection to the real world.
Yeah, so this is, by the way, what it would look like when you're on this site and Q makes like a post. You would have to like figure out that it's Q first off based on like they would have an amalgamation of numbers and tags. They would keep moving to different sites, by the way. Like, it started off on 4chan. I stopped paying attention after that. But it was on several sites. So you had to know the tag, because these were anonymous message boards. And you would see that tag, and they would type in some nonsense like this.
The meaning of it.
And then you have to do, like, a little puzzle.
To fit into its own fiction.
And we know that the human brain loves patterns, loves to complete puzzles. Even if there is no actual answer there, you'll make one. They don't have to even include an answer. And sometimes they didn't, but a lot of the times the answers that they included that you come to lead you just deeper down the hole.
Why didn't LV change the news cycle? You have more than you know. Boom. Cue.
What I say a class action lawsuit? When is it effective? Who controls the narrative? WHO wrote the singular censorship algorithm. WHO deployed the algorithm. Sorry, who? Not WHO. I felt like this might have been a COVID conspiracy. Who instructed them to deploy the algorithm? Same embed across multiple platforms. Why? Why is the timing relevant? Where is at Snowden? This is what people read. And then they find one of these that they, 1 second. Sorry, guys. Bye. Sorry. Yeah, it was the FBI. Actually, it was my handlers at the CIA. But, ooh, what is that? What just happened? What just happened? I just got a big old, like, wall of purple text that I couldn't read. Who cares anyway? Look, you would look at this, you would read this, and you would find one of these that you had something that you could relate to, and then you would go, you're as the baker, these are the breadcrumbs, and you would take the breadcrumbs and you would go down the rabbit hole. What I think happened is YouTube might have gotten mad for content ID over this and copyrighted the video. Probably. That's probably what happened. It was my dad calling. He's watching the stream and he was like, what the fuck happened? You understand like the pathways here, right? Yeah, boo. I know. I don't see it being copyrighted at the moment, and this is not copyrighted content, so it shouldn't be an issue. However, you'll do one. 6 other like psychotic idiots on the thread will be working with you. You'll be messaging each other, be like, wait, does this relate to this? No, it doesn't. And then you'll find a path. Everything can be rationalized if you try hard enough. With enough psychosis and enough determination, you can rationalize any line of thinking, any relation to a broad sweeping like term of like terms like this, just broad sweeping sentences that don't particularly point to anything in particular. Weird flicker of a glitch. Barney the dinosaur hacked your screen. Am I back to normal, guys? Is it? I'm thinking maybe my network is having an issue. It's really hot today, and usually when it gets really hot, Australian Wi-Fi shits itself. Am I good? Are we back? Also, please go on YouTube and like the stream if you haven't. Anyway, I'll press play. Let me know if we're not back, and I'll jump it back.
Very telling.
We found when we were creating alternate reality games that if we didn't give people boundaries, if we didn't tell them, hey, stop here, there's nothing else to see here, they would try and solve mysteries that didn't exist. They would try and make connections that weren't there. And back then we would say to each other sort of conversationally, whoa, they're driving themselves crazy. You know, we need to stop that and put them back on track.
What he's also doing is giving us riddles that we need to solve so that we can then dig deeper and find out what is the truth behind what he's leaking.
There's a psychological phenomenon called apophenia.
At the very bottom, so he's got Mockingbird at the top. Then he has Mockingbird 103017. He also is talking about Soros's money. Why did Soros donate all his money?
It's so funny that they still talk about Soros when they have Elon Musk, and Soros is worth like $7 billion, and Elon is going to be a trillionaire in our lifetime.
Apophenia is a condition that people get into if they're confronted with a lot of noise and no signal. If you sit in front of a television set with a bunch of snow on it for long enough, you will see shit. Your brain is fundamentally a pattern matching device.
By the way, this also happens if you just stare into the mirror for long enough in a somewhat like dimly lit room. If you just go and look at yourself in the mirror for long enough, you start seeing some horrific shit because, yeah, as he said, your brain wants to make patterns, and just looking at a static image or like static on a TV screen, you'll find different movements and your brain will consider that the start or the beginning of a pattern, and then it will continue to build off that.
And
our brains are meat with electricity running through them. They fuck up a lot.
We'll find them regardless of
I wasn't a fan.
Exist. But what I found was that QAnon was amplifying that as much as they possibly could. So they put mysteries out there that had no solution. So there are lots of Q drops that say things like, grammar matters, spelling matters, everything matters. And that's purely intentional. That's purely to get people
like,
to
I could pause and we could go look at each one of these things, but like, is there even a need? God woke you up for a reason with this, but this is literally like the good times make weak men make bad times, blah 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 blah. Just Nazi propaganda.
Into this traumatic
and
world
Christian
and move
nationalist
around
propaganda.
looking for connections that don't exist.
Folks, I've been told this by high-up folks. They say, listen, Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. She's a frickin' demon and she stinks, and so does Obama.
Obama and Hillary smell like sulfur. Like, it's so funny that I'll give it to Alex Jones. The man's like evil, but he knows how to be funny. But the fact that there's people out here like looking into this and being like, oh, this means something. That's wild.
I go like, what? Sulfur. They smell like hell.
Democrats are pedophiles
Torture the children.
who eat kids and take adrenochrome from their bodies. That's the mystery.
All right, I said every accusation is a confession. I'll drop the eating kids and the adrenochrome part. I don't think they're doing that. The rest of it, I think, is true. Like, Republicans are pedophiles, but I don't think they're eating the children, so I'll give them that. But yes, every accusation, minus the, like, absolute most insane ones, contextually, sometimes, are, they're all confessions, generally. This is just the one example I've seen of, I don't think they're actually eating the kids when they say this. I mean, it is the Epstein party.
Go solve it.
It's not a fairy tale. This is not something out of science fiction.
They're all pedophiles.
And obviously, there's no solution.
It's the Epstein party.
The trauma of going through this material while trying to make connections in your head leaves you incredibly vulnerable to undue influence, and then brings the community of Q around people.
Where we go one, we go all. Take a deep breath. As dark as it may appear, the reality is we've got this.
The system, the process changes your brain to make you actually believe this stuff.
Like, genuinely, this is true. I need to touch on this. Iodine and borderline. Oh, so that's for sure. That's why we trans people are the scapegoat for their own depravity. Yes and no. So you are the scapegoat because you are the easiest scapegoat. You are also the scapegoat because it's not just calling trans people pedophiles that they're using to mask their own depravity. It's also trans people and the left, queers, are grooming children. It's that claim as well, because we know that it's Republicans that are grooming children. We know that just based on the education policy that Donald Trump put out, but even just, I've covered instances of like little children, like little children, like 6, 7, 8 maybe, white kids that are being taken, like photos taken with their, like their parents are taking photos of this kid like holding a chain, holding a black kid and a woman that are like handcuffed, held in chains behind him. That shit's grooming. Wearing, like giving your like 5-year-old kid a AR-15 shirt, that shit's grooming. Religion is grooming your children. When it becomes grooming and when it becomes educating is when it's done at a with a specific purpose of indoctrination. That's when it's grooming. Nothing new in the 80s. Christian nationalists started the Satanic Panic. Literally, yeah, and it's nothing new. It's just everything's gotten worse. None of this is new shit. It's all just they press down the gas on that. Or a 5-year-old child that is in tears professing their love for Jesus. Yeah, well, I mean, that shit is a result of grooming. No 5-year-old is doing that. Also, I've never seen that happen, but like, if that was the example, then yes, that would be why. They love to groom you. It's not just children, by the way. They're grooming the adults.
Make you actually believe this stuff. They had that same experience as in our games.
Religion comes from tradition, but it's used in this manner.
They were lied to. They were told it was real.
We have the high ground.
Just like this, religion comes from a somewhat like basis in something else, in this case tradition, in this case American politics and the news, and it is used as a tool to do this, to control you, to shift your thought processes. Now, does every religion do this? No. Is this happening currently in America from the Christians? Absolutely. Is this happening in Israel by the most hardcore, like, to be fair, honestly, even calling these people Christian isn't accurate because Jesus would have hated these fuckers, and calling Israel Jewish is also not accurate because they're literally not doing, they're about as Jewish as ISIS is Muslim. So, but that's nuance, and nuance is lost on people who, you know, feed on this all day.
We have the numbers. We have control of the guts of the ship.
The subtitles, like, subtitles and closed captions, I can't figure out for Twitch, huh? Well, you should be able to see the subtitles on the screen that I have on from the video. Subtitles on Twitch, I don't know how to work, but YouTube won't have them because this is, I've set it to ultra low latency.
We have the moral.
Can you not see these?
And now they're literally a different person. They have a different set of beliefs.
Can you see the subtitles? Certified garbage?
And it can happen fast.
That's what I was curious
about. It can
about.
happen within days or weeks for some people. In some cases, less than that.
This shit has happened to people like over the span of a day before. I meant in other streams. I don't know how to turn that on. Sorry. I do try and put subtitles on every time though. The thing is, like, this is what radicalized a lot of people during COVID, right? Remember, like, we had doctors, we had nurses, we had academics that were saying anti-vax shit. It's because they were feeding on this. This broke people during the pandemic. By the way, like, they don't outwardly talk about Q anymore. They probably will again now that he's going to be president again, or they'll just shift it to something else, but I'm pretty sure they'll just go right back to Q. Why did none of you warn me? I just been sitting here looking at the video. People who had never been terminally online, worship blew up. This is true.
Less than that.
Just chilling.
I got angry because they were using my ideas to hurt people.
QAnon is a military operation. That's why they're not allowed to talk about it.
And from then, it was my moral imperative to do something about it.
Where we go one, we go all.
One of the things that I did, I think, differently than a lot of people is I went and talked to people. I met Stephen Hassan, who is the world's leading expert on cults, very early on, because I knew what it was. I knew it was a cult.
Mind control groups have a black and white, us versus them, good versus evil, very simplistic. So you're either on the inside and you have the truth, and you're out on the outside and you're the devil, or this is wrong with you.
That's what this is. This is an authoritarian cult.
The movement, man, it's the shift. I can feel it coming. Some call it the Great Awakening.
The cult wants people to think of it as the Great Awakening, right?
By the way, like, what you get out of this cult personally, it depends on you. They tailor it for you. If you want to, like, be afraid of immigrants, well, we got, you know, the Great Replacement for you. You want to whinge about, like, trans people? We got that for you. You want to hate the gays? We got that for you. You're going to be super, like, they will tailor it to you. I was on Truth Social doing research for some shit in private Facebook groups and Telegram, and where we go one, we go all was a constant. So they're all still QAnon, which, like, it would take someone with, I don't know, one brain cell to guess. They are cooked. These people, by the way, the people that say that kind of shit, you're not going to say, you have no hope in saving them. They're not worth arguing with. They're not the ones whose minds you're going to change. Their minds can only be changed when the cult is broken. You got to work on other people, the people around them and the people they're trying to indoctrinate. In this case, like if you see this in your day-to-day life, if you see this around your family, that's how you work on it. Don't try and, fix the people who are already programmed. For now, worry about the people they're programming, especially now, right in this moment, or even for the next couple of months when they have the momentum. They won the election, they're about to go into the presidency, they're feeling good. It's much more difficult to get through to any of these people. Wait a couple months until they're starving and can't turn the heat on in the middle of winter, and then maybe you'll get through them. Steve Hassan began all the way back in the 1960s protesting and deprogramming people drawn into cults. Yeah, deprogramming people drawn into cults is difficult, and the longer it goes on, the more difficult it becomes. There are people who've been in this cult for years. For years. It's essentially their whole life now. They have forgotten everything before, and there's only the cult.
They want people to think of it as, now you know the truth. All cults make you think that.
So you don't have any proof of that, that's what you're guessing it is.
And you don't have any proof there isn't.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Is it possible they don't believe in bogus information? I mean, let's see. Let's see, Q. Let's see.
It's a cult that is indoctrinating and radicalizing people towards violence.
So Q most certainly did send me, ladies and gentlemen. Q is the highest level
towards destruction and trauma and division.
Biden built the cages! You Biden built the cages!
Just like the moonies.
Biden built the cages is what they were yelling. I don't know if that's true or not. Doesn't matter.
Built the cages! You Biden built the cages!
Just like the moonies.
Joining in this sacred global wedding.
Just like Jonestown.
I want you to enjoy the fearlessness that I have, the courage that I have, the compassion that I have.
Jones ordered a mass suicide. 914 people were murdered or drank
That's cults for you.
Laced with poison.
Your only chance.
You think if Donald Trump told people that if they all drank poison, that an alien spaceship would pick them up and bring them to like heaven, they would do it or not? Do you think so? I do. I think a lot of them would.
To evacuate is to leave with us.
Heaven's Gate was a UFO cult where 29 people suicided themselves because their cult leader told them that when Hale-Bopp the comet came, the aliens were going to beam them up, but in order for you to be able to go, you had to kill yourself. Patty Hearst.
Tell me that you don't think that MAGA would do this if there was like like an actual media effort meant to get this word out so that they could all hear it. Not even a regular push on the subject, just like a regular amount of hey, this is what's gonna happen. Not try and convince. Do you think that they would or wouldn't? I know I'm being simplistic here, but like, yeah.
Hearst, this fucking cult kidnapped her.
4 months later, she stunned the world with the announcement that she joined her captors.
How in the world does the granddaughter of William Randolph Hearst become a terrorist?
Within a couple months, she was carrying a machine gun.
As for being brainwashed, the idea is ridiculous to the point of being beyond belief.
In a nutshell, that's QAnon, right? You take people who would never, ever fucking pick up a gun or do anything like that or say a racist word in their life, and you turn them into a killer.
Raise your hand if you think that now, more than ever in your lifetime, America's on the brink of civil war.
You know why it is, right? It's because they believe that. America's on the brink of civil war because these people believe that. Trump could plan a coup and be reelected. Wait, already happened. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, he didn't plan the coup. That was the rich people and the Russians and the Heritage Foundation. He's mostly just an actor. You know that, right? Do you think anyone has the capacity? Do you think anyone has the capacity to be radicalized? Absolutely. They didn't have internet back then. That's not true. Like 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, sorry, back in the Jonestown days. No, they didn't have internet back then. Put in the newspaper. It still would have done the same thing if it was, you know. In the case of Trump, I think you can be that simplistic of it just would require them to say it. Obviously, I don't think Jonestown could have been that simplistic.
I wrote a piece 4 weeks after I started this, called subtly, QAnon is coming for you and your family. And I did that because I went to Facebook for the first time in, I think, 2 years. It was Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah, Facebook is a cesspool. Like, Facebook was Twitter before Twitter was Twitter.
Like, 2/3 of my friends said, like, my aunt, my mom, my sister, like, I had cousins, I was astounded.
I had to talk to my mother about the COVID vaccine because she saw something on Facebook. She was not in any of this shit. Like, this was not the type of stuff that my mom looks at on Facebook, but she was still getting that anti-vax shit. And guess where that stuff was originating from? Right the fuck here.
That person? That person's smart. That person's not a racist.
Literal doctors being anti-vax.
It can be anybody.
Black people who want slavery back. You can brainwash people to do whatever, to believe whatever.
Specifically based on their vulnerabilities.
No, this is about QAnon.
Thousands of child molesters were arrested. Trump keeps emphasizing that most victims are smuggled into the country.
Flow of transnational crime organizations. So this map, probably a real map. However, if you listen to the voiceover here,
Trump keeps emphasizing that most victims are smuggled into the country through this.
Instead of drugs, this is all sex trafficking now. It's because of the calm music behind, the visuals. It's very quick. You don't get to sit here and look at this unless you pause it. But what the video said is this is how they're smuggling, children in and out of the country. And so you believe it when you're watching this and you're already part of that like media environment where you're just swiping and all you're seeing is QAnon content.
Southern border.
If you were a woman, send them down the pedophile route. If you're an angry ex-military person, send them down the militia route. They tailor it straight
for you.
Like, there are pipelines for this.
Do you still believe Osama bin Laden was responsible for 9/11?
Iodine and borderline. There's trans women that like went down the Nazi route. The Nazbols, trans women on like 4chan that believe in QAnon. It's insane. These people are crazy.
Set up Al-Qaeda?
I think one of the January 6th insurrectionists was actually a trans woman, and then she got put in prison, and they sent her to a male prison, and then she was writing to Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene asking them to help her move to a women's prison. Like, sorry, you went on the wrong side there.
He was a CIA agent before he became the enemy.
We all know this.
New Age mysticism. So many people who were liberals. Tree huggers.
Liberals are easy to bring to the right.
Spread in flashy posts by lifestyle influencers, mommy bloggers, and alternative health pages. And in some 200 cities and towns across the U.S. last month, moms, often
poor thing, I have no sympathy for her,
gathered in their main streets, holding signs, branded.
Osama bin Laden? Yeah, we would give him money and weapons. He was literally he was fighting for us with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan against like the Soviets. Liberals do be liberalizing, man. Look, Destiny's dick sucking vid. Great name, by the way. Liberals you work with when you need to, when you're working towards change. Don't trust a liberal as a leftist. They will always like fuck you over in the end. You need to be aware of the necessity of the liberal and have the desire to bring the liberal over to the left even further. But you cannot trust the liberal to not betray you to the right. He was a soldier. I didn't know he was a CIA agent. I don't think he was a CIA agent. I think he was just an asset. We were just funding him. He was wasn't his like dad like a Saudi prince or something? Asset. Yeah, he was a CIA asset, not an agent. He's like Saudi like royalty bullshit. I do just a little because I'm sure the assault rate for trans women in men's prisons is abysmal. From what I know, actually, it's both better and worse than that. You don't get assaulted as much depending on, where you are because they keep you in solitary. But if they don't keep you in solitary, you know, then you get assaulted a lot. And solitary is inhumane. We shouldn't be doing that to any fucking prisoner. So that in and of itself is really, really bad. It depends on which is worse. I don't know. Assaulted by a male prisoners as a trans woman, or isolation for a prison sentence. A simple solution is to offer often easier to believe than a complex one, even if the simple solution is wrong. Yes, which is why I often get annoyed when people say, well, Occam's razor. I'm like, Occam's razor doesn't mean you can't, like, you can just skip over any amount of critical thinking and questioning of the content.
With QAnon messages.
The woman who died in the Capitol, the one who was the first one to go into the speaker's office to try and kidnap
Ashley
and
Babbitt?
Kill her?
Estimated over 3 million people here today.
Yeah, certified garbage. You said that this wasn't as bad as it was. And by the way, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And by the way, I didn't answer your question earlier if there were weapons. There's like actual interviews and video footage of police that were picking up weapons and just like keeping them in their pocket that they found on the ground during the brawl outside the Capitol. It's actually a miracle no one like got shot outside the Capitol, outside of Ashley Babbitt.
To try and kidnap and kill her?
Estimated over 3 million people here today. So despite what the media tells you, boots on ground definitely say something.
She was a normal woman.
Ashley Babbitt served for more than a decade in the Air Force.
And also it tracks that the Saudi prince has a weak handshake.
Who was led to believe that the thing she was about...
I'll bet you I have a stronger handshake than a Saudi prince, and I'm 5'9", 120 pounds.
...to do was right.
Staunch supporter of the president.
She's my only granddaughter. I'm sorry.
Poor guy.
You know, very early on, I started looking at network maps of QAnon, and it was really well organized. Like topologically, you could just see, here are the nodes of information, here are the distribution, the retweeters around that, which goes to a second layer, which then goes out to everybody else. It has every single component of PSYOP, a psychological operation. Somebody is doing that on purpose. If you go to QAnon Twitter, what you see are a bunch of people putting out Russian propaganda.
Yeah. Look, people get really mad when you call it Russian propaganda. You know why people get mad when you call it Russian propaganda? Because of Russian propaganda. QAnon is the thing that made it so that they can just say, oh, well, all of you just shout Russia, 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 Russia. None of it's real. Because it is real. Even in 2016, we know that Russia got Trump elected. The only reason that all of this got thrown under the rug is because we couldn't prove that Donald Trump directly, personally had a deal with Putin. We know for a fact that they interfered. In fact, just this year, the FBI agent actually responsible for us not continuing to do the investigation and us not finding the direct link between Trump and Putin, got sentenced to prison this year for working for Russia. So I covered it in an earlier stream. It's in my sources somewhere. I can find it for you guys if you want it. But we know this was a fact. It's just QAnon that made it so we can't talk about it. And this guy was 7 foot or something. He was huge and he had a weak handshake. I mean, that tracks for loser energy.
There is zero negative information about Russia or Vladimir Putin. It doesn't exist. Why is it that China is the #1 target of QAnon? Why? Why is it China?
Russian government-backed social media accounts began amplifying the QAnon conspiracy theory earlier than previously reported. That's according to a Reuters analysis.
QAnon is everything they did in 2016, but better.
That Vladimir Putin personally ordered a cyber and social media campaign to disrupt the recent U.S. presidential election.
He's KGB. All they do are psychological operations.
Again, not even that, but we discussed earlier with the Russians, they have no leverage. They have no military power that's a risk to us. They can't challenge us in any way. All they have are psyops. That's all they have. That's literally the extent to which their influence and their power extends.
The Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion. What do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions.
When Soviets are running some clandestine active measures operation, like for instance, planting some major story in the newspaper in France, West Germany, United States, elsewhere, Japan. That kind of article normally would be written by local, in many cases, prominent journalist who will express.
Yeah, you're correct again.
As if his own or her own opinion.
You know, but it's also just people are fucking tired of it. They're tired of hearing about
It's
it.
the perfect target for Russian intelligence. Between individuals, Americans, and Russia.
Russia. Every single time.
I guess I beat him to it.
Here.
I haven't watched this all the way to the end, by the way. I've seen like 10, 15 minutes of it. Again, I don't like watching shit before I show it on stream.
The word. There are objections.
When they reported that the dossier was probably Russian disinformation from the get-go, what were they really saying there?
And there used to be just objections from the right, and now it's increasingly objections from the left.
You know, as someone on the left who's actually gone out and protested Trump, I didn't expect this hysteria to completely take over, but now...
Who the fuck are you?
The people running this...
Not on the left.
...operation are obviously Russian.
This is called, it's in there, actually. It's on, right in the title. Turn the subtitles off. I don't know, Jim Stewartson. I'll link this in the chat. Here, let's see.
Compromise.
A Kelly File exclusive tonight on the conspiracy theory that came to be known as
here we go.
Pizzagate.
Pizzagate came before QAnon.
It started with what turned out to be a bogus news story suggesting that Bill and Hillary Clinton were running a sex ring out of a Washington, D.C. pizza parlor.
It was the prototype.
D.C. police say Welch fired at least one round into the restaurant floor.
According to police, Welch said that he had read online that the Comet Ping Pong restaurant was harboring child sex slaves. The suspect said he was armed to help rescue them.
On November 7th, the hashtag Pizzagate was born. And by November 6th...
I know we're learning about how these people are a cult, but I just saw this and like, I don't know how to make this point any more clear than don't believe any story unless it comes from Trump himself. Absolutely the truth, and I believe you. Trump is the truth. Anyone who doesn't believe Trump is a liar. The Trump camp has been very forthcoming with information this far. Won't keep us in the dark. It's a cult. It's a fucking cult. Don't believe anything unless it comes from Trump himself. By the way, Cat Turd is one of the main Twitter accounts that Elon Musk retweets constantly, right? So
16th, people started showing up at the restaurant to investigate for themselves, like well-known right-wing activist Jack Posobiec, who used a video camera to live stream his visit on Periscope.
Jack Posobiec was pushing Pizzagate, and he was pushing QAnon in the beginning for a reason. Posobiec was good friends with all of the people who actually started QAnon.
I'd love to leave Twitter and spend all my time on Blue Sky, except like I kind of need to be on Twitter for this because I get half of my content from Twitter.
Steve Bannon, Roger Stone, Ezra Cohen-Watnick, Jason Sullivan, Lisa Klaipier.
Oh, no, you're right, Soul Blues. We've been a victim of propaganda from our own country for decades. We're just also a victim of propaganda from our own country, from global, like, multinational corporations, and from foreign countries at the same time now. That's the only distinction. I'm not saying we never were. We always were. Just as you said, like, the Red Scare, the fact that, like, the words socialism and communism have been so poisoned. Of course we've been doing this to ourselves for decades. For more like for the entire span of the existence of the United States, I'd be willing to say we've been psyoping ourselves. However, now you can just add in the multinational corporations and the foreign governments into it. And it's not just Russia, it's Israel, it's China, it's Iran, it's Turkey was owning the fucking mayor of New York City for 10 years. All of them do.
Maybe like a game, but considering that I myself...
White House is like the fucking New York Stock Exchange these days.
It's not a game, it's not anything...
Are you reading these things that people are writing?
I can't control what somebody posts on the internet.
And you're filming me now.
Blue Sky is very good. I like Blue Sky. Blue Sky just feels like Twitter without the Nazis. It takes some like effort setting it up, but it's good. The issue here is I need the bad people so I can show you the bad people. Was it Adam Curtis who talked about the conspiratorial tones that have always pervaded the US for hundreds of years? I don't know if that was... Like, I don't know who that actually was, but I've seen quite a lot of videos on the subject. I mean, like, conspiracy theory goes back to the dawn of the country. I'm sure we can find a video to watch on the subject after this. I'll have a look. I have a couple, like, different links that relate to this afterward, but I'll have a look for a video on that. That looks interesting, I suppose, while we're on the topic.
I can't control what somebody posts on the internet.
And you're filming me now.
From the first moment when we stepped in, you know, the people sort of had...
Who are these people? Who are we listening to? Sorry.
This is maybe like a game, but considering that I myself and my staff receive death threats,
it's not a game, it's not anything.
Are you reading these things that people are writing?
I can't control what somebody posts on the internet.
And you're filming me now.
From the first moment when we stepped in, you know, the people sort of had that like super extra happy smile. This is your table. You're gonna have a good time. And there's little kids like just randomly sort of walking around.
This is fucking Pizzagate, right?
He's good friends with Mike Flynn.
Oh, by the way, Jack Posobiec is End Wokeness on Twitter, if you didn't know. This is End Wokeness on Twitter.
The gate has been pushed by Michael G. Flynn, son of retired Lieutenant General Michael T. Flynn. After Welch's arrest Sunday, the younger Flynn tweeted, "Until Pizzagate proven to be false, it'll remain a story."
If there's anyone on planet Earth who is the most obvious Russian asset, it's Mike Flynn.
So we have known that there was a phone call between Michael Flynn, the national security advisor, and the Russian ambassador to the United States. They admitted that.
You don't have to look. You fucking Google him.
We're told that retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Donald Trump's former national security...
On this subject, I have a comment in a second, but to you, Soul Blues, they've already threatened this both ways, and like, we've threatened leaving NATO over them being, you know, mad about Elon banning Twitter. We've threatened them quite a bit over the subject. I really, really hope they ban Twitter, though. They really should. I hope they declare it like a foreign terrorist organization.
Google.
We're told that retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, was paid more than $33,750 by Russia's state-run broadcaster, RT TV Russia, for a speech in Moscow in December.
Oh, look, it's Jill Stein. Hey, I know who you, sitting with Vladimir Putin. Jill Stein. The headquarters for QAnon, National Socialism, Christian Nationalism is Gab and Truth Social. You just wait until they merge all of those into Twitter. Truth Social and Twitter are definitely merging. I don't know about Gab. I've never been on that one. That one sounds like even more brain damage. But yeah, it's not just Truth Social, though. Really, like, Twitter is absolutely home base for the Nazis and the pedophiles, at least right now. They will add in a lot more of the Christian nationalists when Truth Social jumps in, because the Christian nationalists are the more like Trump is Jesus cult, so they all go to Truth Social. QAnon is on all of it.
2015, the U.S. intelligence community has long assessed that RT is a propaganda tool of the Kremlin, writing in its January report on Russian interference in the U.S. election that the organization...
2016, Mike Flynn starts talking about digital soldiers. Digital soldiers is the idea of an online insurgency, and that was his idea. He trademarked the term digital soldiers in 2017, 9 months before QAnon.
Jericho was a city of false gods.
Yeah, so if you don't understand why Michael Flynn is QAnon, pay attention to more of this now. Also, the For You tab was and still is just Feed Me Propaganda tab. However, it's so funny how obvious that Elon Musk keeps popping up in it himself, yeah? But I'm getting recommended fucking Tucker Carlson. They think following controversial factions, who most of those apart from pop culture and widely recognized grassroots following and the female sex, all acknowledge a sense of social taboo and collective social disdain. These people, white men or not, are unironically convinced that conforming to the conservative values is somehow countercultural as fucking fuck, and obviously going against the grain without question, based how many times they can stroke their chins and spam the word facts. This is the most true and accurate depiction of this I have seen, on top of obviously the collective brainwashing that we're watching explained how it happened.
He trademarked
but that is true.
Digital soldiers in 2017, 9 months before QAnon.
Jericho was a city of false gods and corruption. On God's command, Joshua and the army of Israel marched around the city 7 times and let out a loud shout, and God brought down the walls of the city and exposed the darkness. Our Jericho March was born of a vision from God. We, the people, peacefully march, pray.
The Jericho rally on December 12th, 2020 was the craziest fucking thing I have ever.
I get that they're playing the QAnon videos in the background, but the dings keep stopping my train of thought exactly where it is.
Ever seen?
This is war. We are at war, and you better call it what it is, people.
Satanism is out of the open. The Bible is fulfilled.
Let's take over the country.
Thank you for this general. We thank you that you have anointed him and appointed him for such a time as this. So we decree the spirit of the Lord and the freedom over this country.
They're literally LARPing. They're playing Dungeons and Dragons in real life. They're at the fucking medieval fair.
Because God has brought it and has said it. So we bless the General Flynn and the president.
It's just that. It's weird. It's fucking weird. What? What do you mean this general, this guy? A general is like a Russian agent who psyoped the American, it sounds crazy. I sound crazy to myself saying it.
Yeah, look, the issue with talking about this shit is, I also feel like I'm crazy talking about it. I feel like I'm a blue anon conspiracy theorist, except they've put it so out in the open and so obvious, but they've also poisoned any discourse on the subject that even though it's so open and so obvious and it's right there for all of us to see, I look like I'm a conspiracy theorist for talking about it. They accomplished this by doing exactly this over and over and over again, repetitively. Thanks, that was challenging to coherently type out after 5 hours into an acid trip. Jesus Christ, Oxpecker, 5 hours into an acid trip and you're talking about controversial factions apart from pop culture. You're doing damn well for 5 hours into an acid trip. You must be upper crust of literate Americans.
Does that sound crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, yes and no, right?
Yeah.
We watched it happen.
Do you feel like you could make another ARG game?
No. No. It's too dangerous. The fundamental issue here is that the internet can be weaponized, and there are no rules against it.
This is why I keep saying we should really ban social media, really just the internet for minors. This is, understand, right? When you do something over and over again, what you're doing in your mind is you're burning pathways into your mind, roads for you to follow that reward you if you continue to follow them. Every time you swipe on your phone, when you're just normally you're on Instagram and you just swipe on your phone, you are filling in that line a little bit deeper, a little bit more like coherent, just so it's easier to do next time. You know, the reason you swipe in the direction that you do on your phone is because it simulates and emulates in your mind that of sitting at a slot machine at a casino. You're waiting for the next jackpot to come up, the next piece of content that gives your brain the chemical response that is trained to come from this. This is not a system in which we should allow developing minds on. This is not a system we should allow us on, to be honest. Like, if I could snap my fingers and erase most of YouTube, I'm okay with YouTube because of like the concept of uploading videos is not the dangerous bit here. It is the, like, I would get rid of YouTube Shorts, but regular YouTube stays. Twitch can stay. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, WhatsApp, Telegram, Kick, and Rumble, all of them would be gone. All of them would be gone. Speaking of, actually, Australia did the 16-year-old and under social media ban. However, after looking at that, I noticed that Kick, Rumble, and Telegram are not included in that ban, which is insane. So I plan to be writing out some sort of a petition. I'm going to go knock on some doors, get some signatures, go to my local elected officials and also candidates for election and see if we can fix that, which is, by the way, direct action. That's what you do. That's how you deal with these people too, by the way, is you just ignore what they're talking about on the internet and go out into like the world and be a person and fight against them in person. From 2018 to early 2021, I would trip at least once a month. Jesus. Okay. I could never. I don't even like the last time I did acid, it felt like everything was electric. Like all of the electricity felt like it was stabbing me. So I had to turn all the lights off, and it wasn't all that great. I don't like, by the way, I'm not like supporting anyone's drug use, by the way, etc., etc. Don't ban me, Twitch. As long as you're safe, then that's your life to live. I could not give a flying fuck about what drugs people are on, as long as they're safe and they're not hurting other people. I don't use X, TikTok, Insta, really any other social media aside from digging up dirt on alts until I started Blue Sky, and I could see how it can get addicting, and I have to limit myself. Yeah, look, during COVID, I used to be on TikTok quite a lot, and I felt myself like getting dumber. I felt my attention span dropping. And I made an active decision, this was like 2021, to get off of everything but YouTube. And I did. I got off of all social media except for YouTube. And my mental health not only improved, my physical health also improved, my functionality, my motivation, my mood, all of that improved. Ironically now, I find myself on every social media because me being the person who hated social media decided to choose a career path that requires me to be on all social media, but better me than you. Yeah, be careful on Blue Sky too. They're a social media corporation. You cannot trust on ethics from any of them, even the ones that start off good.
8 billion people are getting connected in ways that were never designed into the human brain, right? I mean, these social media networks are home for people.
Facebook groups grew to at least 1.7 million members. That was
And
until the social media
I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with that idea. But we need a set of rules that govern society online like we do in the real world. Because here's the thing. As a species, we are moving towards a digital existence. We just are.
I mean, more people relate to being online than in person. I tell some of you to go outside and talk to your neighbors, and I know that you cringe. I tell my friends, come knock on some doors with me and help me canvas. And they all cringe at the idea of like engaging with a stranger and instigating that engagement, like just beginning a conversation with someone they don't know, knocking on a stranger's door. That shit's terrifying to these people, to most of you, I assume too. But this is how all of human history worked. And we need to get back to that. The in-person community is what's missing here. Social media can emulate, can produce a facsimile of community, but it can never provide you with the physical, psychological, and social benefits of real in-person social interaction. It just can't, it can't make up for that. It can come close. You can use it as a substitute for an extent of time, but it's not the same and it doesn't do the same things. It will not be enough. You need that in-person social interaction. We're built for it. Our brains are built for it.
And we need to start treating the reality that is generated in our digital lives as seriously as the reality that is created in our physical lives. And it's a hard concept to get your head around because your digital life is sort of supposed to be a reflection of your real life.
But
right?
It tends to be more the other way around.
You can take pictures of your real life and you put it on your digital life.
Your real life is more of a reflection of your digital life now than it was, than what he's saying here. This is what it started off as, but we've lost.
But the reality is that that's not how it's evolving.
They stole
and QAnon is
a generation of minds.
Sort of.
These people stole a generation of minds. And by these people, I don't mean QAnon here. I mean like social media companies. I mean Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. They literally, Google, they stole the minds of a generation or two or three.
How it's evolving. And QAnon is the sort of metastasized version of what happens if you don't put rules in place. Because in QAnon, that digital reality becomes real reality. Technology is not going to make our job any easier. Deepfakes, the erasure of truth, is part of the reason why I am so frantic.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
It's going to be much harder to see what's going on with anything.
Yeah, look, this shit scares me, guys. This right here, I mean, this video clip was funny, great. Deepfakes and AI, I mean, didn't deepfakes and AI kind of just get Modi elected in India this year alone? Just this. That's why so many largely support mass movements diminishing have faltered in a graph up and down saturation of high-speed internet, late 1990s, last moments in America of mass movements. Yeah, people don't organize in person. People don't protest in person. This is why, by the way, the news cycle can shift so quickly. We forget, is because we're not out there engaging with other people. We're only ever looking at a screen. And once it's gone, it's gone. Object permanence. It is a thing that a lot of people with ADHD don't have, but even if you're neurotypical, object permanence hasn't evolved to apply to a phone the same way that it does in person. Be out there, go out there, talk to your neighbors, knock on the doors, go make friends, go talk to the people you don't like, go make friends with the cops. You might hate the cops, but hey, one day when they start arresting the enemy from within, it might save your life. Not gonna lie, I'm deemed disabled and SMI? What's SMI? By my state for BPD and CPTSD with severe social anxiety, mild agoraphobia after 15 years, and on off the street. Leaving my partner now that I finally have a safe space, even to meet other people with my interests is other peers is quite daunting. All mine is such a good place of learning how to form trust and learn about normal relationships one step at a time. Look, severely mentally ill. Thank you. I understand your point of view here, but let me hit you with this. I also had severe anxiety and CPTSD. I still have CPTSD. Mild agoraphobia, also had this as well. You know what fixes it? It's not being online. You're only reinforcing the fear of going outside by doing this. I promise you, I know that it's daunting. Maybe bring a friend with you. But if you were to go knock on your neighbor's door and just chat with them, just say, hi, I'm your neighbor. I don't know, I'm trying to be more social and have community, and just compliment them, start a conversation. It'll be significantly easier and less scary than you think it's going to be. It'll be really scary up until the moment you start the conversation, but you are educated enough based on what I've seen you writing, and you're able to communicate well in written text, right? You might not be able to communicate this well spokenly. You can practice that, by the way. You can speak in front of a mirror. But if you go out, touch some grass, for one, but also do the thing you're afraid to do, even if it's a little bit of it, even if it's just, if you go out to a store, you go and have the store clerk come and ask you if they can help you. Instead of just saying no and feeling uncomfortable, walk away, say yes and have them bring you to what you're looking for. Compliment them, ask them how their day is going. First of all, it'll make their day. And okay, cool. You do already do stuff like this. I do immersion therapy and I've started going on short shopping trips. But yeah, you're right. My apartment complex is literally a community for SMI people and we get along pretty well. And I know that they get me, but thanks for, yeah, no, so that's what I mean. You're already doing it. Just the way that you phrased your last message didn't indicate that. But you guys need to pay attention to what I and Borderline is saying here. Do that. It works. Immersion therapy is how you deal with fears like this. Good start is walking at night. Not if you're a woman, Hans. Depending on where you live, I would not start off by walking at night as a woman alone. But I suppose, if you're a man or, if you're a woman living in the middle of nowhere and you have a gun, you can try it. Yeah, hell no. I'm sorry. Even me, Hansus, I would not. Like, I'll take walks at night now, but as a start, hell no. Not at the starter level. That's some advanced shit.
Part of the reason why I am so frantic.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
It's going to be much harder to see what's going on with anything when your favorite actor or politician can be made to say anything.
I trust you will have the very merriest of Merry Christmases.
I hate this technology so much. We are literally like cyberpunking ourselves. I practice social skills with store clerks. Staff, you'll gradually gain reciprocity with them. Generally, I don't even need to gradually gain reciprocity. People just tend to like that. Deepfakes have the potential to be literally world-ending. They do. However, as much as scary as this is, and as scary as like AI deepfake systems are, there are also people that are using the same systems to try and find counters to these systems. So don't doomer over it. There are people working with the same tools that these people are using to create deepfakes and misinformation to try and figure out how to break the deepfakes, spot the deepfakes, and to block them from being able to do that. Nah, it wasn't a sexist comment. You just didn't think about that. And that's fine.
After the insurrection, seen the light, gone away, recognized
No. I knew, and my team all knew, two things. One, the cult was not going to go away.
I mean, bulletproof bullet. Even with radio, we had we had Orwell. Me too. I'm BPD type 2. I don't agree with that. And I have anxiety and ADHD now, and TBI injury. I have paranoia sometimes. Like, guys, you can still live a happy life, but that involves talking to people. Whether you have BPD or PTSD or DID or bipolar or depression or whatever it is, you can be social, and I promise it helps. Paranoia, even certified garbage. Would you be more or less terrified if you what did I just say? Would you be more or less paranoid if you had people that around you would validate your beliefs and your feelings? My brother tried to be all experimental like this. Like that on shrooms. Do not do this. Within 4 months, he did not obviously, he did enough obviously high shit in front of our parents for mom to decide, nope, fuck it. I don't feel nosy anymore. I'm throwing away the rest of the bag. Fair. Yeah, I don't know how far behind you might be, Oxpecker, but yeah, don't do that shit on drugs. The thing is though, deepfakes are overblown for now. That's the thing, for now. That's the issue. They're not this is not world ending right now, but how quickly have these developed? How quickly has this technology become commonly used? How quickly has generative AI integrated into our society? There is real possibility of damage emerging from this. Whereas Bond, Wu-Tang forever? True. And yeah, go outside, touch some grass, please. Remember how it looked 2 years ago? Yeah, just 2 years ago it was not anywhere near that good. For
but that
worse,
it was also
iodine
going to
and
be an
borderline.
opportunity
For
to
worse,
reach out.
there is no better with this.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us.
Like, the fact that she's this distressed, you understand, right? Like, these people believe this. It is in their bones. They look at this stuff from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed. If you're on your phone, this is what you get. If you're on Fox News, this is what you get. The things that produce this she's not, it's not the fuck with her. This is the natural response. This is a rational response to all of the, like, media that she's been consuming. This response is perfectly not rational.
If you see this, please save us.
Bulletproof Bullet,
There's
they
a
are
woman
very
in this
different because with none of those systems could we create things that are as good as they are now. And you don't see a lot of it in politics. You see a lot of it in revenge porn. Go look up, I think I showed a map of this, but I couldn't really go into it on stream because it's like TOS. Go look at South Korea and the amount of deep fake revenge porn that is just like being used as a weapon in the gender war over there. Don't look up what the porn is, by the way. I wouldn't do that, but like just the sheer amount of it and the violence, the fighting in the domestic terrorism that comes from that.
Video who really just cannot come to grips with the fact that Joe Biden is president.
And also, yes, it reduces the time it takes to do this.
Conceive of it. It doesn't make sense.
Please, President Trump.
And her story is replicated millions of times. There are people just fucking confused.
Which is the rational response.
Because the world doesn't make sense to them anymore.
I'm in great mental health, aside from what the mainstream media tries to say. I'm not deranged, unfortunately.
I was just thinking.
I'm not deranged, unfortunately. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just lying. No, but like that, there is a difference in just lying and lying in a way that looks real to millions of people and then causes significantly more damage than a regular, like lies can cause massive amounts of damage. A lie can cause world-ending damage. A lie that is easily replicated, produced, that anyone can do, by the way. It's not like this doesn't need to be a state. This could just be a troll, could make a lie look like it comes from a world leader that results, no, because people never cared about the facts. Yeah, but imagine getting the vibe right. All it takes is one of these people to get the vibe right. It is just the vibe. You're correct. The facts don't matter, which makes it worse because you control the vibe when you have all of the editing software. And as Soul Blue says, it makes the effort and the time it takes to do this go down significantly. It is easy to mass produce this now. And not that like we've been mass producing lies in the media for a very long time, but this is mass producing lies on another level. This is like lies that aren't just lies, they're lies with fake evidence to back them up. It's like creating a bot account and then creating 10 bot accounts to like and like share the bot account's post to make it spread even further. That's the difference here. It's a lie with also fake evidence for the people who want it. You can just look at the vibe and go on about your day, or you can look at the fake evidence on top of it, justifying the lie even further, and then go about your day. My father, he doesn't even use his phone. He kind of hates technology. Honestly, like I've kind of swung towards Butlerian jihad. I'm kidding, obviously. I don't think we need to get rid of every machine, but like, I hadn't thought of it that way. Soaking an agitprop 24/7, 365 remakes the mind enough to really, really gut level feel impending doom from phantom cartoonish villainy at every nanosecond forthcoming. Yes, that's true. That's what these people feel like, you know? There's been fake news articles since the internet was created. Yeah, but fake news that's backed up by more fake news, that's backed up by more fake news that can be created in like 5 seconds, that's constant, never ending, and also can produce audio, videos, and photos. It's just more dangerous lies. It's lies plus. It's fake news plus Bulletproof Bullet. You understand the distinction here? Like, You're not wrong. Or just out of context clip. Yeah, it's the mass production of these lies is the issue. It's not the lies themselves that are any different. It's now that you can mass produce them is the problem. On a scale well above that of any time it's ever been.
Like, what if this person knows that none of this stuff is true and they're just messing with people?
So I knew when I started that it was not going to.
How do I word this? Because I think you will you'll see the issue if I could word this correctly. I think, and you might not. That's fine too. But take a bad thing, right? A regular old any bad thing. Let's find violence, just violence, regular normal punching street fight violence. Is that the same as a militia? Is that the same as a military? It's just leveling up. Is that that's what I mean? Like, lies are here, and then we get fake news. We get mainstream media like propagating fake news and the mass production of it. And then we get to deepfakes. Deepfakes is like two people fighting on the street comparison to a military force. That's the difference there. And yeah, Donald Trump forever is probably a fake. Sorry, not a fake, a troll, but like, whatever. That's all I mean, is it's a higher degree of the same existing issue. Old lie is like a tweet, AI is like Fox News. Really? No. More like old lie is like a Facebook post, AI is like Twitter. Is probably the more accurate way of putting it. Yeah, well, I thought, no, there's a chance you might not be a troll and just have a goofy name. We'll find out, won't we, when you start saying more things. Fully functioning brain still. We'll find out. I hope so. Stalin airbrushed people out of photos. Would it matter if he had Photoshop? Yeah, well, so that's the thing. I'm not saying it's any different than what we did in the past. I'm saying it is now more, a higher degree of that. A method of doing that with less effort and less time on a mass scale. They could have done that back in the day, but it would have taken significant time and effort. And it's also difficult to maintain a lie while you have a labor force trying to erase the truth from existence. Whereas if you can have one guy sitting at a desk and type in an algorithm, type into an algorithm like the content that they want, and then they get multiple variants of it over, it just makes it easier. It's just a level up of the same thing. I don't disagree that it's not, I don't think that it's different. I just think it's more in a ability to just spread more at one time. It makes it so one person can do more damage than they could have before. It would have taken 5 people to do the damage of one person. And now, because of deepfakes, one person can apply the damage of 5 people. 1991, good movie, Sneakers. I don't know. Wars will be fought with information, not with bullets. I mean, that's kind of the Russians' tactic right now. How are we all going today? Protests in Georgia are over joining the EU, right? Well, I mean, they're still going. They're not over. The protests are going strong. I hope that they won't end unless the protesters win in Georgia. Why is this crazy political stuff happening all over the world? Should I be concerned? No, you shouldn't be concerned, Schuffelpoofer. Weirdly enough, we live in the most peaceful existence, time in human existence on this planet. We've never had this much peace. It doesn't seem like it because exactly of what I'm talking about, because of the media's input into your minds, because of the amount of propaganda out there, because from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, whether you're on Twitter, Blue Sky, Facebook, YouTube, whatever the hell you're on, you are being fed fear-mongering propaganda and lies, more than likely at some point of the day. It's like those AI inspirational Facebook images that everyone spreads without looking closely at, they reshare, and even if someone catches that it is AI, the vast majority have no media literacy and don't care enough. Apply that to a video of Biden saying he's going to suddenly weaponize the military against Trump. I mean, to be fair, Biden can legally weaponize the military against Trump. He has immunity. And to be fair, he should. I am in favor of this, if only. It's a force multiplier. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. It's wild that Stalin secret agents hand airbrush edited analog photos. That's not that wild. It makes sense. Russia won't care about Georgia this time around since they already seized the territory over a decade ago. No, they only seized parts of Georgia, not the entirety of Georgia. They're, instead of doing a Ukraine with Georgia and trying to take the country by like physical force, they're trying to do it through electoral coup. And so far, it seems like the people are well aware of it and they're really fucking pissed. So go those protesters. That's how you fight for your democracy, guys. You know, like, be like those protesters. One guy said there'd be a war in February with Iran and the USA. Well, I mean, to be fair, there might be, but not because some guy on 4chan has any special information. Don't make predictions about like US foreign policy going forward. It's not useful. Just looking at a squirrel getting killed. If it was before, I would have made, well, just look at the squirrel getting killed. If it was before, it would have made the news, but with AI, it has then been weaponized, and probably everyone here has seen at least 3 AI photos of animals with Trump. Yeah, probably. I'm really interested. Are you more of a lefty or a righty? I am a socialist. So left. I'm further left than most people that you'll ever meet. No, they want the whole country, Al. Here, let me pull up a map for you. Map of... Yeah, don't listen to Donald Trump. There are no hostages left. They're all dead. This hell to pay for the Middle East thing is just war hawk rhetoric. They are very in favor of more war in the Middle East, although the Syrian civil war restarting might have changed things. Damn, do I really talk that fast? I didn't realize. Sorry, guys. So this is Georgia, and the red is what Russia occupies right now. They want all of this, and they're trying to take it through the government rather than militarily forcing Georgia to concede. I mean, not to say that they wouldn't try this if they could, if they really wanted to. Yeah, well, that's the right, Soul Blues, essentially, yeah. Anyway, let's finish this really quickly, because there's only like 4 minutes left in the video.
To be able to make a difference on my own. So I made as many friends as I could who knew what this was, who could see the harm it was doing, and wanted to help.
Hi, my name is Jim Stewartson. I'm the founder of the Thinking Project.
Russian sympathizers and actors are infiltrating Georgia's government? Yes, true. Suddenly I had this flash of being at a party being 52-inch card pickup, and when he said, don't predict foreign policy, yeah, they murdered the poor... What? I have no idea what you're on about. Like, if you're talking about the hostages at the end there, Israel killed their own hostages by just bombing the shit out of them. There was no food, water, or medicine getting into Gaza, and it's been a year. It's more than a year. There's no hostages left. And plus, every video you see of the hostages getting released, they're all very happy and like hugging the Hamas members and shit. Which, by the way, looks more real than anything that the Israeli state like media has put out. As someone whose like job it is to look at videos and tell you if someone's lying, I can look at Israel and tell you that they're lying. I can look at the Hamas videos of the hostages being released, and I can tell you they might be lying, but this looks far more convincing than the other side. I don't think that they're, like Hamas is still bad. We're not defending anyone here. The entire region is filled with insanity. Like, every country in the Middle East right now is fucking insane, so.
Organization devoted to helping the victims of undue influence and their friends and family.
We've got technologists and researchers. So this is our Twitter. Mental health professionals.
We need so much more of this, specifically like in social media.
One of the big goals for me is to take Dr. Hassan's work and the work of others and figure out how to put it into forms that other people can understand and then execute.
So, I hope that was a bit educational on the birth of QAnon and how much damage that this has done to society. Please, guys, talk to your friends and family. Do like a phone swap. Say, hey, I've been seeing a lot about like dangerous or just outright misinformation on social media apps a lot lately. do you want to like swap phones? I'll look through your feed, you look through my feed, and then we can talk about it after with your friends and family. Be like, hey, well, like, you know, I didn't consider this. This looks like it might be fake, and maybe have a conversation with people that are willing to have that conversation with. Yeah, well, it's a lot. I'm sorry, guys. And that's the thing, by the way, even he said it in the video. Most people don't know this much about it because no one wants to look at it because it's horrible. Talk to your friends. Look at each other's social media. It's not policing the content. It's engaging in open discussion on it. And speaking of policing content, though, I will add, you know, if you're looking at like your parents' phone and they have some insane shit on there, it's probably perfectly fine if you just unfollow that account before they notice. But in general, like, do this in good faith when you can. And by the way, someone asked me before about Mike Flynn being QAnon. What is this? Mike Flynn signing a QAnon digital soldier shirt. Remember, he's the one that trademarked the words digital soldier 9 months before QAnon, you know, came about in the video we saw this.
Where we go one, we go all. Where we go one, we go all.
That's Mike Flynn saying the fucking like... see, the thing is, there's a lot of it.
I wanted to point out.
What is this one? Wrong one. I have too many of these. Look, I'm telling you, it's Flynn. Like, we can go through all these. We can watch this 8-minute video. We can watch this one. We can watch this one.
You are a national treasure.
And as Teresa said before, WWG1,
Yes.
WGA, right?
It's tattooed on
Where
my...
we go one, we go all. He's saying it. Like, they're fully involved. And I thought that video would go more into the like the MAGA 3X becoming QAnon, because that's where QAnon came from. It came from MAGA 3X. If you can trace it literally all the way back. I mean, here, actually, it looks like this thread is exactly that, is tracing Flynn directly back from the very beginning to that. There's MAGA 3X being the documents here. Read that. I can't be fucked right now. And also, I did find this, a history of conspiracy theories in America, but it's a lecture from a university for like an hour and a half. And I feel like this is probably just easier to go through. So we'll have a look at that in a second. Meanwhile, how much does simple editing software and essential tools of content creation normally cost the average citizen? An arm? What about distribution? A couple toes? JK, your foot? Oh, wait, you want your content to be seen by people's feeds for more than half a second? Oof, they might actually have to click on your stuff, and we sure, for some reason, don't want to do that. That'll be the whole leg. Well, shit about that monetization. Oh my god, why the fuck are the peasants still pursuing self-employment? I mean, even in... Like, so first of all, you're correct in the example you gave. This is still not even successful for most people. I'm more successful doing exactly what you laid out than I thought I would be, because I expected to just fall in with the rest of the crowd. There's a lot of content on the internet, and a lot of people don't catch or click or open these contents. The click-through rates seem to be quite low. It's really easy to try and do this. The issue is money. It's being able to afford to continue to regularly do a thing. I got to catch up on all the leads. I shall see you tomorrow. See you, Hans. Might not actually have stream tomorrow. We'll see. I woke up far too late today, like 2 hours past my alarm, which means I took my Vyvanse too late today, which means I'm going to fall asleep too late today, which means it might be difficult for me to wake up again tomorrow. So I might have to like skip this till the weekend, just because I really don't want to fuck up the sleep schedule. There's a lot in here, by the way. I really do recommend looking up list of conspiracy theories from the US. This goes back to like the AIDS epidemic, vaccines, Area 51, Obama citizenship, Biden-Ukraine conspiracies, COVID, deep state, death panel, first coined by former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin. I remember this. False flags, FEMA camps, conspiracy theory. Yeah. Hey, Vyvanse crew, hell yeah. We got us a couple Adderall people in here as well. Me too, I sleep at 3 a.m. Look, a normal healthy sleep schedule is very important to like not only your physical and your mental health, but your ability to function as a person in life. Like, you need stability, and stability requires regularity. Yeah, there's a lot there. You know, we don't need to go into that. I did see this. This is interesting. We're gonna jump topics a little bit. Yeah, flat Earth is still the dumbest one, and Soul Blues, I've literally argued with, like, I've debated a woman that doesn't think we've ever been to space, because they don't think we can get past the radiation barrier because we can't go fast enough for humans will like cook, and we've only ever sent robots into space. Insanity. There's a French cloud provider that sells dirt cheap hosting of video lines and streams and all that. I don't even know how any of that works. There's a lot of different like companies that will create like websites for you and host them. I'm looking into a few as well because I would like to have my own like little hosted website off of Twitch, but you have to find good ones because a lot of them will fuck you over. A normal healthy sleep schedule is a unicorn. Van Allen said we can go to the past and build. That's not true. It's not a unicorn. A normal healthy sleep schedule is what I have for the most part. I mean, you can define healthy in however way you want, but like I get regular sleep, I get enough sleep, and I generally tend to feel all right with it. Only when my meds mess it up is when it gets messed up. That's not a unicorn. It takes, just like anything else, sleeping on a normal healthy schedule requires just effort. You just have to plan it out. Do you think you could watch just a few unhinged minutes of, I mean, if you link it, sure. As long as it's not like copyright material, which I think it would be. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be. We'll see. What was the podcast? I'm in South Africa. My suitcase didn't make it. Rip, exhale. To be fair, when I came to Australia, my suitcase didn't make it. I mean, I'm sure, I hope it gets there soon. I get to say now that I came to this country with nothing but the clothes and backpack on my back because my luggage didn't show up. The airport had to give me like cash money as I was leaving, which is like really surprising as an American, but also really nice. That they just give you like, here's like $250 in cash until your bag gets there. So I came into this foreign country. I immigrated here with nothing but the clothes on my back and my backpack. And look at me now. You can do it too. I'm being funny, obviously, but it just takes real engagement and effort. You just have to try and want to. It doesn't hurt to have like the necessity held over your head, but yeah. I'm on Adderall. I might switch to Vyvanse. Do you take 70 milligrams? I was on 50. Well, like I take 70. If you didn't like Vyvanse on 50 and it was because it was not strong enough, then 70 might be better. If you didn't like Vyvanse on 50 because it made you jittery or something or uncomfortable, you might want a lower dose. The thing is, it all depends on, if it was weak, then yeah, you might want to look for 70. It all depends on like your body and how it likes to process this. Like I can't take Ritalin very often. I can take it if I need it. If I have nothing else, I'll take Ritalin, but it'll make me jittery and it'll make me sweaty. Do you have a timestamp in here, Iodine and Borderline, that we can have a look at? Or while you look at that, I can jump to this for a second. Elon Musk likes to reblog these 4 like accounts very often. I say reblog, goddamn, I'm such a Tumblr girl. Repost these Nazi accounts all the time. Hey, Ethoslav. These 4 Nazi accounts were doxed. Well, actually, I wouldn't say doxed. They just, the people who run them were put out. So, marketing professional, lived in Austin, Amarillo, operates official 1984 account. So that's this one down here. All of these are Nazis, by the way. Michael Kramer, retired mechanical engineer from New Hampshire, operates 9mm SMG, claims to have a house in Galveston. Robert Bobby Throne, this one's the interesting one, is a vice president at JP Morgan Chase Plano, and also operates this Nazi account. Motherfucker, how you gonna be a vice president at a bank and you're like on Twitter operating a Nazi propaganda account? Oh, and this one was like in the Navy, so not exactly what you want to see. More unrelated shit. While we were watching that video, I was on Twitter. I was watching, but I was also on Twitter, and I got some important stuff to show you. Ritalin felt toxic and sweaty. I dosed once. Yeah, that's what I feel like when I take Ritalin. I don't feel good. Actually, let me move my camera and shit back now because I feel like that's fine. Yeah, Ritalin, not my thing. I'll take it. I mean, it's better than no ADHD meds, right? That's the thing.
Dozens
All
of
right, so this is police across the United States are illegally selling firearms. Yes, YouTube chat is on screen now.
law enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances in 23 states across the U.S., plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. for a...
You know what surprised me the most about this headline? Like, not even that the police are illegally selling firearms. That anyone needs to, like, that there is this much of a market for illegal firearms in America. Where, like, I know criminals will want, like, a firearm that's not directly traceable to them and all of this shit, but, like, really? I mean, everyone has a gun now in America. You could just go get some. You don't need an illegal, like, black market of guns, and not in this country. They were stupid macho meatheads who didn't practice security measures on info and crossover connections. And they execute in multiple languages too. Like I saw an English tweet that was cloned word for the account in French and another account. Yeah, no, they do. They absolutely do. They will have multiple variants of it. I mean, like, that's how we figured out that Jack Posobiec is N wokeness, is because he uses the same, was it like Polish or something, accent over one of his word, like in one of the letters in his words, and he did it on both, and he posts like seconds apart on these accounts. It's yeah. Were you impressed by Pete Hegseth's mom? I believe that he is very much guilty of everything he was accused of. I haven't listened to his mom talk. Imagine needing your mom to go on Fox News and tell people that you're not a rapist. Weak pussy shit right there. Loser energy.
Total of more than 50 cases. And people who were supposed to protect and serve were selling
That's
these
still loser
high-powered
energy.
guns and making a steep profit. Erin Couchy, who led this reporting, is here with me in Studio 57. She's a producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Erin, this is so mind-boggling that these high-ranking officers are getting...
You know what? This actually makes more sense now, because just yesterday we covered the North Korean agent that was buying guns and ammo in America and then getting them over to, like, Korea, right? There's definitely, like, a large black market, and like my original surprise of why do these people need to have such a large black market for illegal guns now makes more sense, because it's not just about Americans who want guns. Everyone wants guns. Oh, well, cool. I didn't realize if you were joking or not, just because a lot of people do come in here and be a troll, but I wasn't going to ban you. But thank you for letting me know. Kadarius Stoney?
Guns, and then they're selling them to criminals. In essence, the law enforcement officers are criminals themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, first of all, cops are criminals has been a thing we've been saying for a while. It's also really funny to just actually hear it, not in the form of a question coming out of a newscaster on CBS's mouth. Well, the cop here is a criminal. Yeah,
the criminals, in essence, the law enforcement officers are criminals themselves.
They're incentivized to be.
So the key is that these weapons are usually deemed too dangerous to be on the street. So they're using their access to, as law enforcement officials, to gain access to things that otherwise wouldn't be on the market.
You were
They're
like
saying,
on point. Yeah, it's buying licensed, like, factory-made full auto machine guns and stuff like that, and milk. So it's not even just like guns that you can get on the market. It's guns that are aftermarket or not allowed on the market. Right. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I will say again, you know, the police need to be entirely reformatted. Police should not be about law enforcement. It should be what it has always been. It should be, the cop's job should be the community servant. The cop's job should be not only, yes, you know, to protect you if you need it, but to help you, to help old ladies cross the road, to help you move into your new house if you, like, need an extra hand, to help you load your groceries into your car. All of that should be the cop's job. That should be their main job. Protecting you should be lower on that list, because if we incentivize good behavior, then people behave well. The cops can get you milk, yeah. Look, you know what? Honestly, I'll go even further than that. You should be able to call the cops and have them bring you food if you're, like, very disabled and you're, I don't know, like, you should be able to, there is an example here, right? Let's say you're coming off of, based in, like, chat's words today. One of you is coming off like your 8-hour acid bender and you haven't eaten in 3 days and you finally come to your senses, and it's either call 911 to go to the hospital, or if you just eat some food, you'll be fine. Ask the cop to get you some Subway. They should do that. That should be part of their job. And I know this sounds ridiculous, and obviously I'm taking the example to like the absolute extreme that I can, but I still think that's part of their job. Like, regardless of how often this occurs or not, community service, that's the cop's job. Not to serve and protect, to serve. Protect comes in that.
We need this for our official duties to serve and protect, but actually they're secretly turning around.
Again, it's to serve.
Buying them
Protect goes in
because
that.
they're law enforcement officials, or they're requesting them. Tell me more.
It runs the gamut. So there were 50 cases all across the country, and there were different ways they got it. Sometimes they stole it out of the inventory. Sometimes they were their issued weapons by the department.
Yes, exactly, sentient Jew slave. But this is what I mean. This is how police existed prior to their militarization. That was their job. Not even to drive your kids home if they get lost. Like, drive your kid home from school if they have to walk and the cop's just like, I have a minute, I can drive this kid home from school. Like, that's the type of behavior that you need to incentivize. Officer DoorDash, I mean, even that would be fine. The Japanese have local policemen that kind of does that, is more helpful. Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense to me. It starts to get good after about minute 30, 2 minutes from that point. All right, let's finish this, and then I'll watch a little bit of that one.
Egregious cases, there were battlefield weapons, and that requires them to go to federal regulators, ask for special permission to gain access to them. And just to give you a sense of what kind of weapons these are, these could take out an armored tank. They could go through a building at the other side, hit a target 18
Who do you think is buying these weapons? Like, in the United States, what group do you think is buying these weapons? As long like some of these are probably getting shipped overseas and sold to like foreign countries, but right, there are definitely people in the states that are buying these weapons. Who are they? What group do they belong to? What do you think their political leaning is? The real problem is that if you ask a police to do this sort of stuff, the state will actually charge you. Not necessarily. Like, I've had I have a good example of this occurring in real life, kind of. I was driving one day. It was I was leaving North Carolina. I'm driving north. I'm in Virginia. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. There's a literal hurricane happening. I'm driving in this hurricane. And I pull into a rest stop, and a cop pulls in next to me. And what I do is I like roll down the window and I flag the cop down, and he comes over to the car, and I'm like, hey, I'm like driving through from North Carolina. I'm fleeing the hurricane. Am I allowed to sleep in my car in this state? Because some states will let you and some states don't. I was like, am I allowed to just like park here and take a nap for a couple hours before I keep driving? It's 2 a.m, obviously. And I mean, funny example of what the cop says is, first they ask me if I have a gun. I say no, but I do have like a decorative knife in my trunk. About like, this big, thick blade. It's not sharp. It can't cut anything. And he's like, damn, no, you're actually not legally allowed to have that knife in this state. But like, if you had a gun, you could just throw that on the dash. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't. Am I allowed to sleep here? And he says, yes. No, it was a man. And he says, yes, you are. But I don't know, maybe go park under that street light, points at a street light that's in the car park. And then this cop parks across the car park from me, watches me sleep for 2 hours. Didn't leave until I left. Yeah, I know, can't have a knife, but can have a gun. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But this cop sat there and he watched me sleep for hours because he wanted to make sure that I was safe. That's the job of the police. Does it work like how many are, when I take Vyvanse, it lasts like 12 hours. That's the issue with like me going to sleep too early. It literally lasts me 12 hours. I don't get like hungry until too late in the day. Y'all will laugh me out of the room, but a great resource to see cops in the USA being helpful. Peace Officers is a TV show called Unsolved Mysteries, 1989 to 2001, interviews real police who helped people. I believe that. I mean, before 2001 even, like obviously the cops have always kind of been like ACAB in certain instances and aspects, but it's gotten much worse over time as they've been militarized. They had more of this sentiment throughout. Women cops, I tend to have more of an issue with, but that's just because women cops hate other women. And I don't know, I'm pretty, so I can get away with a lot from a male cop. Sorry, that's privilege. We talking about the $1 billion that Joe gave to Africa? I wish he gave them more. I wish Joe Biden gave Africa $1 trillion. We can't talk without that. Yeah, it's 12 hours. Vyvanse lasts you a while. I think I'm just too fat for it to last. Well, first off, if you take Vyvanse, that'll go away. It definitely will make you lose weight. If I take my Adderall past noon, I won't sleep till 2. Yeah, sounds about right. If I take my Vyvanse at noon, I won't sleep until like 8, 9 a.m. North Carolina laws about guns are worse. Open carry state, but you need a license for concealed carry. Yeah, look, all the states have their own fucking laws. Do you think body cams have made an improvement? A bit. I do think body cams are important. I just, like, they can turn them off really easily. And discourse around body cam footage is just really dumb because people don't know how to analyze, like, media. They don't have media literacy, so they can't analyze that any more than they can analyze, I don't know, a video of this, whatever's going on back there. Pawn criminals will be caught red-handed, too complicated to explain. I don't know what that even means.
Take out a military helicopter. That's an example from a real case.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was saying, by the way. These before we got off topic, these are like not only just military-grade weapons.
And just to give you a sense of what kind of weapons these are, these could take out an armored tank. They could go...
Who do you think in America is buying weapons that could take out an armored tank? What group do you think is doing it? Who does the most domestic terrorism again? I mean, to be fair, the cops are on the right too. You know, most of the cops are MAGA, so the right to have a personal armory. It seems like it. I mean, in Washington, can't you buy like a howitzer and fire it on your property in Washington State? You can also call the police chief, and police can act as security guards in certain instances. Yeah, if they like you. I mean, they should just do that in general. If you like, you should be able to just call the police and have them help you. Didn't we cover like a little, like last week, some guy called the police and he got shot? Yes, we covered last week. A man called the police because of a woman with a knife. I think it was his girlfriend had a knife and was trying to stab him, and the cops came and shot the guy 9 times. He was the one that called 911. Yeah, your Vyvanse should counter the Zyprexa. I've had that with Seroquel when I had sleep issues. But who knows? If you want to lose weight, by the way, like the correct answer to this is to just like make food at home. Which, by the way, I've been telling all of you to do anyway, because everything's going to get hella expensive food-wise real soon. Go buy a bunch of rice, some beans, some pasta. Go buy some eggs and some flour and learn how to make a bunch of delicious home-cooked meals. I promise you, regardless of like whether or not you need to, you'll probably lose some weight when you do it anyway. You'll probably need to increase the amount that you're eating because when you make food normally, like at home, it doesn't have the same effect of like fast food, you know. Even if it's like canned beans and shit, even if it's processed, it still affects you differently because of the lack of a lot of bullshit in there. I only have one friend with a mini arsenal. He's the rightest one I've got. If it was an intruder and there was a shirtless guy holding the person's arm and a knife, cop shoots the guy. Yeah. That's what happens when you call the cops in America and you're brown at this point. Which, by the way, like, fucking hell, I can't... Anytime someone says an intruder, I still get mad that in Australia, you don't have the legal right to just, like, knock someone's teeth in for coming into your house. You have to use equal and equivalent force and prove it. I imagine you talked about this before, so forgive me, but what do you think about Cenk's shift in rhetoric? I was disappointed with Anna and Cenk. Kadarius. I grew up watching TYT. Anna Kasparian kind of, like... was one of the people that I saw that made me want to do this. Cenk is like, my dad loves Cenk. These people were my idols. I grew up in New Jersey as well. Like, I'm Turkish and I grew up in New Jersey. The Cenk and Hassan and the TYT, like, there's a little bit of like cultural pride in there associated with it, just a little bit. But their shift right is just like everyone else, Kadarius. It's money. Well, Anna's is ideological, Jenks is money. TYT as a whole shifted because they were bought by the Poly Market. They run Poly Market ads. Poly Market is like crypto owned. It's heavily invested in by Peter Thiel, who owns JD Vance, right-wing crypto grifters. Anna, probably also money, but she started grifting to the right after what she said she was assaulted by a homeless person. And personally, I think that this is a incredibly stupid explanation in that, like, I got assaulted, so I became like right wing. It doesn't compute in my mind. Their solutions to any of the issues are foundational to you being assaulted won't work, and you know this because you talked about it before. She should know better. She lost her mind like everyone else, I think. It's either that or the grift, but like with Anna, I feel like really she did shift ideologically because she lost her mind. Washington State is open carry in most areas, but hardly anyone does it. Concealed carry requires fingerprint, full FBI check, etc., etc. Again, I'll say this continually. The problem with the police is that no one has ever liked the police. Just be lucky that they don't dunk your head in pepper water during interrogations. This is true, but again, like that comes from what I was saying, and that incentivize positive engagement and positive behavior. I'm sure I've seen someone firing a howitzer on their property at some point, and I heard it was Washington. Seroquel made me like really hungry, and I was like, this is not worth the sleep schedule, and so I stopped taking it. If they suck at punching you, do you have to throw a soft punch back? Technically, yeah. She surprised the fuck out of me with the shift, honestly. They were slowly moving into the right for a long time, guys. Like, TYT has been shifting to the right slowly. Same. Jank was literally my favorite comment pundit, and I still love him if I'm being honest. Like, Jank was the only pundit at some point, right? He was the only one that there was no like news media from the left until Jank, and then after Jank, online news media took off, and they lost viewers and money, and so they started grifting to the right. It's what happens with like a lot of the left. I mean, look at some of the people that came out of TYT and grifted to the right. Look at Dave Rubin, for example. They were kind of cool. They still are. Look at what is it? Jimmy Dore. People will grift for money. It consumes all. There's very few principled people on the left. I just realized Anna kind of looks like Vizora. I can see it, but that's because I'm Turkish and she's Armenian. Like, we're same general region, and makes sense. Is Anna still with TYT? She's still she's the like boss. She's the producer. Jank is second to Anna at TYT now. I'm pretty sure. Did you see the video where the female cop killed the guy? It was an accident. She was supposed to do it with a taser, and she did a pistol. Yes, we have seen that, and we discussed how much of a lie that is, considering you have your taser and your pistol on opposite sides, specifically so that doesn't happen. Certified garbage. You keep your taser and your gun on different sides so you don't confuse them. Interesting. Anna said she was sexually assaulted by a homeless person and then attacked by the left when she discussed it. Right. She was sexually assaulted by a homeless person. She was not attacked by the left when she discussed it. She was attacked by the left when she made a post about how this led to her wanting to shift to, like, she did the Dave Rubin thing where I'm leaving the left because they're mean and I am going to the center where we can discuss openly and new ideas. Meanwhile, like, her comments are filled with the right being like, fuck yeah, Anna, like, you're shifting to the right, hell yeah, like, based in red pilled Anna. Like, it's bullshit. They might need to shake things up a bit. New people, more talent, try a new venue. I mean, they might need to, like, I don't know, not take Poly Market money. It's possible country folk may blast some wacky potato cannons and shit. You should get on that show, or maybe we can get an invite. We can invite them to your show. I would have loved to go on TYT. I still would love to go on TYT. There's no chance of them like getting me on TYT though. First of all, I'm too small. These people don't know who I am. I'm sure like if word of mouth got in, like the Turkish could make it work of like, hey, well, you know, like if I look hard enough, there's probably someone like one of Jank's like relatives or friends from New Jersey that knows my relatives and friends in New Jersey, and the inner Turkish shit can make that happen. But at the same time, like, what am I gonna say? And they're not going to come on my show. They would never. I don't see that happening. It'd be cool, though. I would love to go on TYT. I would happily discuss things in good faith with them. There's always a story here or there, something like people are getting their news from small streamers. I mean, I don't know if you guys are in TYT's community and you make that happen. Based, I would love to. That sounds fun. That sounds like honestly a dream come true in some aspects for me. Because when I was like really young, when I was like 14, watching TYT, like child, I was like, I want to be on TYT. I want to be a journalist there before I like even had considered the idea of small streamers or you know, media environment that is not based on just like television. I used to watch them on TV before they were even on the internet. And that's, I don't know, Sentient Juice-Live, I don't know the answer to that question. We went really off topic. We were supposed to talk about cops selling like military grade anti-tank rifles to the right in America, and then talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene screaming at Roseanne Barr. You know what? We probably get this. I don't think we need to go through all of this. Police are selling the right wing anti-tank, like helicopter weaponry. That's the moral of that story. Now, before we get on to this, give me a second, because usually I hate looking through my sources for shit, but this one's worth it. Roseanne Barr out here. She is actually insane. I'm looking for the video where she starts talking about how Haitian immigrants are vampires. I had this genuinely like talking about vampires. Yeah, you know what? We'll press play it while I look for it. And
you on as if they're never going to get caught or there's never going to be a reckoning of any sort. They're not even worried.
No,
maybe they are in private, but
I think they are worried, and I think that's why we're seeing the extreme persecution of January 6th defendants. I think that
extreme
this
persecution.
is the message that's
everyone that participated in January 6th, including the ones that haven't been sent to jail, should be in prison for much longer than they got.
Being sent loud and clear to all Americans that if you ever rise up and challenge your government, which the Constitution gives Americans the right to do that.
Right.
You know,
one of you said that this, like, in their minds, this is like countercultural revolution, and whoever said that was spot fucking on. It makes sense. I just never thought of it as they think they're countercultural before, and that really tracks. Remember, you can look at the FBI page to see someone in January 6th being arrested every few days. Yeah, but they don't get charged enough. They don't get anywhere near as harsh sentencing, and none of them are going to get in trouble in a month and a half. They're all going to be out. Intense nervousness or fear that cop lady probably used the wrong side. Yeah, you do realize they're trained to not have that response. They're trained to not pick up their gun because they're afraid, or rather they should be. They should at least be trained, like even in today's like ACAB police, right? They're trained to know which side their gun's on, right? I don't know. She works for the government, should know better. Democracy. Well, no, Marjorie Taylor Greene is insane. Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually remarkably so, one of the few MAGA Republicans that I think actually believes this shit. Like, I think she actually is that crazy, where everyone else is just lying and grifting. Like, she believes in the Jewish space lasers.
Address grievances with your government. I think that this is why they're persecuting those people, to warn Americans, don't mess with the federal government.
I think it's like making an example out of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, making
a
an
test
example
case.
of them.
Test case. That's what they did to me. I feel like I was their test case for, I was the first one that got
Sentient Juice Slave, touch some
magnificent
grass.
cancel culture aimed at. But I think that what they're trying to do is to provoke people who love this country and love the fact that it's a constitutional republic, and that we have a guaranteed Bill of Rights, and that we're going to stand behind it. So I think they're just kind of, it used to be that, so that story where
people watch this shit and then they think these are rational people. They think this is normal shit. But this same lady right here is the same lady who said this. Like,
eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood.
This is real life, guys. Yeah, this woman is fucking psychotic. She's insane. No, I haven't seen that video. I don't really like care, honestly. Yeah, this is Roseanne Barr.
They do.
This is Roseanne Barr in September of this year. Yeah, everyone hated Roseanne in the 90s, so, but like, this is her, like, September 28th, 2024. Tucker Carlson.
Tucker, stop staring at me like that.
Like, literally, she's gone so crazy, Tucker Carlson is like, what the fuck?
Human blood. They do, Tucker. Stop staring at me like
You're
that.
freaking me out, man. Because you spent your life in the entertainment business, so I think you have some authority on this.
Like,
So many kids that I was in mental institutions with over the years, they are all from those cults.
Well, that's the issue, Xenon, is a lot of those women still listen to her now.
The emperor's naked and everybody's like, nobody tell, and they're like, oh, you look great and you're...
Didn't Trump hate her? Was that not like a thing? Didn't Donald Trump and Roseanne Barr like fucking despise each other?
French designed outfit, you know, but somebody goes, hey, you're naked as a jaybird.
Known to happen
And
on
then
Sousa, look at
everybody's
Jordan
like,
Peterson. Although his was him trying to get off illicit drugs the stupid way.
Takes them a minute, but they go, yeah, you're naked. They join in.
Yeah.
To mock the person in power. But I think that everybody knows he's naked. He knows we know he's naked, the emperor. But that...
All right, I'm sorry, hold on. Anna Kasparian. Fuck his family too, in relation to the CEO of United Healthcare. I mean, this is pretty much the same reaction leftists like him have when a working class woman is stabbed to death on the bus by a repeat offender. Are you fucking insane, Anna? Are you insane? There is no leftist that responds like that when a working class woman is stabbed to death at a bus stop. No, it is the right that does. Come on, this is straight up fucking grifting. Literal grifting.
That's not enough for him. He's got to put
how far can I skip this in? Because this is boring.
His wiener right in our face on top of it. He's got to come. That's what they were doing, is marching down the street and putting their wieners right on display there to show us you can't do nothing about nothing.
Why am I thinking of Butters from South Park when she says wiener? That's so funny.
That's right.
But it's almost as if they want to go, come on, do something about it. Yeah. So then they can start the big crackdown.
Trump
and I think
did beef with Roseanne, right? So why is she grifting on his side now? I thought she hated him and he hated her.
People are so smart that they're like, I'm not going to be pushed into this reactionary thing. They want me so they can take everything I have and put me in prison.
You're right.
People are so smart they can see.
You're right,
they're writing
Roseanne.
on the wall, don't you think?
And I can tell you that's true because people don't.
Oh my God. Remember a little while ago I put up this post and I showed you the 5,000 laughing emojis? It's now at 19,000 from like an hour ago. Wow, they really fucking hate these people.
Don't come to Washington anymore.
Right.
They just don't show up anymore.
That's by the way,
January 6th,
socialist
people would come,
like,
they would protest.
belief. Like, fuck these people, eat the rich. Like, that's revolutionary ideology. We can work with that. It doesn't matter how much you shit on Trump if you have any status whatsoever and bend the knee to your team.
Favorite sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like,
yes, they would
that's
come
the
talk to
thing.
their congressmen, their senators.
It does matter, but yes, you will be forgiven if you bend the knee. You'll just have to deal with some pettiness after the fact. Because he's vindictive. All right, let's see.
To the devil. They love it.
Yeah.
And
well, they love the baby blood, you know, they love bathing in that and drinking it too.
Oh, the vampires.
Now, you know.
I've heard.
Look, even they're fucking laughing.
They
I
do.
like your mom. We're going to.
I love it.
I says in my act, I put, well, you know what? Now they're going to sell, you know, they already proved they're selling the aborted fetuses, the aborted fetus parts to Bill Gates to put in his meat. Well, you know that's true.
You know that this woman was like watching those QAnon videos that we just looked at, right? You know that that's where we watched where that came from, the originator of that like specific thought process. It's from QAnon. This woman's just brainwashed, just like everyone else. Even like Elon Musk is a true believer. I really don't think that he is just grifting. I think he's actually like fallen into the hole. I mean, he's also grifting and he's still like has power, but I do think mentally he fell in the hole. Some things you can't bend the knee. When Trump wants you to shoot protesters, you can't go along with it. Well, I mean, Mark Milley didn't go along with it, and look at him now. He's on the hit list of the new FBI director.
Fake meat or the real
Yeah,
meat?
the fetus meat, fetus burgers.
Oh, good gosh.
Come on, when they put in their protein, we're eating humans. They got us all being cannibals.
Well, I'm
That's
not,
enough
because
of
I
that.
would never buy
That's enough of that. By the way, speaking of the new FBI director and his hit list of political dissidents, today Kash Patel sent a letter to my counsel threatening legal action, demanding I retract my comments on MSNBC about his unfitness to serve for FBI director. This aligns with the threats against the media and political opponents, revealing how he might conduct himself if confirmed in the role. I stand by my statements. My priority remains the safety and security of the American people. I am not the only one who has expressed concerns about him, so why me? And so it begins. Law firm represents Kesha Patel will be filed against you if you fail to publicly retract defamatory statements you made about Mr. Patel on MSNBC. On December 2nd, you appeared as a live guest and made several false and defamatory statements. These comments included that Mr. Patel would lie about intelligence and would lie about making things up on operations, to the point where Mr. Patel put the lives of Navy SEALs at risk when it came to Nigeria, and that he was even misinforming President Pence. By the way, like Jim Stewartson, hey, look, the guy whose documentary we just watched as well. Defendant has engaged in a smear campaign against Mr. Patel, repeatedly asserting that he knows what he knows to be false. Mr. Patel attempted to overthrow the government. Mr. Patel helped plan Jan 6th. Mr. Patel is guilty of sedition. Mr. Patel is a criminal asset. Mr. Patel paid people to lie to Congress. Well, on at least one of those, I can prove he is absolutely a Kremlin asset. Here's Russian state media. By the way, today,
Они Америку за полчаса разберут на кирпичики.
Actually, wait, hold on. Sentient Jew slave. It's not insults that you use when you have nothing like negative and truthful to actually say. That's not the case. The fascists must always make their enemy inhuman monsters. They have to dehumanize the other side. They have to. This is like they have to go over the top in their depictions of the opposition, no matter what. It is ingrained in it. Every single one of them will go like to the most extreme that they can. It's stupid mind hacks, say something everyone would agree with, like killing babies is bad, and then tell people that's what the opposition does. Essentially, yeah, from a simple like example. We covered how they do it in detail.
Отличная команда.
And let me turn chat my camera off so we can see the subtitles of Russian state media glazing Kash Patel.
Отличная команда идет вместе с Трампом. Пустить? Они Америку за полчаса разберут на кирпичики. Ну, прям молодцы. Вот номинант на пост главы ФБР Кеш Патель просто зажигает.
Traces of FBR? What's FBR? Anyone know what that is?
Стали чертовски большими. Самая большая проблема, вероятно, возникла из-за разведывательных служб. Я бы убрал этот компонент. Я бы закрыл здание ФБР Гувера в первый же день и открыл бы его на следующий день как музей глубинного государства. Я бы преступников такая
Короче, Кеш-Пат. Ну, красавчик.
He's a beaut. Very good, very good.
Очень хорош. Кеш-Паталь, да? Вот взяли его сейчас, планируют этого парня, я его тоже лично, я...
Personally, I'm fully in support of him. If Russian state media is talking about you like this, I feel like maybe it's not defamation to call you a Russian asset, is it? Guys, chat, do you agree? Is it defamation to call this guy a Russian asset when this is fucking Russian state media? Franklin Bolsonaro Roosevelt. Oh, Jesus. We need a new FDR, though, I will say. I'm gonna have my cat run for president. Yeah, definitely not defamatory. I'll say that fucking much. It's exhausting having to sift through the constant like stream of lies, the constant stream of misinformation, propaganda, but it's even worse when you don't know it's there. It's even worse when it feels normal. Later stream than usual because I woke up 2 hours late. It'll happen sometimes. Look, the schedule is there, by the way. Like if you go onto my Twitch channel, click schedule, the schedule is there. I do update it, you know, as often as I can. I might not update it till like the day of stream because I usually don't know what I plan to do ahead of time, but it's there. Let me get the link for it. Oh my god. Okay, now like it's like, oh, hold on, there's a content warning on it because I had to put the content warnings for the video we were watching. Shit, didn't we finish that so I can turn those off? Yay, no more content warning. Love that. Now, let me see if I can get you guys the link for the schedule. I'm sure a lot of you can find it, but I know a lot of you won't. I don't want to hear myself doubling up. Don't do that. It's very rude. What the fuck? Why does my like Twitch page look different when I'm streaming than it does when I'm not streaming? Whatever. I'll post it in the Discord. Join the Discord. You'll know stream times from there. And don't forget to like the stream on YouTube, even if you watch it on Twitter, please. Like, that makes a huge difference. So I feel like I got one more video in me. You guys want to talk about Taiwan and the chip manufacturing industry there? Or we could talk about... actually, no, fuck that. This one's better. Good news. Good news. Excellent news.
A decision on the...
Actually. Excellent news.
International stage with political ramifications back home.
Australia's vote today in favour of the resolution concerning the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine returns
we'll do that
Australia
one next. I know it's your video.
Position it took until 2001.
The resolution Australia voted for calls on Israel to end its unlawful presence in occupied Palestinian territories as rapidly as possible.
This is a huge fucking deal. Like, a lot of you won't understand how big of a deal Australia doing this is, but understand, not only are we a US ally, as Australia, but we are also home base to Pine Gap, which is how America, like, views China, Russia, most of the Middle East. It's where the coordinates for a lot of those bombs come from. It's also... like stuck right in between America and China in that we are technically still with AUKUS, even though that's really fucked up over there. But China's trying to like get mining rights in Australia for rare earth minerals. They just dropped their sanctions on us. Like up until now, pro-Palestinian sentiment in Australia has been difficult. Not that long ago, actually just in October, the Prime Minister was warning about like visa cancellations for not attending protests, but for displaying what is considered hate symbols, which like the literal like iconography of Hezbollah is considered a hate symbol, which makes no sense because Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon. It's literally part of their government. You can have like, it's like having the Democrat donkey or the Republican elephant being used as a hate symbol. Now, like, you can argue that the Republican elephant is a hate symbol, but does that mean you could ban the use of it? No, you definitely not. The probable next prime minister fucking hates anybody who talks about like pro-Palestinian, really any anti-Israel like rhetoric, any criticism of Israel. There's like MPs, like senators that are being sued for their for their criticisms of the actions that Israel's taking, for their anti-war stance, for their anti-genocide stance, for their use of the term genocide. This is a huge shift in rhetoric.
A move Australia says will advance the goal of peace.
Because a two-state solution remains the only hope of breaking the endless cycle of violence.
The occupied Palestinian territories include Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem. The government believes its stance has little influence alone, but could make a difference, working with the international community to push for an end to the cycle of violence.
Remember, when I said the arrest warrants that came out for Netanyahu and Gallant would not be functional in arresting them. They're not going to jail over that. But what it would do is it would allow other countries that are necessarily in lockstep with the United States' position on Israel to break away from that. Now, I don't know if this came from something in the Australian constitution, like a law that just activates when someone is declared a war criminal, but a lot of countries do have that built into their political system, built into their laws that activate. Whether or not Australia was one doesn't matter. We did it anyway. Great. Love that. Based Australia here. The ability to do this came from those arrest warrants. The desire was always there.
A two-state solution. It's an approach the opposition has condemned.
That's our probable future prime minister. Actually, hold on. I got to clip that. I need a photo of just that face. For what reason? I don't know, but I want it. I want it. Gimme. This is not liking it when I'm on stream. Let's try that again. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Thank you. That's what I wanted.
For votes. He sold the Jewish community out in this country for green votes in Western Sydney and in places like Marrickville.
As usual.
Again, the conflation of Israel with Judaism is in and of itself not only anti-Semitic, but spreads anti-Semitism itself. But you can say that as many times as you like. We've been saying it for more than a year. They don't give a shit. These people just hate you. They're evil. They hate brown people. They hate you. They just want money and power. Look at this guy. Tell me he doesn't want money. Look at this guy and tell me he doesn't want money and power.
Condemned.
But him especially. He looks evil. Votes. Again, phrenology is bullshit, but this guy just looks evil. He has that, I don't know, it's his face. It just looks like it's filled with malice.
He sold the Jewish community out in this country for green votes in Western Sydney and in places like Marrickville.
Also, please don't vote green in Australia unless you actually really know and trust the person you're voting for. Half of the Greens here are just controlled opposition. More than half, honestly. They're not as bad as the Greens in America, but pay attention to who you're voting for. Not all of them deserve your vote.
As usual, Peter Dutton's playing divisive politics with a very sensitive issue.
The government is dealing with starkly different views on the war in Gaza within the Australian community.
There are significantly more of this side than of this side. Notice how, as we're watching this, it's flipping through several pieces of
starkly different views on the war in Gaza
coverage on this event, whereas
within the Australian community.
This event is essentially the same event from different angles. I've been to the Palestine protests, at least in South Australia. I've talked to the organizers. I have a video on YouTube, a short of me talking to one of the organizers, two of the organizers of the one that I went to that day. We still do this. We're still out there. I mean, I don't tend to go because I stream on Fridays, but full support. They're still out there in the streets. There's none of these people.
A challenge in the lead up to an election.
Hats off to the Australian government. It's courageous that it's taken this position.
One can certainly make the case that the government has abandoned the Australian Jewish community, no doubt.
Australia is among 157 countries which voted for the resolution to end Israel's presence in the occupied territories. But it puts us at odds with the United States.
Yeah, and we'll get into that in a second. It ain't bullshit. Often evil-appearing people are effing evil sociopaths. So the thing that I think is important to think about here, Hansusa, is I'm not sure that this comes necessarily from being able to just look at these people and tell that they're evil. Is more just the vibe that you get from their whole being, I guess. I don't know how to word it. It seems I feel like I'm psychoanalyzing this too much, but oftentimes, yeah, you do just look at people and you're that motherfucker's evil, and they're fucking evil.
Move the opposition says is dangerous with a Trump presidency on the horizon.
It's absolutely imperative, more so than ever given the precarious times in which we live, that the relationship with the United States is strengthened, not weakened.
Australia's relationship with Israel is already strained. On Monday, the country called in Australia's ambassador to Israel, a diplomatic dressing down, after Australia refused a visa to its former minister, Ayelet Shaked, over concerns her presence could undermine social cohesion. Isabel Rowe, ABC News, Canberra.
This is incredibly based. Like, love it. Based Australia. All right.
While Taiwan,
let's have a look at the Taiwan chip industry, as promised. Today's been a lot of video watching, and thank you guys for all of that. Like, I know this can get boring sometimes. If I am on tomorrow, I'll try and come on, and we'll do like our Marks weekly thing. Gotta go. Bye. Thanks for talking with me today. Thanks for like watching. Have a wonderful night, certified garbage. It's not wordable meta. What?
in recent months, the island of Taiwan has re-emerged as arguably the most important key to the geopolitical struggles of East Asia. China has publicly stated its.
But we'll find out. I'll give you my thoughts on the channel as we go through the video. But I'm gonna hold on to those for a little bit.
Desire to establish its control over the island, which has operated as a de facto independent country since the end of the Chinese Civil War.
Do you guys want like me up here or me down here? Would you rather me be blocking part of like the subtitles or possibly like imagery? You let me know and I'll change it.
However, this has so far proven to be an insurmountable task, not just because of military logistics, but also because of economic considerations. In modern times, Taiwan has emerged as a technological superpower, becoming a critical linchpin in the production of semiconductors, which has made it one of the largest driving forces in the global electronics industry. This has led to Taiwan developing a so-called Silicon Shield, in which several key allies have invested heavily in its defense to prevent its crucial industries from falling into Chinese hands. How did this historically
so far so good
poor agricultural island turn into a technological powerhouse in a matter of decades, making it uber significant for both China and the United States?
Uber significance is such a cringe way to word that.
In this video, we're going to talk about Taiwan's economic wonder and how it has become one of the most important countries in the world as a result. This video is sponsored by—
Holy shit, hold on, sorry. I just noticed that I hit 200 followers today. Thank you guys. We're at 203. Holy crap, when did that happen? I thought like, I don't know, balloons or some shit would have gone off. That's really cool.
Our YouTube members and patrons, who get 2 exclusive videos weekly, not available anywhere else, for their kind support of our channel. You can join their ranks to watch more than 160 videos, including our series on the Pacific War, Punic Wars, Persian Wars, Spanish War of Succession, Russo-Japanese War, North African Campaign of World War II,
I don't like to get too metaphysical,
Prussia, Italian Unification Wars, Risorgimento,
I don't know, I really do think you can just look at
Crusades,
someone and know they're the bad. I hold tons of
description.
stock in TSMC, it's a gold mine. Oh, we got a member of the bourgeoisie here. You own some of the means of production? Goddamn. What's that like?
Or pinned comment to get the exclusive videos, early access to all public videos, our schedule, wallpapers, access to a special Discord server where we're very active, and much more. Thanks for supporting us. We couldn't be doing it without your help. Since the mists of prehistory, Taiwan has been populated by Austronesian tribes, like the Atayal, Paiwan, and So, for millennia. These Austronesians were non-Chinese peoples who existed largely outside of the Chinese world. However, they likely came into contact with the Chinese as early as—
Look, I just need to put in here, I'm not like super educated on all the history of ancient cultures and like not even modern cultures. Like I understand from World War II onward the East pretty well. Prior to that, I know bits and pieces, I know a decent amount, but if there's like information about this stuff that we're watching right now here, up until the Cold War, it worries me to watch something about Taiwan that I can't necessarily call out lies with because I don't want people to be misinformed. So keep that in mind, that like, just because I'm not saying something here doesn't mean that like I agree with it. It's just I don't know any better on that subject. If this ends up being like Taiwan is China, I'm gonna be real mad though.
230 AD. In the medieval era,
like,
these
I don't care
contacts
about their
increased.
like ethnic holdings in the land or all that. I mean, like, if the video ends with the person making the video declaring like one China policy, I'm gonna be mad.
As Chinese merchants and fishermen began
I don't think
regularly
it
visiting
will, but
Taiwan. In the 17th
always a
century,
fear.
Taiwan experienced a brief period of colonization by the European powers of Spain and the Netherlands, only to eventually fall under the rule of the Qing dynasty of China. After this, Taiwan gradually became Sinicized, especially along its eastern plains. Despite several rebellions by the native population, Imperial Chinese rule over the island continued until 1895, when the rising Japanese Empire took advantage of the Chinese decline and captured Taiwan. Japanese rule over Taiwan continued for 50 years, until the end of World War II, when the Chinese Civil War between the Communist Party of Mao Zedong and the Chiang Kai-shek government...
Okay, thank God. Well, then I trust this more already, just based on that. Like, knowing that it's made by their government, now I have to, like, think of the other side of, like, propagandistic rhetoric, which I was already thinking about. I just kind of expect it to always be from the other end, because China makes a lot of propaganda, too.
Of Kuomintang,
And also a lot of leftists are like China defenders, and it's frustrating.
Started. This war resulted in a communist victory, forcing the Kuomintang to flee to Taiwan, together with some 2 million refugees, where they established the Provisional Republic of China government. In the 1940s, Taiwan was a predominantly agricultural economy, dependent on its sugar and rice exports. At the time of the Kuomintang takeover, Taiwan was considered a poor country with an economy largely shattered by the war.
It seems it so far. Like,
the influx of millions of refugees
surprised.
from the mainland.
This is just like a history lesson. I like that. Like, just, we can go into details another time, but a basic history lesson like this is, it's difficult to find in the noise these days.
Factor straining the livelihoods of the island's pre-existing population.
Never mind.
However,
I think
there
this
were
channel
some
might be
factors
good.
bolstering Taiwan's economy during the early years of KMT rule. Before being chased off the mainland, the Kuomintang had taken China's gold reserves to Taiwan, which obviously helped secure some economic stability for the island during its period of transition. Moreover, Taiwan had a powerful ally in the United States, who recognized the Kuomintang government as the rightful government of China. Initially, American economic aid helped Taiwan to stay afloat. A third of this American aid went into Taiwanese agriculture, which enabled the Kuomintang government to carry out a series of land reforms in the early 1950s. These reforms essentially redistributed land from large landowners to small farmers, increased agricultural productivity, and improved the living standards of many ordinary Taiwanese, which was essential to the political and economic stability of the country. Moreover, the Korean War that broke out between 1950 and 1953 helped the Taiwanese economy, as Taiwan became crucial in the export of vital goods to the American army fighting in Korea. The fact that Taiwan had a well-developed railway system and basic industrial infrastructure developed during the era of Japanese colonial rule were important factors as well. However, despite these advantages, Taiwan was miles away from achieving the almost unprecedented rapid...
Twice today, you guys were right and I was wrong. I mean, look, best history channel on YouTube. I can't make that claim on this, but good, yeah.
Economic and technological advances for which it is known today. So, without further ado, let's get into that. From the
I need you to not write text that big. Like, please. I can't read all of that and pay attention to like a video at this. Keep that like smaller.
50s onwards, when Taiwan was recovering from post-World War II turmoil, the world, particularly its capitalist half, was going through an era of globalization.
I don't even understand what you're
including
saying.
in the sphere of electronics, was on the rise. By the 1970s, American companies were in the midst of competition.
Oh, by the way, you know how Taiwan makes 96% of the world's advanced microchips? Most of the other ones are made in South Korea.
The skyrocketing Japanese tech industry, and American industry giants were looking for ways to lower their costs. One of the steps they took to this end was investing in East Asian countries with a well-trained and well-educated workforce who could be paid far cheaper wages than their American counterparts earned. Taiwan was one of the countries that was happy to see such foreign investment. In the beginning, American investments mostly went towards Singapore and Malaysia, but 3 plants were also set up in Taiwan, which was initially planned as the final assembly point of consumer electronics. However, the Taiwanese government was keen to take advantage.
Apparently the guy who shot the United Healthcare CEO, and like, this is from a decently credible source, and I don't really know how like correct this is, but they wrote the words deny, defend, and depose on the bullet casings, according to ABC News. And like that is just unbelievably metal.
Advantage of this opportunity. In 1973, they launched the Industrial Technology Research Institute, or ITRI, as an organization to facilitate local research and development in close cooperation with foreign investors. ITRI had a particular focus on the development of commercial products. There is a story about a Chinese expatriate working at the Radio Corporation of America who advised the Taiwanese Minister of Economy, Sun Yun-swan, to pursue semiconductor development. This idea was approved by the Taiwanese government, which managed to persuade the Radio Corporation of America to transfer semiconductor technology to Taiwan by 1976. We can identify this moment as the point when Taiwan decided to focus on the semiconductor industry as the country's strategic sector. From that point forward, the Taiwanese government invested heavily in the domestic production of semiconductors and opened another research and development facility called the Hsinchu Science Park in 1980.
It's insane to me still that like I know that a lot of American like economic policy involved outsourcing jobs, but like the fact that we outsource this to the point where we are completely dependent on them is still wild to me. Like, who thought that would, like, I know that no one actually thought that was a good idea, and that Republicans always aim for short-term gains and long-term economic decline, hoping that the short-term will even it out. It's just, this is still insane.
One of the companies established by ITRI in Hsinchu was the United Microelectronic Company, or UMC, the first dedicated semiconductor manufacturing company in Taiwan. While Taiwan was building up its semiconductor industry at home, young Taiwanese engineers were being encouraged to go west and work in Silicon Valley so they could bring their knowledge back to Taiwan. In his interview with the BBC, Dr. Si Chin-tae, an engineer who went to Taiwan after working as a chip designer in America, talked about one of the first experimental factories opened in Taiwan based on the technology transferred from American electronics companies. To everyone's surprise, this factory overperformed the production rate of the Radio Corporation of America, which proved just how lucrative the chip industry could and would become for Taiwan.
Yes, this is my first experience with Kings and Generals, actually. I've never seen this channel before.
Another important development for the Taiwanese chip industry
about the chip industry.
When the ITRI recruited
the chip industry that is going to fuck all of us now that there's a trade war. That has less to do with government, more to do with the complications of semiconductor design. TSMC's only real rival is a Dutch company, ASML. But like, we invented the chips in America. Like, American manufacturers invented the chip. So why is it like complications of the semiconductor design? Like, is it just that they built a better manufacturing plant? Is that really just how simple it is? I feel like there has to be more to it than that.
Morris Chang, a Chinese-American engineer and vice president of Texas Instruments, with a history in chip production. Later, Chang became the head of the ITRI. Taiwan was not the only East Asian country building up its tech industry in the 1980s, and nations like South Korea and Singapore were striving to boost their electronics manufacturing as well. However, the crucial difference was that, unlike Korean and Singaporean companies, the Taiwanese UMC's business model focused almost exclusively on the niche of semiconductor chips. Chang quickly realized that competing with American and Japanese electronics giants in manufacturing final consumer products was going to be extremely difficult. So instead, the Taiwanese decided to focus on producing semiconductors and supplying them to major electronic companies, most of whom welcomed this development. For American and Japanese electronics producers, buying semiconductors from Taiwan meant lower prices and higher margins. It must be stressed that semiconductors are crucial items used in various electronic devices.
I think they invented the original flavor, but other places come with barbecue chicken flavors, etc. I'm saying that China, which could not defeat the Mongols in Vietnam for 1,000 years, would never be able to defeat Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, America, but you know, trying to trust the Russians if the Russians run out of allies with them. Okay, look, China would not win a war against Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and America, let alone like Malaysia and the Philippines and India from their other flank, which wants to like take some of the disputed land. Russia is not coming to help China. China might come and help Russia, but China is not banking on Russian assistance to them. There is no reality to the claim that America wants to start a war with China. Donald Trump just likes to talk shit about China, but Donald Trump loves Xi Jinping. They have a great relationship. It's all just acting. America and China will have trade war, but we're not going to war. It's just, that's not what's going to happen here. And also, like, it didn't even count Australia in there, you know? Trump will do everything to surround China, India to Japan, South Korea. We're already surrounded them. We did that with Biden. Biden did this. If Putin can cut off relations with China, that is why it's... Putin will never cut off relations with China. Putin relies on China. Russia imports most of their food from China. It's genuinely hard to move, assemble, and improve the technology without a stupidly high upfront investment, which is the problem. Well, yeah, I figured that. It's just... I figured we could build a foundry relevant enough, you know, functional enough in the United States. The machines to make the chips are super complex. Well, yeah, but we invented the chips, so why can we not make the chip flavors? Not, I said flavors. God damn you, Tyler. We made the chips, so why can't we make the machines that make the chips? That's what I'm trying to understand. I think Simons has a facility in WA states where I've driven in the past. Yeah, you are too much, Tyler. It is indeed a question of how capable the Chinese military is, especially we've never seen them in action. Not as capable as ours, I'll tell you that much. Like, not even a year ago, they tried to test a nuclear submarine to compete with ours, and it immediately sank, killing every crew member on board, and then they had to cover it up. So I'm not all that worried about China militarily. China has a historic claims to parts of East Russia. I don't care about historic claims. Like, they'll make some claims every now and again when it suits them. Like the Taiwan claim is, you know, what they're making to justify their desire to take the island. But like, historical ancestral claims are not justification to annex a foreign country. It's just not. If we're talking about that, then why is Israel still around? Because the Palestinians have more of a historic claim to the land than they do. Who gives a shit about historic claim? We don't live in history, we live now. We can look to history, we can learn from history, but just because people lived there at some point in history doesn't mean they still have the right to that like land. To be fair, Intel until extremely recently did not outsource their chips. Well, you know, until recently.
Devices ranging from computers
oh wait,
to...
I was going to show you guys this. This is the post. If this is true, genuinely, real fucking cool. Don't do violence, obviously. I don't support political violence, but that's metal. That is this is like a anime nerd type shit, but like in real life, the shonen protagonist.
Smartphones to game consoles to medical devices such as MRIs. Taiwan's bet on such a key component of the global electronics industry was a smart and strategic move that paved the way for the rapid economic development of the country.
Well, I mean, Trump lied, and Biden didn't blame Putin. Not anywhere near enough, but it is Putin. Putin is the cause of all of this. Go back and watch the stream from the beginning. We covered, like, literally how they brainwashed half the world.
Taiwan's semiconductor industry operated on something called the foundry model. As they could not compete with global tech giants, they would instead turn those tech giants into their customers. As Dr. Xi said, rule number one at TSMC is don't compete with your customers. The TSMC, or Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing
No, and I don't care. Why would I care about Biden falling asleep? There was a clip of him saying, welcome to America, in like response to someone else that people were pretending that it was in response to a question. And why do you people still care about Joe Biden? He means nothing. He did, like, just erase him from existence. He doesn't mean anything. He's not like, there's no important like news that can come out of Joe Biden except Joe Biden has declared war on like Russia, or Joe Biden has sent the SEAL Team 6 after Donald Trump. That's it. That's it. And by the way, I don't care how mad some people might get. I do support Joe Biden using the military to take out Donald Trump. He has the right. It is legally within his power. And usually that shit's not good, right? I would not be in favor of this in any other instance except for, you know, preventing Nazis and fascists from killing your democracy.
Corporation.
Yes, the right has to forget Biden. I don't give a fuck about Biden. I don't give a fuck about Kamala Harris. Both of those people just fucked off. Think about Bernie Sanders. When Bernie Sanders lost the primaries, he kept going around. That's not a Fed post. Me saying I want the president to do something is not a Fed post. The president has the right to do it and can do it, not a Fed post. Look, when Bernie Sanders lost the primaries, both in 2016 and 2020, he went out there, he talked to people, he continued the movement. He said, look, it doesn't matter. This wasn't about me. This was about you. This was about the billionaire class. This was about how much they are robbing you. $1 trillion a year for the last 50 years, they are robbing you. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are nothing. They mean nothing. They fucked off. They don't care about you. Do it, Brandon, and save our country and your legacy. Honestly, at this point, yeah, like that's the only thing. He's not going to. I wish he would. And it is legal for him to. It's not Fed posting for me to say, I hope the president uses the powers of the president. The U.S. was looking for a mole in the FBI. The guy in charge of the search, Robert Hansen, was the mole. Russia was spying on us in our intelligence agency. We already know this. The entire reason that like the Russia investigations in 2016 failed was because of an FBI agent who got arrested this year for being a Russian agent. It was that FBI agent who said, oh, there's no actual evidence of collusion between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, which made everyone not give a shit. That guy got arrested for being a Russian agent this year. But on top of that, that wasn't even true because there was a lot of evidence of Russia affecting the election. There just wasn't any of direct collusion between Trump and Putin. But because of that one specific Russian agent in the FBI, we're going to pretend that. And also, like, Tulsi Gabbard, Russian agent, Director of National Intelligence. What was the CIA guy's name? I keep forgetting his name. John Ratcliffe, CIA chief, also Russian agent. FBI, Kash Patel, also Russian agent. We just watched Russian media like fucking glazing him. Flynn too. I don't know. Has Flynn been given a position in the cabinet? Please God, tell me no. I haven't seen like Flynn get given a cabinet position. But like, yeah, they're everywhere. There are like security agencies have been inundated with these people for a while. I'm not being too hard on the Russians. I'm not being hard enough. They just want to sell their gas and metals and they want their large boats and maybe a European football club, but they also want to take away your rights. They want to kill the gays. They want to end democracy. They want to annex foreign countries' land. They want to fill the internet with bullshit misinformation. They are the largest spreaders of Nazi and white nationalist propaganda after the United States. Like, genuinely, you have to be so blind to not see. We literally just watched a 45-minute documentary on the subject. The government, not the people. Yeah, like the people of Russia are fine. The Russian people are about as bad as the American people in that they're just kind of dumb and lied to. The Russian government is evil and should, like, the CIA. I wish we would do a CIA coup like we did in South America, except in the Russians. I just want to bring back old America for a day. Give me Henry Kissinger for one day. One singular fucking day. Let's bring this man out of hell. Put like, I don't know, necromancy spell on him so he'll have to do whatever we say. And just get him to whip the CIA into shape and coup the Russians. Are you trying to say that America, like, that the Crimea and the Donbass was, like, real? You know that's a psyop, right? You're literally repeating Russian state propaganda right now. No matter, and Trump and I am not created strong Russia if already Ukraine created... What are you saying? I'm sorry, like, I don't understand. What do you mean by Ukraine created tampon region? Maybe join NATO, Zelensky, same would sell territory for, and Russia not alliance. These are just words. These are just words. By the way, Zelensky has made the offer of, if Ukraine can join NATO, then Russia can keep all of the land that it's won so far. That is a thing that Zelensky has said. So if the Russians really wanted peace all that bad, they can take it. They have Crimea in that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, Fox. It didn't matter because they didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. It's just sometimes people don't speak buffer region. Thank you. Look, does it matter? Salmaris, does it matter? The buffer region was only a necessary thing because of Russia being aggressive. Russia invaded Crimea. Russia psyoped everybody into, like, not everybody, really, just like a couple people and mostly the right into thinking that like the Maidan was like a real thing. None of that's real. It's all bullshit. The Russians lied to you.
Founded by Chang in 1987 after securing an agreement with
Let's
Philips.
finish this because it's like 103 degrees right now and I've been here for 6 hours and I need air conditioning for like 10 minutes.
TSMC acquired Philips's production technology and license of intellectual property in exchange for Philips acquiring a stake in TSMC. After this agreement, the stage was set for the rapid development of Taiwan's technology sector. In 1980, Taiwan's IT output was less than $100 million, but by 1989...
You're literally saying Russian state propaganda here. Obama and Biden, Democrats created strong Russia and in Republicans never be. You're saying that under Republicans, Ukraine would never have been invaded. Ukraine would have been invaded and then fell in 3 days if Donald Trump was the president. The only reason Ukraine is still here is because Democrats are funding it. Republicans want Ukraine to fall to Russia. We literally watched them say it today. And I mean, I'd be okay with like anyone fanning me, but I would want to pay them a living wage for that, and I can't afford that unless you guys drop me a sub. Gotta love a good dose of brain rot to bring this full circle. I mean, kinda, yeah.
It exceeded 5 billion. Scholars identify several important causes behind the success of Taiwan's semiconductor industry.
So many people.
The first pillar is the Taiwanese government's policy of encouraging competition between different local producers. In comparison with other East Asian electronic industries, the Taiwanese were more decentralized, allowing for the competition of smaller manufacturers.
I didn't know ASUS was Taiwanese. Good to know.
Backed by the research and development support of the ITRI. According to the 2015 statistics from Taiwan, over 97% of all companies in Taiwan are small and medium enterprises, which employ 78% of the nation's workforce. Another way in which the ITRI helps grow Taiwan's tech industry is by bringing different Taiwanese organizations into cooperation. Such cooperation groups usually consist of one or more local research institutes, many small and medium enterprises, and one large corporation. This mechanism has helped facilitate the rise of smaller entities, boosted competition among them, and allowed them to have access to know-how provided by research entities. Another key to the triumph of Taiwan's electronics industry is its close ties with global players. Many Taiwanese engineers have worked in Silicon Valley companies, learning and absorbing their know-how before going back home and applying their knowledge in Taiwan. These returning engineers had good connections in American companies and actively helped create partnerships between Taiwanese chip producers and American electronics giants, alongside other major global corporations like Philips. Since Taiwanese companies were producing chips for these global corporations, they often had access to the new...
You think they had a pretty good run? I don't see them going fucking anywhere.
...technology of these corporations. As a result, Taiwanese chip producers gradually turned themselves into an indispensable component of the global supply chain. Ultimately, the decentralization, investment in research and development, and transfer of global know-how into Taiwan paved the way for independent innovation. The role of the Industrial Technology Research Institute and other research and education facilities in Taiwan has been...
That's exactly what will happen, Lennon. Like, if Trump got his way with Ukraine, or even like with this, like Trump is not... Taiwan is not an issue. Donald Trump likes Taiwan. They just pretend that they don't. They have like a deal. They talk shit in public, but then they, Xi and Donald Trump are scissoring in the hotel room after dark, right? Okay. So now that we know that, understand that like the plan that Donald Trump has put forward for Ukraine of freeze the battle lines where we are, demilitarized zone and fucking Ukraine can never join NATO. The only goal there is just let Russia have like a year or two to replenish their supplies, and then they just go like they do what they wanted to do the first time. Just no help for Ukraine. Just march all the way into Kyiv, take the capital, kill Zelensky. That is the goal there from Russia's side. That's the desire. That's the outcome that Donald Trump wants. At least that's what I believed, Azora. The real Russian lands were closed with the Donbass and Crimea, and the CIA will not be able to support the Chechens. So Ukraine is just like Finland, and they lost the... Look, I understand where you're coming from there, but this is what I mean by the Russians use little bits of like information that don't quite fit into turning it into the narrative. Like, the Russians can also exchange some land with Kursk buffer zone. They have no desire to. They want to annex all of Ukraine. We want, like, Putin says this. They say this. Russian state media says they need to take all of Ukraine. They have no desire to just stop. It has nothing to do with, like, historic lands, which in my opinion, again, does not matter. It has nothing to do with the Donbass or Crimea. It has nothing to do with the CIA supporting the Chechens. Fuck, I wish they would more. It is just them wanting to annex a foreign country with the desire of recreating the borders of a greater Russia. Not even a specific one, just any greater Russia. And according to Vladimir Putin's own mindset. If the Ukraine thing works, I'm actually more concerned that it'll immediately declare war on Finland and Sweden. Georgia will be the first to go if they manage it with Ukraine. After that, I feel like Belarus might just flip easily, just because, you know, like they're already kind of there. But I feel like Lithuania, that region is much more at risk than Finland or Sweden yet. Russia would not march into Kyiv if they want to kill Zelensky. Well, I mean, they would just fucking airstrike Kyiv if they wanted to kill Zelensky, if they could get their shit close enough and we stopped giving Ukraine weapons to stop them. They really, really fucking want to take Kyiv and kill Zelensky. They just suck at it and have failed so far because our guns are better than theirs, even when our soldiers aren't the one using them.
Particularly crucial in transitioning from imitation to innovation, which has led to deepening high-tech specialization. No longer a mere supplier in the global electronics market, Taiwan has emerged as a center of technological revolution. Tax incentives and expansion of the state support for research and development work have incentivized all of this. This focus on innovation has enabled Taiwanese manufacturers to make chips more...
Yes, I'm familiar with the Maidan. You're about to tell me some fucking Russian state propaganda again. Literally just said this a minute ago. None of that's real. That's all bullshit. Hey guys, remember I said the guy who shot the CEO of United Healthcare wrote deny, defend, and depose on the bullet casings? Apparently that comes from this. Delay, deny, defend, why insurance companies don't pay claims and what you can do about it. So, clearly, what I said yesterday in my stream title, the revolutionary sentiment is on the rise, was not incorrect. I mean, it wasn't incorrect yesterday, but...
more efficient. TSMC is now capable of etching 100 billion circuits onto a signal microprocessor.
That shit's
metal. That
metal.
is 100 million circuits per square millimeter.
Well, yeah, insurance should be banned because everyone should have access to free fucking healthcare. No, that shit's metal. Like that, like I said before, that's a shonen anime protagonist level of like detail to put into the bullet casings you're gonna use to like off a corpo. That's we're talking about like cyberpunk edge runners here. Like that's the world that guy lives in. All right, I'm sorry, Sentient Juice Slave, but I've lost the ability to continue paying attention to this video. We're 13 minutes into 22 minutes. Do you guys want to finish this real bad? I could power through, but I need the support of you telling me that that's what you want. Gotta hope he takes care because they are going to try and make an example out of him. He looked pretty professional. I can't show the video, obviously, on stream, but he looked pretty fucking professional. Despite the calls for revolution, nothing ever happened, so we're good. Well, revolution doesn't all happen in one wave, Comrade Lenin. It's a slow, simmering buildup. It goes into how Taiwan uses mainland China's economy for their benefit. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do that right now. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Fine. Fine, we're in the middle of it. I'm getting distracted too. That's the issue. Like, the Russia defenders are here. That's why.
In 2022, Taiwan produced 60% of the world's semiconductor chips, earning more than $40 billion out of the $57.4 billion profit made worldwide.
In 2022.
Overall, this contributes to 15% of Taiwan's GDP.
Where am I getting the number 90% now? Wait, hold on. Now I can't leave because the number I've seen is 96 everywhere else.
Today, the semiconductor industry in Taiwan is one of the seminal success stories of the modern global economy. However, the triumph of Taiwan's semiconductor business has also, in a way, become its curse. Let us now look at how
Have I been fed misinformation? I have been fed misinformation. Where the fuck did this come from? How have I seen 96% on every source that I know of this? Like literally several videos, several different YouTube videos, several different Twitter users, several different news articles. Or is this just like Mandela affecting me? Because it says 68% now. What the fuck? Have I been Mandela effect? Am I in a different universe right now? Did I just like shift slightly? Am I in the Al Gore timeline? Please tell me I'm in the Al Gore timeline.
Taiwan's semiconductor industry affects the country's geopolitical position.
All right, well, it's 68% now. What the fuck happened? Oh, sorry, and 90% of the world's most advanced ones. Now I get it. They produce 60% of the world's semiconductor chips, but 90% of the most advanced ones. There we go. More over 90%. This is the ones that are in like military technology, your phones, a lot of the electronics that are of higher degrees of importance. Yeah, exactly. That's why the CHIPS Act was so important. That's why the
Taiwan
only
is
protectionist
recognized
policy that I'm in favor of.
as a sovereign state by 12 countries, none of which are major global
They're
players.
not only made by TSMC. South Korea makes about 4% of those. I know that one's a fact. But like, yeah, this is why the CHIPS Act's so important. I'm really in favor of us building these at home. Again, these are tiny little, like, as you said, not about 2 nanometer bits of like silicon with grooves cut into them the size of DNA strands. This shit's complicated and important.
The reason for
It's in
this is
everything.
obvious: China. In the immediate decades after the conclusion of the civil war between the CCP and KMT, the United States recognized the Taiwan government as the legal government of China. But geopolitical realities soon pushed the United Nations, the United States, and other countries to officially recognize the People's Republic of China as, well, China. Despite Taiwan's lack of international recognition and a seat at the UN, many countries maintain unofficial relations with Taiwan. This has not stopped Beijing from insisting on the One China policy, which views Taiwan as an inalienable part of China and demands the severing of official diplomatic relations with Taipei. The Chinese leader, Xi Jinping,
Yeah, how about no Russian propaganda for this segment or you get timed out? Yeah, please. Thank you, Lenin.
made his stance on the matter clear when he stated that no outside influence could stop the so-called reunification of Taiwan with the People's Republic of China. Throughout the Cold War era, Beijing's relations with Taipei were chilly, with tensions between the two sides escalating into military conflict during the first Taiwan Strait crisis in 1954
That
to
might be
55,
true, Nana Bud.
and the
Oh,
second
well,
in
look at it.
1958. However, the American military backing of Taiwan ultimately proved to be a sufficient deterrent for China. Throughout the 1980s, relations between Beijing and Taipei thawed. Under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping, China declared peaceful unification as its new policy towards Taiwan, promising a great deal of autonomy to the island should it.
Samsung works together with TSMC to produce 2 nanometer chips, although Samsung wants to limit the 2 nanometer chips to South Korea, even if they make the 4 nanometer chips in the US after the CHIP Act. That's not going to happen. But, yeah.
Enter into the Chinese fold. In 1987, the Taiwanese government.
I'm telling you that even Finland can tolerate Ukraine joining even Finland can tolerate Ukraine joining NATO if Putin makes a profit. NATO wants to take Ukraine into NATO because of that's not why we want to take Ukraine into NATO. Ukraine's been trying to get into NATO for a while. We haven't let them in. And that's not how NATO works anyway. They can't join NATO while there's an active conflict. That's kind of like the rules. That's untrue. You're not defending Russia here, but that's untrue. But also Finland, like, don't worry about Russia. They're the bad guys. They can't do much to you. NATO just needs to fuck them up and teach them a lesson so we can just get off this topic and move on. I'm sick of Russia.
On travel
I'm sick
to China,
of them.
And a year later, Beijing adopted a policy encouraging investment
And
from
by the way,
Taiwan.
if you call me a war hawk, at the same time, I just made a post about how people need to stop fucking rejoicing at dead Russians in Ukraine because you're just producing the same kind of visceral hatred that they have. You can be anti-Russian government and still be a good person. You can be anti-war and still pro-fucking up Russia. Nuance, people.
Taiwan to the Chinese coastal areas, promising Taiwanese businesses no tariffs and security from nationalization. In 2009, Taipei allowed Chinese investors to enter the Taiwanese market. By the early 21st century, semi-official communication between government representatives in Taiwan and China had become fairly normalized. While neither side took a step back from their principled positions, economic cooperation between China and Taiwan flourished. Between 1991 and 2022, Taiwanese companies invested over $200
as if this is fucking 1900. You think we can't beat the Russians?
billion in China, moving a significant portion of its manufacturing cycle to China for cost-saving purposes. According to Taiwan's Ministry of Economic Affairs, over 80% of Taiwan's information and communication technology products are produced in China. Today, these two economies are very strongly linked, as China is Taiwan's largest trading partner, taking up over 20% of Taiwan's total trade. Taiwan.
How about America coups them and not kill millions? Well, I would prefer that. Were you not here like 20 minutes ago where I said, can we please, like, someone give me the power for one day to pull, like, Henry Kissinger out of hell and have him fucking coup Russia? Please? One day I want this guy out of hell. One day. We can throw him back in the pit after.
Taiwan, on the other hand, is China's fifth largest trading partner. While these economic relations have been mutually beneficial, they have also posed challenges for Taiwan. Since 2017, China has been actively working on advancing its own
first. I'd love to
semiconductor
see that before Christmas. I mean, you might surprise me, but please, I don't see that happening before Christmas, but that'd be great.
industry, and it has been recruiting engineers from Taiwan to that end. According to one estimate, out of roughly 40,000 Taiwanese semiconductor engineers, China has attracted almost 3,000. This has been a very concerning development for Taiwan, and the Taiwanese government has responded with measures aimed at decreasing its economic dependence on China. The Taiwanese government adopted the New Southbound policy in 2016, seeking to detangle its tech industry from China by investing in other Asian countries and increasing trade with them. However, China has a major dependence on Taiwan as well, more specifically on its chip industry. In 2020, China spent more on importing chips than it did on oil. The growing Chinese electronics industry.
Yeah, look, that's why China's pretty fucking mad right now at the sanctions, and that's why they sanctioned us back with the gallium and the germanium, which is gonna hurt our chip production.
Relies on chips from Taiwan, since its semiconductor industry is still significantly behind the Taiwanese. Consequently, along with other important factors, Taiwan's semiconductor industry is simply too important for global electronics manufacturing, and any disruption would create massive.
You know what? This is true. I just one day with Henry Kissinger.
What I will ask you though is, can you give me one more day? I'm not asking.
Not a bud. You just wait until the Canada tariffs kick in. You know how much like oil we import from Canada? America has the largest like natural gas and oil production in the world, but a lot of the prices you see at the pumps comes from imported crude natural. There you go. We import a lot of crude oil because we have the best like refineries in the world, and then we make them better, and then we sell it for cheaper. Interesting that the Chinese weren't able to infiltrate Taiwan with intelligence to steal tech and rebuild it. Well, no, that's like if the Chinese tried to walk into Taiwan, right, and the Taiwanese just let them. If America let them take Taiwan, none of the Chinese could ever work in one of these factories. The amount of specialization and education it takes to be able to do what the TSMC workers do is difficult, not to say the least. It would take a long time for them to learn how to use these machines, as long as they were not damaged. To steal that tech requires a lot more effort, as stealing tech requires you to do it piece by piece. It's not as coherent. It's not as fully available for you to analyze. It's hard. It's hard. I don't care about historical battles with Russia because we don't live in that world now. If you haven't noticed, Ukraine has just been like sending crop duster airplanes with cameras on them into Russian buildings as drones. That's drone warfare is different. We fight from the sky now, not just from the ground.
Supply problems, including in China.
Much more
according
from the sky,
to the
actually.
Semiconductor Industry Association, any disruption to production in Taiwan would cause almost $500 billion in losses for electronics manufacturers. The Rhodium Group claims that a conflict in Taiwan would put more than $2 trillion of economic activity under threat.
It's probably more than that. And like, as you said, Salamers, you need to like remember, not only did the Russians lose a bunch of wars, but so did we. We lost Vietnam. We lost in Afghanistan. Well, air superiority didn't matter much in Afghanistan because they hid in caves. Have you looked at the battlefield for like Ukraine and up to Moscow? It's not caves. It's flat land.
This is known as the Silicon Shield, an invisible buffer protecting Taiwan, particularly from
Salamers said
China.
is important. I'll get back to it.
Taiwan is, as they say, just too big to fail. Too big for the global economy and for businesses.
Fuck, I hate the term too big to fail. Like we said with the banks, and I hate that. There's nothing too big to fail, and you should never get that big anyway. You still need to control the ground and win the hearts and minds of the locals, to an extent. If you can do it quickly, no, you don't. If you can do it in a day, which America can, no, you don't.
Manufacturing crucial
after.
things, ranging from cars to military equipment. However, China is working on decreasing its dependence on Taiwan in order to destroy Taiwan's Silicon Shield. The Economist Intelligence Unit claims that since 2014, Beijing has invested more than $150 billion in its semiconductor industry. And just recently, in May 2024, they invested a further...
First of all, Salmaris, do not talk to my Moz like that, especially when he wasn't saying anything rude to you. All he said was, please bring it up when it matters, not now. That's not okay. You can't do that. That's your one fucking warning, all right? That really made me mad. He did not say anything mean to you, so just said, wait. Wait until it matters, until it's relevant. That's too far.
$47.5 billion. However, global data analyst Michael Orme claims that China is still at least a decade away from reaching Taiwan's level of sophistication in semiconductor manufacturing. At this point, if China decides to attack Taiwan, it will backfire massively on China's tech and electronics industry. Orme argues that the Taiwanese may be willing to destroy their
actually, let me say that first. Don't talk like that to chat. Don't talk to each other like that, guys. Good faith. With each other, too. I know we piss each other all off sometimes and politics can get heated, but like, be nice to each other.
Semiconductor enterprises to prevent China from taking them over, or to just refuse to work for the Chinese. A threat from China has also pushed the United States to heavily invest in domestic semiconductor production. In 2022, Congress approved the Chips and Science Act with a budget of roughly $280 billion. The Americans are wary of the Chinese threat to Taiwan, and these are contingency measures to reduce dependence on Taiwanese production. Even though TSMC will be among the corporations producing chips in the United States, American investment in domestic production is another challenge for Taiwan. In the past couple of years, particularly after the war in Ukraine, the tensions around Taiwan have only grown. There is a global crisis brewing, which has only increased China's resolve to take Taiwan. Chinese leaders have repeatedly stated their intention to reunify with Taiwan, and they have conducted several military drills around the island. The Americans continue supporting Taiwan, with the high-level visit of the then Congress Speaker Pelosi to Taiwan drawing Beijing's ire. However, just how ready America is to...
I know, like, we've gone off topic back and forth, but like, I have enjoyed this.
...protect Taiwan from the cross-strait threat remains unclear. Taiwan has come a long way since becoming de facto independent. It has transformed its agrarian economy into a high-tech industrial powerhouse, which is crucial for the global supply chain. All of this happened in a matter of a couple of decades. Apart from continuing to excel in the semiconductor industry, despite all the challenges, Taiwan is also making strides in the new game in town, artificial intelligence.
Oh, fuck me.
In 2018, the Taiwanese government launched the AI Taiwan Action Plan with the aim of developing
AI is just here to steal your jobs so that the corporations don't have to pay you for your labor. It's just there to make your life worse. That's all it exists for.
talent, liberalizing laws to enhance AI development, and boosting productivity by introducing AI to manufacturing. As a result, Taiwanese companies have already developed several noteworthy AI products in healthcare, manufacturing, hospitality, and other spheres. But now, Taiwan faces perhaps its biggest threat.
First off, I don't have enough money to make an investment. You want to drop me a sub? Maybe I'll try. Secondly, I don't believe in investments like stocks. I believe in investments in, like, I don't know, in the socialist aspect of within like worker co-ops, but like not. I hate the stock market. I think it's evil and unethical. It's unethical rather, and also it's not even based in reality. Stocks are just vibes. It's owning a piece of the means of production doesn't make you cool, and I don't want to. Even if you gave me the money to, I wouldn't buy stocks with it. That's what I'll say. I'll pay my bills with it, but it's just evil.
Threat yet. The deepening cross-strait crisis and questions about the willingness of its allies to defend it are among the huge challenges the island is facing right now. Only time will tell if the island nation's silicon shield will continue to protect it from its behemoth of a neighbor. Yet, as long as the Taiwanese people hold to the spirit of creativity and innovation which allowed them to surge from a backwater island to a global economic powerhouse, they may yet enjoy a bright future. This video is sponsored by the...
Sick. You know what? Honestly, this was good enough that, follow, subscribe rather, and a like. Thank you, Kings and Generals. That was very educational. I did find a couple things that are pretty fucking funny in the meantime. Speaking of investments, hi, Haley Welch X. My $35,000 I purchased of Hawk is now $2,000 after 10 minutes of buying. I'm a huge fan of Hawk Tua, but you took my life savings. I purchased your coin Hawk and that you were so excited about with my life savings. Don't buy crypto with your life savings. Like, even with the risk of them just stealing everyone's money and turning all money into crypto in like 8 days, don't do it. Don't buy any fucking crypto with your life savings. If you have spare money and you don't mind losing it to a grift, if like, sure, then do whatever you like, you know, freedom and all that. But don't spend your life savings on shit like this. That's so stupid. I have one more unserious topic, and then I have and then I have something serious that I want to go over. Also, like, Bitcoin is still a scam, you know that, right? Like, crypto is a grift. It's just, you know, the rich people who get in first make the most money. I suppose if you want to be the rich people that are get in first, and you still can do it, but like, that feels icky to me. This is nonsense, first of all. Like, this is the level of discourse on the right in that they're just gonna pretend that Canada, like, they're gonna assign electoral college points to Canada, however the fuck they feel like. Ugh. And also, like, not about money is a scam. I don't believe, I want a classless, moneyless, stateless society. Did you just call it Chinese Taipei? Ugh. Don't like that. All right, this is some serious shit though. Like, seriously, pay the fuck attention. We gotta. This is fucked. I've never felt so violated in my life. Apparently, a customer took a picture of my crotch while they were attempting to transvestigate me, and thinking they found something, sent it, showed it to other managers in my district. I'm so fucking disgusted. This is, I mean, this is like mental illness, right? Anyone doing this action is mentally ill. To make matters worse, one of the managers said that he won't let me pull shifts at his store because I'm transgender. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's not safe for trans people in the States, especially not in red states. If you live in a red state and you are trans, join the fucking Discord. And I have some resources that I can't like publicly put out because they don't have all that much bandwidth, but there are some resources available that will help you move to at least a blue state. If you can leave the country, leave the fucking country. And also, if you're trans, follow this person, Aaron in the Morning, Aaron Reed, like literally my primary source for trans-related news. And there you go. I showed you guys my work email, or rather one of like the 7 of them. So you can have that. But her journalism is excellent, and it's incredibly useful. Do this unironically. Can't America? Oh. Doing it easy. There you go. There's the link for you there as well. Not only do it's not that they think that you're all right. The people doing this think that trans people are perverts and pedophiles and groomers. The people creating this panic just are doing it because they hate you. They're just looking for the scapegoat, and you're the easiest scapegoat right now. That's really it. And to be honest, we have a bit of news on the subject that I haven't gotten the chance to cover much today. So we had the Supreme Court hearing for the Tennessee ruling on trans-related healthcare. Let's listen to this wife abuser talk about his perception of it before we go actually look at some of the talking heads. As a Canadian, you guys wouldn't be able to get us to join or conquer. Well, Canadians are just about to be exactly like us anyway. Canada's about to fall. Unless, I don't know, Trudeau can make it work with Trump in the South and everyone hating Trump, and I don't know, he's making Airbnb into renting houses today, so that is one of the creepiest affronts I've ever heard of in decades. Freaky, degrading. That shit happens all the time, Hansusa. That's not even uncommon these days. Yeah, Trudeau is a piece of shit, but he's a liberal. But the other guy, what was his name? Polivar? He's not going to make it better. Again, it's the same as in America. Oh my God, did I freeze again? I fucking froze again, didn't I? Why does it hate me so? Why do you hate me so? It's just that the left in America and in Canada are liberals. They're shit. The right are also shit. They just want to make it worse faster. 1 second. Get in there. All right, there we go. I think the issue is just that it's really hot. All right, have we, no, what the fuck? God damn. All right, give me a second. I just gotta, fully unplug the thing now. Just the camera. This happened last time, too. I really need an air conditioner for this room. Ow. Fuck. Ow. Ah. Is it the camera overheated or is it the computer overheated? Come on, which one is it? Yeah, no, my camera's gone. What the fuck? Well, I guess that might be, where I have to leave it for today. I think my camera's fucked. Hold on, let me try one more thing. I'm not giving up just yet. No, the camera's fucked. The stream would have ended if it was your computer. Lovely. God damn it. That's not good. This happened twice now, which means I have an actual issue that I have to work on. Am I back? Am I back? I don't see me back. I don't need my camera. You guys wouldn't sit here and watch me if I didn't have my camera. Hey, who just clipped that? Must have been those subpar semiconductors. Okay, you guys can see me. Then why can't I see me moving? a bunch of my stuff froze. It's not just like my camera. My stream deck's frozen. Interesting. All right. I see your face and you're speaking. Okay, well, we shall watch this wife beater talk about trans people horribly. Sorry.
To the trans activists over there claiming that this is all about the rights of children, I say again, yes, you're right, it is. They have a right to be protected from you.
I'm visible on YouTube?
Children have a right to be protected from all of those people over there who want to harm them and damage them and destroy them. And they will be. They are going to lose.
I'm just as
they are
on
losing
YouTube.
right now. We are not going to let them harm our children.
Okay, so this is how, like, they're, like, these are the people that are manufacturing the outrage, right? And if these are the people manufacturing the outrage, and this is what they believe, by the way, until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth, they want genocide. They want genocide, and he says it openly.
This case is just the beginning of the fight. It is not the end. We are not going to rest until every child is protected, until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth. That's what we're fighting for, and we will not stop.
This man is evil. I never heard the genocide part. Well, I mean, did you hear it now? Let me play that again for you if you didn't hear it last time.
Every child is protected until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth. That's what we're...
Yeah, also, like, this guy is a pedophile. When they say ideology, they mean people, because there's no such thing as trans ideology. That's not a thing. That's not real. What they mean is people. Oh my god, my Stream Deck not working is a pain in the ass too. Jesus, I usually just click it to swap to a different tab over there, and now it's just not doing it for me. Okay, look. All right, you know what? We'll go over the rest of this next time, because I don't want to sit here and watch like the pundits reacting without you being able to see me and without my Stream Deck working, because I like to come in and I like to explain things. I want you to be able to see me when I'm talking about it. It's a literal identity, not an ideology. Like, literally, yeah. Thank you for everyone that joined. I appreciate all of the new people. Love you guys. Like the stream on YouTube if you haven't done so already. That definitely helps. And join the Discord. I will either be back tomorrow or sometime over the weekend. I'll do another stream. We have to... So on the schedule, Monday is when we read Marx, but I have a feeling we're going to have a busy week again next week, just like we did this week. So we'll see if we can do it on the weekend. Yeah, devil's advocate, ideology, Jesus Christ. Let me see what the fuck is up with my camera, and